Yeah, they use that for a lot of different theories and ideas and explanations as well. I mean, it's part of like the origin story of the Earth and the space and how long everything's been here. So it's pretty interwoven into their whole model.
Bro, like everything, like the geomagnetic field coming from the geodynamo model, all uses these geological assumptions. They use radiometric assumptions. It's all interwoven pseudoscience.
What's the difference between radiometric dating and carbon dating?
Carbon dating only goes up to like 50,000 years.
Wow.
Carbon dating is just a subset of radiometric dating. It's one specific type of dating.
Yeah, but carbon dating just goes up to 50,000 years, and then they have to like make us like they look at like animals or whatever you want to look at. I usually just do plants. They have to like make up stories about what the composition of the atmosphere was. They literally just make it up. They're like, oh, there was this much nitrogen. We're going to speculate there's this much hydrogen, this much nitrogen, this much carbon, this much oxygen. They make it up.
And is the dating answer that they come to based on that?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Wow. That is like pure insanity.
Bro.
Yeah, if they just made it up, it would be insane.
Dude, just make it. Okay, how do they verify what the elemental composition of the atmosphere was 50,000 years ago, Left Lane?
Well, they can do these ice core things up in the Arctic, and they can, test the little air bubbles that are in the ice and analyze that gas.
How long does it take
air bubbles
for water
in the
to
ice?
freeze?
Or if they've always been there.
First of all, you have to assume how long the air bubbles been there, and then you have to like, what about whenever the air bubbles don't match?
Well, I think they count I think they actually count the layers of ice would indicate, their lineage of time. And
would it?
And
how long does it take to make a layer?
A year, I guess. I mean, your seasons are going to give you layers.
If it was a tree, I might say maybe. Okay, but
the ice does the same things, doesn't it, Riggs? I mean, it would. I mean, each season, when you have the snowy season, you're going to build up another layer, and then you'll go through.
Also, sometimes layers melt, or sometimes it breaks off and shifts and reconnects to another area. Like it's all kinds of different things that happen.
I really wouldn't say that it is necessarily as precise as absolutely.
Well, we're looking for precise. When you're trying to claim something like millions of years, you kind of want precise, right?
Well, I don't know. Over millions of years, what's 100,000? That's 10%.
If the opposing message is maybe a couple thousand, then millions of years, you'd probably want precise argument, right?
No, I would rather have 90% certainty than nothing.
You don't have any certainty, though.
How could they ballpark it at all? Like, I don't think it's even loosely accurate. Like,
how do you guys understand stuff like this? Like, okay, let's say you're saying that this decay rate takes this long. This process takes this long to have the certain isotope, the daughter-parent relationship we have now. It takes this long. Now, we've proven in a lab that actually you can get that process to happen extremely fast, like incredibly fast, like instantly, basically. Okay? So you think something takes billions of years, but you can actually make it happen in like a matter of minutes in a lab. So how can you say you have some type of 90% certainty when you're claiming something takes billions of years that can happen way faster?
Well, I would have to look at the details of all of that to make a comment on it. I don't know enough about it to comment on it.
You agree that would obviously like...
It changes the premise of their whole story and understanding, though. They could never concede to something so foundational.
Yeah, that's game over. That's true.
It just depends on how you evaluate it and how you interpret it,
So you're saying you can try to explain it away.
God damn.
That's not very precise then.
I'm driving on a solid fucking sheet of ice, and it is.
Yeah, man. Be safe. Man. Be safe, Skyline. No joke. The ice is crazy. Just don't worry about us, okay?
No, I mean, I'm all right. I'm only going like 13, but...
Where are you driving through
Get out and test that ice for air bubbles, Left Lane.
I just came out of Dallas.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a bunch of trucks around the side of the road over there in Austin and everywhere.
Oh, yeah, it's
Be careful, bro.
Man. Yeah,
you got ice in Texas right now?
Yeah, it's like 3 inches of black ice all over the fucking place.
And you guys
I'm talking about
like
skating rink, man. Yeah.
Well, this is a perfect time for you to do some geological studies, Left Lane. Just pull over, just get those air bubbles out of the ice.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, it's
We also
like-
have
it's
a
like-
map. Just so you know, Skyline. So no argument here. Just focus on the road. But like, we have a map from the 1500s. A guy was collecting data for like I think like 40 or 60 years, and he constructed a map, and that map includes what would be considered Antarctica on the map, but it's many different geological areas. It's like whole different continents, and those continents don't have ice. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, okay.
There's some of the problems with the atmosphere. I gotta go pick up some vid.
So, Kosha, you agree with those dating, the dating techniques? You think they're all legit, or do you question it, or what do you think?
I know. I mean, I'm as cautious of them as the people who use them for whatever studies they're doing, archaeology, geology, all that type of stuff.
Dude, some of
they're
the
cautious with it too, and they give ranges for how much it could be off. So
yeah, but some of the dating methods blatantly don't work. They took like live stuff in and had it dated for like tens of thousands of years. Not only that, they ask you a whole sheet of questions like, where did you find this? What is it? Like what? That wouldn't even be there would be no questions if this worked. They would just take the sample, date it, see how old it is. There wouldn't be no questions with it.
that's not how that works, though.
I know, because it doesn't work.
Yeah, because Kosha was very cautious.
It's because doing it that way.
Beacon of truth.
That's why they don't do it that way. They don't do it that way with random samples of just anything, and they take material from somebody's shit and then try to date it. They're taking specific stuff that is as untampered with as possible, and they do tests to do their best to verify that it hasn't been contaminated with something that could have been recently like melted and then resolidified and stuff like that. But that's why there can be flaws. There's flaws that can arise because of all sorts of shit. But they're not going to take one sample and come to one conclusion based off of it. They're gonna test and confirm that one sample. They're gonna test and confirm the next one. They're gonna corroborate it as many times as they can, to gain more confidence. So it's not that they don't trust it. I mean, they're as cautious of it as they should be.
No, I don't know.
Coach, let me ask you this, just kind of more of a meta question, but in terms of like your viewpoint on the things that you say that are true, like the truth that you have, let's say, or your viewpoints, if there was like a percentile, 90th or 100th percentile is just saturated in truth, 10th percentile is pretty low on truth. In terms of within these communities, like what percentile do you think you're at if you had to just throw something out there?
I don't understand the question. You mean how many? You mean how much? How much of? Are you asking how much of what I believe to be true is true? Is that what you're asking?
Pretty much, yeah. Like what percentile would you? Let's just say everybody on this server, like there would be somebody that has a higher percentile of truth, somebody that has a lower. And I'm not trying to get it like judging it or I'm not trying to do some metrics in that way. I'm just saying in general. So yeah, the things you say, your perspectives, the things you assert, things you debate, all of those things. What percentile of it? What percentile would you be in, or what percentile of truth do you think you have acquired?
Okay. I'm gonna consider any of the things that I don't know to be true. So I'm not going to consider things that I understand are up in the air, or things that I just believe based on faith. I'm not going to include those things. And if I don't include those things, I would have to say that only a fool, not even a fool, I don't know what you would even call them. Basically, someone who's living life incorrectly. If they don't think that 100% of the things that they think are true, then you know, you have to ask yourself, why do you think they're true? So if I think something's true, it's because I think it's true. If I could be wrong, I would, you know, my best answer would have to be a guess, a blind guess. You know what I mean? Because obviously everything that I think is true, I think is true because I think it's true, right? So what's the how could I say how much of what I think is true is wrong?
Right. Well, I guess I'm asking is it's like you assert and even defend with quite a bit of assertion, argumentation, debating, etc. A lot of different components that a lot of people question, whether it's spectroscopy or radiometric dating or all kinds of things about the globe Earth and outer space and moon landings and all this stuff. So, like, in a way, I mean, I think you do go out of the mainstream a little bit here and there. Like, you might question 9/11 a little bit, or things like that. But it's like you go with that. So, if one were to only go off what you're asserting, it would seem like the mainstream stuff is buttoned up solid, all good, true. There's maybe just minimal deceptions here and there, but obviously that's not what a lot of us think. So I'm just,
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't agree with if there's an overlap with things I believe are true and the things that, let's say, mainstream science believes is true. And like I said, again, we're gonna not talk about the things that are up in the air, because it's people claim it's up in the air and they claim it's up in the air. That's just disagreeing that neither of us know. But the things that they claim to know.
Did you get any jabs?
The things that they claim to know.
Have you had any shots recently? The last 3 years?
Mike, the things that I claim to know, or they claim
Did you
to
have
know
any
is
shots the last 3 years?
I don't know if Kosho's mic is quiet or Riggs, your mic is kind of loud.
No, he's absolutely obfuscating. He's not helping out at all.
He has said that he didn't get them, but he said he has a card or whatever.
I wanted him to say like out loud. Did you get any shots the last 3 years? Honestly.
That's great. You should write that down in your diary and see if it comes true. Okay. But in the meantime, I'm going to finish what I'm saying. What was I saying? Right. Oh yeah. The mainstream science, they believe things are true because they test them and, they scrutinize them and they present those tests. And if it's not something that has been verified or confirmed, then I'm going to be in the same boat as somebody who disbelieves it. It's still up in the air. But if it's something that's been confirmed, then I have no. It'd be foolish not to believe it, right? Like if you mean
like it was safe and effective. You thought people thought that was confirmed.
With what was?
I'm not trying to take it back to the jabs.
Just
sort of saying there's things that are assumed to be confirmed. There was a time that back in the 80s and 90s, there was commercials. This is your brain on drugs. You're using marijuana and it's cooking, frying eggs or whatever. Well, that was all fake. No, that was not real. Cannabis doesn't have it. Cannabis is actually neuroprotective to the brain. So there's a lot of things that seem like they're quote unquote confirmed in mainstream that are absolutely false.
So is nicotine, by the way. It's very protective.
I don't get that's. I'm not saying that the information you see on commercials or the news is how you confirm it. I'm saying that something's come out and it's been shared with the world. People can test and verify it. Let's use a different example, like I don't know, something to do with the I don't know, something to do with the quantum computers or something, or gravitational waves or something like that, right? It's not just shared by one team at LIGO. It's something that is experienced, by astronomers and people like Chronic who are, who experience these things in a different way. So, once it gets to that point, I have no choice but to accept the truth of, of that kind of investigation. So that's the reason why I would have overlapping, uh, things I consider true as the mainstream media. It's only because I'm trusting in the same confidence as sources that they're trusting in, right? But that's not the same as anything medical or anything cigarette based or something like that. 'Cause that's not based on that's not based on scientific testing. That's based off of media reports.
So some other people or group do what they say is science, and then you basically, once it's quote unquote generally regarded as safe or generally regarded as true or whatever, then you go with it. Then you'll go ahead and add it to your list of what you think is true. I mean, I wasn't saying that to try to summarize what you were saying. I guess that was just sort of another way of seeing it, but kind of the way you described that. But I mean, if there was a list of everything that's considered, mainstream accepted, like I'm not just talking about like things that are on mainstream news or something. I'm just saying like things that are like, if we made a list of everything in science that was claimed to be, as solid as it can be, how many things on that list actually are true and how many are not true? Is it even 50-50?
Dude, I would go down the list, and honestly, I would love to go down the list. We should just get a full list of all the sciences, everything, and just go down true, not true, bullshit, whatever. This is manipulated, whatever, and just get like a full list going.
Yeah.
And then connect all the dots to like all the different industries and who runs what and the organizations they're part of, and just connect the fucking dots, because these guys are in denial at the very least.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, like, try to get to the root of what some of those industries, like where they started, and like even the radiometric, dating and these things. It's like,
yeah,
who actually came up with those things? Who started hiring scientists to do those processes?
Well, I know who came up with it. Actually, his name is Martin Kamen, and he's a Bolshevik Jew from Canada, and he went to University of Chicago, and he was part of the Manhattan Project.
Huh.
Yeah, he was also accused of being a spy. He got bad press for about 10 years, and so then they handed off the research to a guy named Libby, who they gave I forget what award it was. It was one of those awards the Gravelers give to the Gravelers.
Like a Nobel Prize or something?
Yeah, I think gave him the Nobel Prize.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Yeah, Willard Libby.
Yep. Now look up Martin Kamen. He did his research in the late 30s, early 40s. And he essentially handed off his research to Libby because of the bad press that he was getting, and they were working in a similar department.
Because it's not always that, like, quote unquote scientists in these fields are necessarily deceiving. They could just be going along with it. Like people building equipment at NASA, they don't really know what's going on. So it's interesting to think how deep that actually is, like people that are just being trained in a particular, I mean, any one of us you can go to any college, as long as you're just willing to study and regurgitate the information, you can get a bachelor's, a master's, a PhD, or multiple of those degrees if you want to. And you could just follow the instructions that are given in the education, and then you could get hired by a company that does those things as well. But that person might go through all of that and still not even know the roots of what they're doing and the actual assumptions that may be involved. And they're just, it's the trust in the authority that part's covered. And then they're just basically a cog in the machine, although it's not that simple, because some of those guys are a bit more than a cog. They're also trying to move things forward in a way as well. So it's not just that simple, but it's interesting to think how deep that goes.
By the way, Libby was involved with, he was basically helping the propaganda for nuclear war and nuclear research. So he would actually help promote to the public as like, like some kind of marketing thing that people need to build shelters, bomb shelters in their house. So it was like an economic thing back then. And surprisingly, like 2 weeks after they started marketing, maybe it was 2 months, I forget. But right after they started marketing, and he had just installed his new bomb shelter in his house and everything, his house and shelter burnt down. Suspiciously. Here, I sent you you read that document I sent you. A lot of the sources information are at the bottom, but the kind of this guy's take on that whole story is right there. Like some of the arguments and stuff.
Nice, thanks.
Yeah.
I know it sounds kind of crazy that somebody could just create a field of science or whatever, and then if it isn't actually science, and then push it as so. That is pretty.
This is why they had so much confidence with space. It's because they never stopped doing it. It's literally steamroll after steamroll after steamroll in every area of science and delusion. They defined the psychological field. They just defined like what is considered the scientific method, and they redefined words that already had meanings, like theory. Okay, they had, dude, they like everything that could actually mean something, they repurposed it. It's like bottled water. They repurposed everything, and they said, this is ours. We did it.
Just to touch on that ice core sample thing, how do they know when those ice cores were from? Yeah, maybe in the recent years you could say, oh, we've gotten an inch of the grounds, the ice has gotten an inch thicker or whatever, but how do they know what happened 500 years ago with the ice, or 1,000 years ago? Like, how do they get the dates for that? Carbon dating? It seems cyclical. Or not cyclical, it seems circular. I just wanted to throw that in with the carbon dating.
Well, yeah, when it comes down to, if you argue with someone on the street and you say, oh, well, your date tables are wrong. They say, oh, well, they found this at this time and found this at this time, and they're like, oh, well, it was under this much sediment, so it had to have been this many years old. It was in this area, and this event must have happened, and blah blah blah. And so then, if you just argue from that aspect, yeah, you might win that argument. But there is a sphere of arguments that they've attached to the story that never get brought up and never get argued. Like you guys argue curvature in space all the time. And meanwhile, this is like one of the few times I've heard anybody actually want to help me push this whole dating issue. Because if the dating issue is wrong, then all of this stuff and all of the stuff, like everything they come up with, is just, it falls apart.
Yeah, and like
if the dating is wrong, it all falls apart.
Well, there's circular reasoning, and when they find the layers, they date the layers to what's found in it, and they date what's found in it to layers. But damn, I forgot where I was going to go.
Without dating, then the evolution argument doesn't work like at all. Without dating, the Big Bang argument doesn't work at all.
And the formation of the Earth,
with the formation of the Earth, with the heating and cooling and the expansion, pretty much every area of modern science evaporates with the dating problem.
Like I said too, they wouldn't give you that questionnaire when you go to get something dated. If it was just a chemical process where they see how much this or that or carbons in it or whatever the fuck, they would just do that. There wouldn't be no questions with it. Just give me your sample. I'll see how old it is, and I'll let you know. Because there's this chemical thing that happens, or this physical process or whatever. Like, The questionnaire wouldn't be needed. It's not necessary.
Yeah, but there's plenty of things that can tamper with that assumption. So if you just took anything and you did a test, like a general test that think would work on everything, for
You're
plenty
really
of
quiet,
reasons,
Kosho. I
you might
can't
not
hear your
come up
bullshit.
for plenty of reasons. You might not come up with the right answer. You might
You
come
gotta
up with an
say it.
answer based on the. Say what?
We can't hear you, bro. You gotta say it with your chest.
I'm using a headset right now, but yeah, I'll change it to my mic in a second. But what was I saying? Right, yeah. So they saying, fuck. Oh yeah. So yeah, the basic equation for the age, it just has to do with the parent-daughter relationship and the half-life. You plug those in, you come up with an age. But of course, assuming that that's the right answer, it could be wrong for it could be, like I said, it could have been that rock could have been created the other day, right? Like it could be hot lava just made this rock, yet it has the same properties that an older rock would have. So you get the wrong age, but you don't know that because you don't know that it's a fucking there's hot lava. So you have to narrow down and make sure that this data can be qualified for this for metric dating to be a valid way to test it. That the whole point of the questionnaire is to make sure that the method is valid for that sample.
The questionnaire shows that the method's not valid because if it was just
Yeah.
some physical chemical process that happened, like I said, they
You
would
just
just
made
do
up.
it.
You just made his point valid. You just made Jeremy right with what he said. It's circular logic. They make sure they're using the right method. Yeah.
Yeah, if it was some physical process in the lab,
They're creating the results.
You guys
Is what
don't
you're saying.
understand.
I agree entirely.
I don't expect Rick to understand this, dude, but
No,
you can
I heard
grasp
you just
everything
fine.
if you think
They
Rick
make
understands.
sure they're getting the right method
I know,
for what
I know.
date they want to
Okay.
achieve. I agree. That's exactly what they do.
Right.
Good point.
You just said that. Now, anyways, the whole point is that
No, I
if
can
there
dial
is
back to
somebody
Livestream.
like
You want me to get
that's
that out for
great,
you?
dude. That's fantastic, dude. That's fantastic. Damn it, it's hard to keep starting over. But yeah, if the data that you're looking at, let's say somebody just sends something to a lab and they purposely are using something that is either contaminated or maybe it was sediment that was put together by them or some rock that was created recently. This sort of uh, these details are going to make it something where this technique isn't valid. So if somebody does that and they don't know that that's what's happened and they do this method, they're going to definitely get the wrong answer. It's not that this method is not valid, it's that this method is not valid in all cases, and you can easily contaminate it.
Do you think that the half-life for carbon-14 is precisely measurable?
It's as precise as the accuracy that they give it. I think the accuracy is like a couple hundred years.
So that's a no?
No, they give there's accuracies for every different method, for every different radiometric material that they do. So carbon-14, I think it's half-life of like 5,400 years, and it's like plus or minus 200. Like I said, I
What
forget
about
what the
cosmic
half-life is
radiation?
with the plus or minus.
Has that been
Cosmic
constant
radiation?
for many thousands of years, at least?
No. Well, no,
No?
yeah, the cosmic
Oh,
radiation is what they claim causes it, creates it.
yeah. Has it been constant?
No.
No? Well, they assume that it has been. It's one of
Well,
the
no,
assumptions.
They make assumptions based on the air composition, which they measure. So they measure the air composition for ancient times, and then they use that to determine what the carbon should have been at that given time.
Yeah, they
So
assume that the nitrogen supply available to be acted upon has been constant. And that in that time period. Yeah. They assume they use, just like what's it said earlier, they use a straight line. They said, oh, yep, this is the number that we're going to use. We're going to base all of our assumptions on this. But we all know that in reality, wear and fatigue of everything in this world changes. Sometimes things never fossilize. Sometimes they fossilize in a few years. Like there's all different conditions that can be considered. Not everything has the same exposure. Not everything gets the same weather. This is why we put covers on our cars.
The reason they have a plus or minus is because of
They
the
don't
details
know.
that can obviously get, because the details that can obviously change it. But the reason why they don't just assume that the carbon-14 would be the same amount all throughout history is because it's the reason why they measure they get measurements of the air for the past, and they use this to determine what the carbon-14 should be at that time. But it's not only that, because they don't just look at the carbon-14
But
at
that's
that time.
also an
They
assumption.
compare the carbon-14 and the daughter product. So there's multiple things that go into it.
This sounds like something where you could literally take multiple parts of a sample and cook your results. Especially if you have other samples that you're trying to basically what did Jay say earlier? That if the dating method doesn't work, then you try to look at where you found it. But this is actually what they do.
Exactly.
Where did you find it? How did you what year did you give that area? How have you associated this area? Or this sample? It's literally all assumption, other than the vague hope for a scientific process, which couldn't exist, even if they wanted it to. So it's literally not science. They may use sciencey things, but there's literally no science to it.
A lot of science to it, and the reason why they would verify it based it on where they got it from is to further confirm it or give it reason to doubt. And so if they like, for archaeology at least, when they're dating certain things for maybe some like an old civilization or whatever, they'll use multiple. They never just use one method, or they never just trust one method. They try to corroborate the dates they get from this to dates they get from something else, and they have to do this, otherwise you can end up almost always getting a wrong result.
Yeah, well, how do you know what a right result is?
Like I said,
See,
with
this is the
multiple
problem,
areas
and this is
corroborate
the
each other.
whole circular logic thing.
It's not circular logic. If multiple
It's
things are
totally
saying the same
circular
thing,
logic.
it's circular logic. If multiple things are telling you the same thing, that gives you confidence that that thing is correct. It's not circular logic.
Yeah, and if you don't get that, what do? You grab another sample?
No, you can get another sample, or you can go back to the drawing board because
Yeah.
you don't have a
Exactly. You
conclusive
grab another
result.
sample. See, how do you know what's contaminated and what isn't? If you get the result you're looking for or something close, is it the processes? Is it the sample? Is it is it because the air was different on one day out of the millions of days that you're claiming to it have existed? Like, the fuck are you guys on about? It's so obviously
That's why you
bullshit.
don't take one piece of data. That's why you don't.
It's
pull one
so
piece of
obviously
data, so you don't
bullshit,
get
bro.
anomalous.
Like
You get
I can't. I
anomalous
just
detail.
can't. I can't. This is why I don't talk too much. I just can't with you guys. You're fucking zealots. That's
good.
all it is.
I got questions about the ice core sample thing, but
Go
I'm
suck
just
a
gonna
dick.
wait till Kosho gets his mic fixed because I can't. I can barely hear you right now.
Yeah, no problem.
You're mad low, bro. I got a lot of background noise. I keep turning my volume up when you talk, and then Rig talks and blows my eardrums out. I can't do it.
It is pretty interesting timing in terms of that Willard Libby guy, and right around the World War II, and then he was part of the Manhattan Project, and then just looking here at some of like on Wikipedia, just like the claimed history of it. It's pretty shady to think that was all happening right around World War II. And then obviously they came right fresh out of that into the sort of new world of NASA and the United Nations and this kind of current phase that we're in. And they were going to be selling the globe even that much more, and the evolution and all of this whole paradigm. But this guy was obviously involved in various different government projects. This was not just like a dude just sitting in a lab somewhere inventing something amazing. Like, oh my God, it even says right here. In 1962, he became the director of the University of California Statewide Institute of Geophysics and Planetary Physics, a position he also held until 1976. His time as director encompassed the Apollo space program and the lunar landings. So it just happens to be
how convenient. What a genius, right?
Hold
if
on,
you look
who's
more
this
into
guy?
these people in that document I sent you, Geo, you're going to find everything is related. All of it. It all connects.
Hold on, who's the guy you were just reading off?
This is the guy that won the Nobel Prize and is attributed to inventing carbon dating and radiometric dating. This is that guy.
He's all tied into NASA and shit. Get the fuck out of here.
He's part of the Manhattan Project, and he does. Well, go ahead and read it again. Read it again. He didn't hear you.
Ooh, what the part I read?
Yeah. Just read that part again. Like his accreditations, accomplishments.
Yeah, there's a lot. He was involved in a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, then look up Martin Kamen. That guy's stinky as shit. Very stinky. Stank.
Like, what are the chances this guy would invent this carbon dating, radio dating methods, and also be involved in NASA? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, if you're a chemist. Go ahead.
Oh, good.
Got to be like a crime or something.
Yeah, he was a physical chemist noted for his role in the 1949 development of radiocarbon dating, a process which, quote unquote, revolutionized archaeology and paleontology. And then he won the Nobel Prize in 1960. During World War II, he worked in the Manhattan Project's substitute alloy materials laboratories at Columbia University, developing gaseous diffusion process for uranium enrichment. After the war, Libby accepted professorship at the University of Chicago's Institute for Nuclear Studies, where he developed a technique for dating organic compounds using carbon-14. He was the General Advisory Committee of the Atomic Energy Commission. He sided with Edward Teller on pursuing a crash program to develop the hydrogen bomb, participated in the Atoms for Peace program, and defended the administration's atmospheric nuclear testing. And then the other part I read is that he was apparently the head of, or the director of this Institute of Geophysics and Planetary Physics, which was the part that was directly related to the Apollo missions and the lunar landings.
I mean, if all those things are related, then how's it a coincidence?
Hey, what do you care, Skylane? You're supposed to be driving.
Well, it's just like we're talking about some of the questions about some of these things. And it's just like this guy, like this is not just some, like I said, just some scientist working in a lab somewhere that just discovered radiocarbon dating. This guy's about as deep as it gets within military, atomic bomb, Manhattan Project, Apollo landings. This guy's got connections to all kinds of shit.
Yeah, this guy's knee deep in the sauce.
Yeah.
I mean, he was part of the Manhattan Project was all about splitting the atom. So he's an atomic physicist. It makes sense that he's involved in radiometric dating for that same reason. Same reason that he would be involved in
the Apollo mission, since most of their scientific endeavors were involved in geologic testing, and the rocks they were bringing back were, partially to help date the Earth. So, because all those samples are the samples that I'm talking about, like the type of stuff you'd be looking for doing radiometric dating, stuff that is untampered with, and you can be sure that the age you can be sure of the age of those rocks rather than ones that are found here on Earth, where weather and all that type of stuff will totally contaminate most of your samples.
Yeah, but I mean, like, okay, this is on the radiocarbon dating site. It says, soon after the publication of Libby's 1949 paper in Science, magazine, or some journal, Science, universities around the world began establishing radiocarbon dating laboratories. And by the end of the 1950s, there were more than 20 that were active. Research laboratory, 20 active carbon-14, or is that what it is? 14C research laboratories?
Yeah.
What does that
say? Carbon dating?
Yeah, but why does it say 14C?
It's carbon-14.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's backwards. But anyways, all right. It quickly became apparent that the principles of radiocarbon dating were valid, despite certain discrepancies, the causes of which then remained unknown. The development of radiocarbon dating has had a profound impact on archaeology, often described as the radiocarbon revolution. I'm just saying, dude, just looking at the timeline of it, it's like this guy's like balls deep in all of these government and military testing and organization things, and then they're going to hold up this idea as revolutionizing everything. It's like, you don't see how there could be some foul play in there, that they are using their like the impact that they can have financially and so on to just, oh, this guy revolutionized this thing. Now we're going to open up a bunch of these laboratories, and now it's the gold standard.
Yeah, anybody who one person could look at and say they had a successful life, like Elon Musk, for example, another person could look at them and say, oh, well, that he's got the potential for, somebody to completely, to completely just, invent some narrative that, and totally being everybody's, bullshit. Same thing with those other guy, Jeff Bezos, because he's got Amazon, he has all this other bullshit, and so he can completely be, just put there just to, get everyone's information or shit like that.
Do you know about
but he could also
his
just
grandfather?
He could just also be a successful person. So,
do you know about his grandfather?
No, nor his mom, nor his son. I don't know.
Yeah, he started DARPA.
Okay.
Ooh,
just a fucking coincidence.
Another punch to the gut.
He's just successful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Amazon was a book company for a long time. I mean, DARPA's given us a lot of stuff.
Facebook?
Went over the internet.
No. Was it DARPA or was that that was CERN gave us the internet?
Well, no, CERN had the email. They had emails that they were setting up and gave to each other, but I think it was DARPA that where the infrastructure came from. They've given us a lot of stuff. I mean, they're basically just a governmental scientific agency, which can be dangerous, but
R&D.
I think the government should be doing more science.
Why would you want the government doing more stuff? They fuck everything up they touch. They haven't done anything right.
More science.
Yeah.
I said more science. What I said.
Yeah, they fuck
because they do
up.
things that because they do a bunch of other shit that you have to pay taxes for. I'm saying I would prefer that they do less of that and more scientific investigation or research or anything like that. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that's what I'd rather be spending money on.
The government has fucked everything up they've ever touched. Why would you want them getting into science?
They already do science, and I said that I'd rather them doing that than where the money goes currently. I mean, you could take the money away from them altogether. That's fine too. But since we have to give them so much money and they're spending it on, welfare and war, and lining their pockets, then what's the issue with doing more science instead of that?
I mean, dude, that'd be a little bit like a girl who is like has hit years of history of like cheating on her boyfriends, and then someone wants to date her, to try to have her be monogamous. I don't know. Maybe that's not the best example. I'm just saying, dude, asking the government to do your science for you is like going to something
That's what I said.
Already.
Bro, that's how I met the girl. She was cheating on her boyfriend, bro.
But Gio, that you totally misrepresented what I said, because I'm not saying I think the government should take away the science from other people and instead do it themselves. I'm saying instead of doing what the government is currently doing, I'd rather them be spending their energy and the money we're giving them on science. The other alternative would be not giving them money at all or giving them less money, which I would prefer as well. But since we are giving them money to do A, B, and C, instead of doing those things, I would prefer them, more money in NASA and research and science. That would be where I'd rather be, the community money spent.
Yeah, but they're already running the biggest scam on earth. They're already lying about space and all this other stuff. They're already just hustling humanity for billions of dollars. So you want to give them more money to do more?
No. Again,
it's like arguing for communism. It's just never been done the right way.
It's like I repeat myself, and this is what bothers me, because let me just make this clear. I do not think we should give them more money. My preference would be to give them less money. Let's make that clear. Now, in a world where we're giving them the money we're giving them currently, I'd rather not spend it on what we're spending it on and instead spend it on science. So I'm not saying we should give the government more money to do science. I'm just saying the money that's already allocated to the government, I'd rather them be doing science than what they're doing.
You'd rather the girl cheat on you than cheat on her boyfriend.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think
how about this? If you don't agree with me, then that's a little weird. Okay? That's just a little weird. If you don't agree with what I said, then that's just weird. I would have to say that all of you, even though you're criticizing what I said, all of you agree with me. So I don't know why you're laughing at it. It's either because you don't understand what I'm saying or because you just, I don't know. But all of you agree.
I think there's tremendous channels and lineages of pseudoscience that the government is involved in, and corruption in terms of skewing all kinds of information and using money and all kinds of suppressing real ideas, all kinds of those components. So yeah, I would not be in support of giving them any more leeway to continue doing that.
So you would rather them spend money on war and line their pockets than instead taking that money to do science with it?
Well,
like $1 trillion for the war fund.
Both are bad, but the science they're going to do with it is just going to fuel their war efforts. So I don't see how that's. Yeah, I think it'd be better to take the money, not give them the money, and give people food that are starving, help homeless people. Yeah, there's a lot of things we could do better with the money than just giving it to a massive scam.
Yeah, but do you think that what we're currently doing with the money is better? 'Cause that's all I'm saying. I agree with you. There's other things you could do instead of science. That's true too. But currently, with the money we're giving them, I don't see why it's such a weird thing to say that instead of giving them money to do what they're doing currently, I'd rather them be doing more research and science and this kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you in theory that if it was accurate science that was not corrupt, but if it's already corrupt, that's what I'm saying. It's sort of like, why give them more money to do more corruption?
Dude, the science we need has already been discovered. Everything we fucking need about science has been discovered. We've gone way too far down the deep end, and it's only causing more problems. It's out of the symbiosis that which is life and earth and nature. And we've gone way too fucking smart-tard. Way too much.
What if we could discover the cause of gravity? What could we do then?
Good luck.
If we could figure out the cause of it and then figure out how to manipulate it.
Right. Yeah. I guess you'd be out of a job then.
Wait a minute. How could you say that we've done too much science, but none of you guys have agreed upon map of the world?
Oh no, that's a study.
Point.
No, that's a study of the Earth. That's
right.
Entirely different. The tools we need for that already exist. So if you're talking about if you're just using the broad term like science and you're saying, oh, well, I want to measure the Earth, well, then yeah, I agree with that. But I'm talking about like R&D, new discovery type shit. Like actually, there should be a technological limit. Like we should not be assuming that like technology is the answer to all of our prayers. If anything, it's the opposite.
I absolutely disagree with everything that's been said in the past minute.
We'll add it to your file. Thank you for letting us know.
You think that you guys have a map of the world, Jeremy?
I'm just kidding, because you just said it. I absolutely disagree. That's all you said. Oh, okay, well, duly noted.
Hey, can I interrupt real quick just to see if I can get a quick answer to a question?
The answer is maybe.
I'm
just kidding. Go ahead.
Do any of you guys know where I can find how much thrust the lunar module of Apollo 11 had? Like, how strong was the thruster?
Yes.
How much? Because I'm making a simulation here, and I'm trying to land the lunar module in my simulation, but I'm not sure if my thrust is too strong or...
You got some weak thrust there, buddy.
When you're doing your simulation, see how you don't pick up any dirt on the landing pads, but Neil makes his first step is a nice clear imprint.
Yeah,
this nice dust.
I'm not being able to not crash into the surface. If I try to descend from the orbit, I just crash into the surface. But I think my thrusts are too weak.
Have you ever played Space Flight Simulator?
No.
Yeah. Anyways, I have the Apollo 11 real-time mission experience. And let me see if that data is in here. Hold on.
Nerds. Oh, I'm hot mic'd.
Yeah, and by the way, Jeremy, if you overshoot when trying to orbit the moon, you don't miss the moon. Moon keeps pulling you around. Even if you're going too fast for the orbit compared to the orbital speed, you still big is pulled by the moon. It's not that easy to get away from the gravitational pull of the moon.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Or what was the original?
Like I put the module on the orbit around the moon, and if I shoot the module faster than that, like faster than the orbital speed, it still goes around with the moon around the Earth. Like it doesn't miss the moon, as Odysee was saying, could easily
Oh
do
yeah, of
happen.
course.
But the
You
moon
got-
is
you got
moving
the-
through space. Go ahead.
Go ahead, man.
The moon's moving through space. Obviously, if the lunar lander wants to land on the moon, you need to be going with the moon in that path through space. Otherwise, you're not going to make it, right?
Sure. Yeah, I understand your argument, but you can repeat it again if you want.
That's it.
You know that
You're trying to touch this thing. If you don't keep up with the motion that it's doing, you're never going to touch it.
you know in every
Sure, but
every
it pulls you towards it, right?
Well, and
Every
you're
time I've
creating
tried
that
to land-
case space-time well. Go ahead.
every time I've tried to land on it with Spaceflight Simulator, if I'm pretty sure that NASA does the same exact thing. They just orbit the Earth and then extend their orbit on one side of the Earth, so on the opposite side that the moon is on, so that other side is so basically what they end up with is an orbit that's around the Earth, where one end is far away enough that it's extending to where the moon is. And so if they miss the moon for some reason, especially if the moon's nowhere near, so let's say that because usually what I do in that game is I just pull my orbit to that size and then orbit the Earth a bunch of times until my orbit intersects the moon. But if you timed it right, then your orbital path would just intersect the moon. So in neither case though are you going to just fly past the moon. Like
Okay, so they say in Luna 1, 1959, spacecraft missed the moon and went into solar orbit. Then you have Pioneer 4. Pioneer 4 passed within 60,000 kilometers of the moon, returned data on lunar radiation levels, but then entered a solar orbit. So the official story is that the reason it took so long to go to the moon was they kept shooting at the moon and then missing the orbit and going further past it into solar orbit. So when you guys claim that you can't just miss the moon and not go into orbit, you're claiming that all of the space agencies and all of the stories you believe in were a lie.
No, actually, I said what I said to begin with for the reason that you could understand it. If you just shoot for the moon, that's a totally different story. Shooting for the moon is not the same thing as orbiting the Earth and waiting for your orbit to intersect the moon.
Yeah, and I was saying it was from once you're already orbiting the moon and you want to land. I was talking about that specific period. Once you're already orbiting the moon. Not how to get to orbit the moon, but once you're orbiting the moon and you're trying to land, the argument I understood from you was that it would be very easy to miss the moon or just stop following the moon if you're no longer orbiting the moon. That's not true. If you try to
you
land,
have to account
first
for
of
the
all,
differential in the orbit when you landed. The moon
Sorry?
will be moving away from you objectively.
The moon's pulling you towards it.
It's not
much
the
easier
same
to
rate
fall
as
towards.
Oh my god!
If you wanna land, you're faster than the surface. You have to slow down. If you slow down, then the gravitational pull of the Earth pulls you towards it, because now you don't have tangential speed enough to escape the moon, so you fall towards it. It's very easy to
account for both the orbit and the rotation to land on the moon.
Sorry?
You have to account for the orbital speed and the rotation to land on the moon.
Yeah, well, the orbital speed is like 3,000 miles an hour, while the surface of the Earth is like 11.
The moon,
the
yeah.
surface is just.
I mean, in simple terms, Witsit, if you're orbiting the moon and you want to land, you just slow down and you'll fall. Yes.
No, you have to leave the orbit and you have to continue to have you can slow down out of your orbit, but you're still going fast over the moon as you decline. That's the actual official story. As you descent, you are still going pretty fast, and then you're going to try to match your velocity to it and then get a ground speed of 0 based on the rotation and land.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So the official story is you do have to account for the orbit of the moon whenever you leave the orbit. That's what NASA said. So
the orbit of the moon around the Earth?
Yes.
No, that's negligible once you're already orbiting the moon.
You're not still already orbiting the moon when you leave the orbit, though.
You are actually more than orbiting because you're falling towards it.
We need like a buzzer for when they say the word negligible.
Yeah, like every time.
Well, that's pretty much what happens if you apply the Newtonian rules to this three-body system. It turns out that the influence of the Earth, you can't even see it.
No one's talking about that.
Okay, so it doesn't matter that it's orbiting the Earth. If that's exactly what I'm saying. The orbit of the moon around the Earth, it's something that you don't even notice. And
So we
this
could go
kind of
any
simulations.
speed, and the moon's going to pull us around it.
Huh?
We can just go any speed, and the moon's going to pull us around it.
No.
Right. So we have to have a certain speed relative to our mass and altitude above the moon.
Not to fall toward it, yeah.
Oh, so you can fall going any speed.
No.
Oh.
There's nothing you can claim about any speed. Everything's dependent on speed.
So we have to account for how fast the moon is moving.
No.
Oh, so you just completely ignore that and you just maintain an orbit no matter what speed you go.
I didn't say no matter what speed you go. But your speed had nothing to do with the fact that the moon is orbiting the Earth. Once you're orbiting the moon, you're not gonna just miss the moon. Now it's very hard not to fall towards the moon if you want to land, because any attempt of landing, it's gonna make you fall towards the moon, not just miss the moon. That's
NASA
just
objectively said they had to account for both rotation and the orbital motion of the moon when they landed. That's the official story.
I can't find that.
Yeah, I can find
That's
that.
not-
I watched the video that you sent, and I didn't see anything like what you're arguing about.
Okay, so
On
did
that
you see
video.
the part where they describe actually coming down out of orbit and then having to pull up to land on the moon?
Yeah, that
What'd
part.
they say?
Yeah,
What they say about the velocity leaving?
yeah. They said
They said-
Go ahead.
Baby. Well, I was going to say that they said that they had to match their velocity with the altitude. That is true, because because when the way that they lower their craft to the moon is not just by putting thrust in the opposite direction. It's also by matching the velocity as they're lowering. Because if they just went down, if they just acted downwards while they're in orbit, it's not going to do what you'd think it would do. It's going to change their orbital path. Like they're going to keep their velocity, their tangential velocity that they had, and they're just going to be lower, and that is going to fuck up their orbit, their path.
Yeah, specifically
But-
how?
Well, if they just go straight down and they keep it that same velocity, then the other side of their orbit is going to extend.
And what's going to happen with the relative position of the moon and the lander?
Nothing until they get to the other side of their orbit.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing until they get to the other side of their orbit. That's right.
So
yeah.
if I just fall out of an orbit, I'm going to keep moving at the same rate with the moon as I was if I was in the orbit around the moon.
You can't fall out of an orbit. Like I said, they're decreasing their altitude. They'd be decreasing their altitude.
What's a
Not falling
decay?
out of it.
What's a decay, Kosher?
It's when you decrease in altitude.
So how low could we decay to? Just out of curiosity, like could we decay to 10 feet above the moon?
Yeah, if you want, just like I just said, if you were staying in your same orbital, if your same tangential velocity, and you just put your thrusters upward so that you just went downward towards the moon, what that would do is that would extend your orbit on the opposite side of the moon, such that if you were to actually go out to the other side of the moon, you'd now be further away on that side.
Yeah, that's the same thing I got here.
I mean, there's no
It
atmosphere.
makes
Why don't
your
they
orbit
just-
elliptical.
If there's no atmosphere, why don't they just decay their way on down to the ground?
Because that's not what you wanted. Because you don't want to do that. When you get to the ground, you're going to be traveling just as fast as you were when you were up at the with the other craft, and you're not
Actually
going to
faster.
that.
Incorrect.
That's exactly what would happen.
Wait. You guys think that they went the same speed all the way down from orbit?
No, that's what I'm
No.
saying. They didn't do. That's why they had to change their speed. They were corresponding their speed such that as they lowered, they were applying the correct thrust forward as well, so they would slow down at the same rate.
Did you say that the speed increases as the orbit decays?
No, the speed's not going to be your speed. Your speed tangentially would be consistent at that position.
At that position. You see how we're talking about changing position.
No, yeah, at that position. So even if you raise altitude or lowered altitude, your tangential velocity would be consistent if all you did was raise altitude or lower altitude. But it would change the shape of your orbit on the
So
opposite
do they
side.
have to change velocity relative to how high they were above the moon? Yes. Or
Yes.
no? Okay. So they were
Exactly
accounting
right. That's
for
what we've been
orbit
saying.
plus rotation.
Yeah, since the beginning.
So they had to account for orbit and rotation. So whenever Neil Armstrong had to manually do it because the navigational system went down, how did he account for both the orbital velocity difference and the rotational velocity while he was manually landing just based on visual alone?
Well, once
Man,
you're
with
low
a
enough,
slide rule, man. Don't
when
you
you're
know?
low enough on vision alone, that's very easy to do because you're already going slow enough. You can see the ground. It's like if you can see the ground, you can see. I don't know why it's a difficult question.
Just
If
give
you
me
see
a
the
slide
ground,
rule.
you're not having to. You can easily detect if you're going to be going too fast forward or backward or side to side or whatever.
Oh, he can easily detect exactly what.
Yeah, you just go
velocity-
against.
Hey, how long did Neil Armstrong do it manually?
It just go against
15
where the.
minutes.
It
What?
just go against the direction in which you see the floor going. If the floor
Yeah,
is going
exactly.
against you from the right, then you go towards the right. That's it.
Okay, so which
At some
direction was
point,
it going relative to them?
it's sorry.
What direction was it going relative to them?
Yeah, relative to them.
Yeah, what direction was it going relative to them?
I'm guessing backwards. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why that matters.
What does it matter? They can control the lunar module.
In my
You
mind,
just
I
turn.
picture
That's not what they claim they did.
in my mind, I picture
problem.
Yeah. So what's the problem?
that you
Going
guys
like-
make up stuff, and I'm talking about what the government claimed they did.
What did we make up? Stop
just
saying
make
that
up
all the time,
they
like every
can
2
do this, they
sentences.
can
It's a
do
portion
that.
attack.
You don't even know the answer. No, dude. They said they have to account for orbital motion and rotational motion. That's what they said. And that when you leave the orbit, you have to maintain a certain velocity relative to that. Now, the point that's interesting, of course, is you're going to have to account for the angular rotation in both scenarios, the angular momentum of both scenarios, and you're going to have to actually account for the direction of the rotation relative to the orbit.
That's all visual. Like if your angular rotation isn't aligning with the surface, then you're going to be tilting relative to the surface.
How's it all visual? You can't tell when you're on the moon which way the moon is orbiting
You
at the
can
same
see
rate as the rotation.
As you're trying to land, all you want to do is just sync with the surface. So just go against whatever is not synchronized with the surface.
So he can just look at it and know. It doesn't have to worry about his angular velocity as he's coming down out of orbit because allegedly he did it for multiple minutes.
Looking at it is
Multiple
doing
minutes,
it.
Bacon.
If you're
Multiple
looking at it
minutes.
and trying to sync, then that's exactly what you're doing. You're trying to account for all that you're talking about.
Okay, so you guys believe that the total descent from like 60 miles was 12 minutes, and that they don't even release how long they claim he was manual, right? So a minimum of like 3 or 4 minutes of that. He manually maintained a certain velocity relative to his angle and his altitude coming down out of the orbit, and then maintained a ground speed of 0 once he was over there by pulling up and matching the rotation of the Earth. And he did all of this visually.
I think it was less than 2 minutes. And much
Really
less than 2 minutes.
cite it.
And also,
I mean, the entire
I think-
recording
You just made
is,
that up.
The entire dude. The entire recording is on tape, and he says when there's a fuel left, like they are saying that the whole time. And I think whenever he took controls of it, was like right before that.
No, actually,
It's like 2 minutes or less.
so you think and I think and no, they didn't even.
I'm saying I listened to the
They haven't
recordings,
even
and it sounds
publicly
like 2 minutes
released
or
the amount
less.
of time. They haven't even answered the question publicly.
The recordings are doing online. You can look at it right now.
The
So
recording
it'll
doesn't
say exactly
say when
when
he
that
starts
was.
to manually fly it.
I mean, I'll find it in literally 20 seconds. And
It doesn't say when he
we'll go
starts
from
to
there.
manually fly it.
Just wait 20 seconds so Coach can find it.
Oh, Bacon, you know you know the exact amount of time he flew it manually?
No.
Because they
Never
haven't
claimed
said
that.
it. They literally haven't publicly released that, nor have they explained what he did once
Also-
he manually did it.
Also,
So?
the manual guidance was just for thrust, I believe, and lateral control. I believe that the stabilizing sides were continuously controlled by gyro with the guidance computer. So
The computer went down.
Yeah, that would be his lateral control that went down, not his gyroscopic control.
Oh, how convenient. So the part that would be really difficult to do
He
manually,
just
it
said the
didn't go
computer
down.
went down. He just said the computer went down, and then he said the computer maintained the gyroscopic function of it, and then proceeded to say that his lateral or his other shit went down.
Well,
Like,
according to
No,
him, he wouldn't even have to
no,
account for anything. All you have to do is look at the ground. It's super easy.
So gyroscopic control is going to provide you with basically what you could consider y-axis stability and x-axis stability, and what he's doing is providing directionality downward and also thrust downward.
if that's automated by the computer, and the computer goes down, ain't he going to have to account for that? Just saying.
I don't get how a gyro helps you in this situation.
The gyroscopic stability is what's controlled by those little side thrusters up at the top. Specifically, it basically keeps you pointed in the direction that you want without drifting off the direction that you're pointing.
Yeah, it keeps your rigidity in space to a.
No, it does not keep it.
certain
It keeps the vector that you end up controlling or adjusting for manually. It keeps you on that vector.
You think they had drone technology back then? I mean,
Hold on. What does the gyroscope do?
It provides lateral stability for when you when you provide a direction pointing down in one way or another. Okay. Or you say, hey, I want to go 5 degrees to the left. It provides stability both as you're transitioning that 5 degrees and on whatever that 5 degree heading vector that
they did that with a physical. They did that with a physical gyroscope.
No, and so what you're going to have is you're going to use a gyroscope or some type of gyroscope. It might be a directional gyro. It might be a 3-dimensional gyro. There's a couple different types of gyros that you can use. I'd have to look up which one it would be. You can essentially use analog. You can essentially use analog systems to adjust for that. In fact, the reason I know a little bit about this is because the first type of directional autopilots that came out for general aviation in the 1960s and the 1970s were based on this exact concept.
You're describing a MEMS, right?
I don't know if a MEMS was what was on the lunar module. I couldn't tell you.
That's what you're describing, though, bro. That was all I'm saying. No, it wasn't. That's what you're describing.
I remember saying it was like one of the most sophisticated gyroscopes, the one they use on the LEM. But I forget exactly all the details of it.
So all it did is it just provided lateral stability essentially, so that he didn't have to control the stability. He just had to control the the travel vector and also the thrust. Which it's not that that's not complicated, but it just allows you to have a little bit of stability while you're trying to do.
They couldn't make it work on Earth.
Yeah, that's a good one. Do we have any footage of Neil Armstrong? Because I've seen footage of him crashing that shit. Do you have any footage of him where he actually successfully flew or landed that thing or whatever?
No, he never did. That's one of the heroic things is never was able to successfully do it on the moon. I mean, on Earth, but they did it on the moon.
Okay, awesome. So, Globers, do we have any footage of him actually successfully landing that thing on Earth, or?
I mean, I've seen it, but there's plenty of it, I think.
Yeah, I don't know anything about those missions.
They specifically said that it was incredibly difficult to leave the orbit and maintain the particular velocity they needed as they descended. Like, they specifically said it was very difficult. But no, Bacon and Kosho says super easy. You can do it manually. Just look at the ground. Don't even worry about it.
Nobody said that, dude. Just stop lying. Literally just stop lying, guys.
I'll give you a dollar if you stay 10 minutes without throwing anyone.
That is what you did.
Do we have where do they say that at? Was it because these guys aren't believing?
No. And in the video,
all you have to do is look at the ground. It's super easy. That's what they said.
In the video
where's NASA saying? Hold on, Brian. Where's NASA saying that it was super difficult?
I gave the documentary where the astronaut himself says that that whenever they were when they left and descended, had to maintain a velocity outside of after they left orbit, it was very difficult and very tricky.
Yeah, in Vincent's video, the guy said that there was a window, and they got outside that window that had to abort the mission, and they were already outside that window, I think 30 feet, at the majority of it, and so they didn't stay with they didn't.
That's not what he said.
Yeah, but they were outside. They were already outside where they were supposed to be, about 30 feet.
That's not what he said.
And they were actively, debating about ending the mission.
Why are you lying about what he said?
I'm telling the truth of what they said. Maybe you
you're
forgot.
trying to bring up
video
something
you
else
posted.
in the
That's what they
video.
said.
You're trying to intentionally bring up something else in the video and pretend it somehow is responding to what I just said. So he specifically stated that the trickiest part that was very difficult was leaving the orbit and maintaining the proper velocity as you go down. He literally explains how that was super tricky and scary. But no, he's talking about aborting it or something. No, that's totally different part of the video. You guys acted like you could just look at the ground, no big deal. It's super easy.
The entire time, the mission control was telling them how far they were outside of their speed. They're supposed to be, like, they were supposed to match their speed with altitude, and at close to the time before, where they're like right before the minute point. I remember them saying that they said you're 30 feet. You're 30 feet from your supposed velocity, and like what's shit like that. So.
Again, so the guy explained that once you leave the orbit, that it's super tricky and difficult to maintain the right velocity as you descend.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is, you're not leaving the orbit. When they say leaving the orbit, they're talking about leaving the orbit that
non sequitur
the command craft is on. They're not talking about leaving the orbit of the moon, because they're orbiting the moon the entire time.
Cool. Thanks for your non sequitur bullshit, straw man. Try to respond to the actual point. Oh, it's so funny, Bacon. You both said that you could just look at the ground. It's super easy. The astronaut said it was.
No, we were. Yeah, we didn't say. Yeah, we didn't say that about just
they have a video game, guys.
Just particularly to how you know if you're synchronized with the surface.
They're playing a video game, so that's how they know. They're playing a video game.
Just for people who actually want to pay attention or want to know the facts, what we said was once you're close to the ground, so about a minute before he landed and stuff, when he's already close to the ground, like 100 feet, couple hundred feet, and he can see the ground, he's obviously already slowed down enough horizontally. And he's already
only manually fly it for a couple hundred feet.
He doesn't need to hear how fast he needs to be traveling forward or backwards to land, because he can see the surface and he can easily use that to land. That's what we said.
Just made up that he was only a couple hundred feet up once he manually flew it. You literally just baselessly made.
No, I didn't say when he manually flew. I said when I was just describing that part specifically.
Well, we're talking about the part that was difficult.
I'm just talking about that part, but that was the part me and Bacon were talking about him not needing that to land.
I'm talking about the part that was difficult whenever he was descending further and further, having to maintain a certain velocity, and his navigational computer supposedly went down. It has nothing to do. You guys want to pretend that it's as easy as landing a drone on the ground. A 5-year-old could just pull their phone out and do it. He could see the ground, no problem at all.
That's
not what
exactly
it said.
What we said.
They said it was super difficult to maintain a certain angular velocity as you descended, and then they claimed that for multiple minutes he did it manually. Oh no, he could just see the ground. He was just a couple hundred feet up. It's super easy. These are all completely irrelevant comments.
Oh, we were talking about that with specific things, like knowing if your speed is matching the surface or not. You could just look at the ground to know that.
Okay, cool. You want to address my point now, or still no?
Your point isn't against my point. I'm just mentioning something and saying that I said something that goes against it, which I didn't.
So
if I respond to your point, I'm baiting a straw man.
I got it.
I'm biting a straw man.
You can't address my point. Gotcha.
Yeah, because it doesn't go with what I was saying.
No one cares what you were saying. I'm making the point that you guys want to pretend isn't real, which is, according to NASA themselves, it's extremely difficult to leave where the rocket was and descend to the moon, because you have to maintain a very specific window of velocity, and that it went down, the computer went down, and he had to finish it off manually.
He's getting data from mission control the whole time.
None of that is related to what points.
Actually, there's a delay from mission control. Try again.
There's a second delay. That's fine.
No, he said it was more than a second, actually. He said the dude said from mission control, Gene Kranz himself is in the documentary I sent you guys.
He literally really imprecise. The only thing that he had to control was the lateral positioning and the thrust. Now, that is a lot of work, but you're being disingenuous when you say he had to do everything manually, because he didn't.
No, he had to maintain a certain velocity as he descended.
And that's fine. That's thrust control. That's what I already mentioned.
Okay, so how did he know what velocity he needed to have?
Mission Control was saying it to him the entire
Mission
time.
Control, Gene Krantz, who was a flight
I'm
director.
reading the transcript, dude. You can say whatever you want to say. I'm reading the transcript.
I'm not talking anymore because you're a little bitch and you keep interrupting me.
No, that's because he's reading the transcript now.
No, it's because he keeps
There's a lot of
interrupting
interruptions
me.
going on. Everyone relax. Let's if Mission Control was telling them how to land this thing, what's the delay between
1
Mission
second.
Control? Only 1 second.
1 second delay.
Well, Gene,
Yes.
if I can actually say it, I'm going to try one more time because
Go
I'm
ahead, nobody
going to
interrupt.
just do my stream because these people suck. So the truth is that Gene Krantz is in the documentary explaining that it was a significant delay and that he by the time he got the information, he was freaking out because he just got the information for him to try to decide whether or not it was safe for them to land, because it was an unexpected delay. That's what the flight director said. But no, RC, Bacon, and Kosho say that's not true. It was consistently 1 second. It was super easy and super
I didn't say anything about any of that. What the fuck?
Yeah. Let's keep it consistent about what the problem we're trying to say they were relaying here. We're trying to tell you that they were relaying his given altitude with the speed they need to be at, with the speed that they're supposedly at. This is the information they're saying back and forth. It doesn't matter if there's 1, 2, 3 seconds delay. That's enough time for them to relay that information and make adjustments for it.
All right. What's the delay between the ISS?
All they're relaying is their current velocity, their current altitude, and they're telling them what velocity they're meant to be at that altitude. That's it.
By the way, the fact you guys think that there was just a second delay is hilarious. Like the fact you think they sent them to the moon that actually takes closer to 3 seconds. They did it back and forth the whole time for 1 second during this crucial moment where he had to manually fly and maintaining a certain angular velocity and then match the ground speed based on the rotation is hilarious. Just
Okay,
say
so
it.
the 2 plus seconds you're talking about is there and back.
Delay? Could we please get into this delay, because I'm just curious when the people talk on the ISS to people on Earth, I feel like there's like a 10-second delay or something, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a bit of a delay.
That's for streaming video during that time.
Yeah, and here's the transcript, second by second. Here's Armstrong saying something to them. Here's Zara responding 2 seconds later. And then again, they say altitude 1,600, 14 feet, still affairs looking good. And 5 seconds later, Armstrong says 10:30 is good. So there's back and forth within 5 seconds of him responding to them. And who knows if that was because of purely because of delay or because that's when they're responding. But there's not more than 5 seconds of a delay right there.
Yeah, that makes it even worse.
There's conversation that's even.
That's a great point you made. That makes it even worse because it's not even about how fast physically they can get the signal back. They actually have to get the information that they're saying, then understand it, respond to it specifically with guidance, and then send it back.
Yeah, but they don't need guidance at this point. They're just relaying. But from what we're talking about, we're just talking about we're relaying the velocity versus their altitude.
You say they don't need guidance because the story is he just
no, that's not what I'm saying. I love a good
dude. Why the? Oh, dude!
Because you don't listen to what I say and you respond to something I didn't say.
How about this? Interrupt me again. I'm going to mute you. How about that?
Okay, respond to what I said then. Because
interrupt me again. Period. I'm going to mute you. That's the 5th time in a row you've interrupted me.
Well, do you want to know what I actually said? So you respond to that instead.
Well, you want to just stop interrupting me, period? How about that?
Okay, how about you just respond to what you think I said? And I'll just go afterward.
It's every time. How long do we let Kosho come in here like it's his server, and every time someone talks, he gets to interrupt them? How long does that go on?
Yeah, all right. It's not going to go on any longer. I'm modding. Nobody interrupt. If you interrupt, I don't care who you are. You're just going to get temporarily muted. So go ahead, guys.
Okay, so they said that there was this heroic endeavor where he just took it by himself, on his own accord, and started flying around the moon aimlessly to try to pick a place out visually where he was going to land because they missed where they planned it. That's the official story.
Okay, fantastic. So again, what I said was what we're talking about, the subject of our conversation is the dialogue between the people at Mission Control and the people on the LEM and relaying the altitude versus speed corrections. I'm not saying that they did not need navigation because they did share that information too. But in what we're talking about the delay between the velocity versus altitude. So just making that clear. I'm not saying they didn't need navigation.
I didn't say that you said that.
That's how you started your sentence last time. That's why I interrupted you.
No.
Hold on, slow down.
So that's maybe why you shouldn't interrupt so much, huh?
I mean, that's exactly what you said. You said that. You stated those words. Yes, you did.
No. So the point is that apparently they're coming down. They have to maintain a certain velocity, right? And that this is a super tricky, delicate process, according to NASA themselves. Very difficult. Okay? And he's coming down, and then he has to start to manually fly it. And they actually missed their window. So they missed it. They messed up. So he was able to correct what they messed up on manually. They missed the window. He was able to correct it. Have you read the equations? This dude was able to visually correct missing the velocity window, falling from the rocket's orbit, then coming down, descending to the 10-mile-per-hour rotation of the moon surface. And he just did it manually because they missed it, and he was able to correct it live time as to what velocity correction was needed based on his angle and his altitude.
You're misunderstanding what they mean, dude. They don't mean that he missed. I mean, first of all, that's what I told you, that he was outside the window, the velocity versus altitude window, and because he was outside of that, he's not going to end up landing where they're expecting to land. Right, so that doesn't mean that he's outside the window of where the moon's spinning. Like, that doesn't change the what would be needed for him after he's below 2,000 feet at this point. Seeing the surface and knowing how fast he needs to be moving. Right at that point, he doesn't need any altitude versus velocity, corrections, because he can see he's already moving slow enough horizontally where he doesn't need that anymore.
So he didn't have to manually fly it.
How fast it needs to be going.
He didn't have to manually. First of all, don't say you told me. I'm going to send you the documentary that I watched it before I sent it to you. Stop pretending you're telling me stuff you learned from the documentary. Okay, and the point is that whenever it was coming, now you're just basically, first you said 200 feet, now you're saying 2,000 feet. So are you claiming that he didn't manually have to fly it until under 2,000 feet?
No, I'm giving estimations. But I didn't say 200 feet before. I said like a couple hundred feet, whatever. Somewhere between a couple hundred feet, a couple thousand feet. At that point, he can see the ground beneath him, and he's moving slow enough horizontally where even if he wasn't being told anymore the horizontal velocity and needing to know a vertical one, he can assess that himself. That's something that he could determine, because you're not going to be going at the tangential velocities he was going at orbit at that point.
Okay, so what if he had to manually fly it above 2,000 feet?
Then he would have needed more information from them. But at that point, he was still getting that information from them.
Okay, so what you're saying right now is that if it was above 2,000 feet that they claim he was manually flying it, then he wouldn't have been able to do it.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying he was getting information from them about the speeds and the altitudes. At some point, they stopped giving him that information. And I'm saying that at that point, he doesn't need that information because he can see the ground, and he's moving slow enough to where he can make judgments on how fast he needs to be moving horizontally before he can land. Typically, you're not going to be moving at all horizontally when you land. So he can do that just by looking.
Okay, so they claim that they were going like 2,000 miles per hour. Is that right?
In orbit with the command module? Sure.
Okay. So if there's like a couple second delay, you're saying they can just come back and tell him his height, his altitude, and his velocity he needs to maintain with like 2 to 5 second delay, and that's no big deal.
They give you both those numbers together. So if they say 1,600 feet, this many meters per second, then that's gonna obviously pertain to that certain altitude.
But that won't actually be. Don't actually be his altitude or his speed at that time that he receives it. So,
yeah, I have more questions about the delay thing. Like, how does NASA know where the spacecraft is at? It must have taken time for the information to get to NASA, no?
Yeah, but when they're giving them information, they're not saying, okay, you're at this height, you should be at this speed now. They're giving them height and speed at the same time.
But it's not the time
which would always be
at height and speed, though.
Yeah, so NASA gets their height and
corresponding
speed.
height for corresponding speed. They're not giving them one information at a time.
That's irrelevant.
Okay, So NASA gets their height and speed. It takes time for that information to get back to NASA on Earth. Then they send it to the astronauts, and whatever they gave them is not even right anymore because they're now in a whole different spot.
If Armstrong says to him, like he says, over, okay, 5,000, meaning 5,000 feet, and he's saying 100 feet per second is good, and I'm going to check my attitude control. He's giving them two numbers at once. If they get those numbers 5 minutes later, and then they respond with another altitude and another velocity, they're giving that set of information together. Even if there's a delay, that number still pertains. But obviously, they know it pertains.
I don't see
to
how that information is even
a different altitude. They know that it pertained to that altitude.
I don't see how that information is even useful at that point because it's old and they're not even in that spot anymore. But go ahead, what's it?
No, that's the point. It wouldn't be. It objectively wouldn't be. It's such a fish story. It's such like a crackpot story.
Like NASA has to figure out where they're at, and by the time the information gets to NASA, then NASA sends it back to the astronauts. Like that's all just old data, and they're not even in that spot anymore.
Well, how long does it take for the information to go for NASA to get it and send it back?
And solid 3 seconds minimum.
Oh, that sounds like good enough. I'm looking at I'm running the simulation here, and it takes like many seconds for the speed to change by 1 mile per hour, and the altitude hasn't changed so far, and it's varied from 69 to 190.
It descended from 60 miles in 12 minutes.
Yes, 69. Yeah, the orbit was between 69 miles and 190 miles. That was the initial orbit that I found. But yeah, I've been running this for a couple of seconds, and it takes many seconds for like 1 mile per hour to change in this orbit. So it's not something that changes that quickly.
What? You went from over 2,000 miles down to the ground in 12 minutes?
No, I'm talking about during the orbit. Yeah, I can try to get that part too. But so far, the change is very, very slight.
It's not very slight. They went all the way from orbit
so far
down to the surface, descended in 12 minutes, 60 miles. Okay. We're supposed to think that, and that's of course giving them 3 seconds is saying that they immediately knew. But of course, once they receive the data, they're going to have to at least try to figure out, oh, well, it took this long for the data to get to me, right? Which means it's not going that fast.
Yeah, by the time the first by the time NASA even gets the data, that's not even right anymore. And then they're going to give it back to the astronauts. It's really not going to be right at that point.
So 12 minutes before they landed. Oh shit, they were already even lower than that. So 14 minutes before they landed, they were at 46,000 feet. So I don't think they were at 69 miles 12 minutes before they landed.
Oh yeah, it says they descended from 60 miles.
Not 12 minutes before they landed.
It says the descent was 756 seconds or something like that.
Yeah, well, that height wasn't from that 12 minutes prior. Like I said, it says 14 minutes prior. So this is 102.32. They landed at 102.46.55. So this is about 14 minutes prior. They were at 46,000 feet.
So how did they descend from the orbit at 60 miles then?
Must have done it early before that.
Okay.
I'm surprised this isn't all.
The official numbers are getting sketchy. That's weird.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
These are the numbers you're reporting, and I'm telling you the official.
No, that's what NASA reported. It took 756 seconds to go from 60-something miles down.
I'm surprised no one's made like a. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, man.
I'm surprised no one's made like a simulation of this, of exactly what happened, what got said, where. You're building one, Bagan?
Yes, exactly what I'm doing. I'm telling you the whole day.
You're going to tell us the whole story and then how high up he was whenever he started manually flying it, and
I need that data as an input. I'm going to apply the just Newtonian laws and see what happens.
No, I'm talking about the whole timeline where exactly what NASA said happened, laid out in like some kind of like cartoon thing you guys like.
Yeah, but I want to do that under Newtonian laws.
I'm telling you, it's the timeline
Obviously.
will tell you everything about shit. Timelines are
Yes,
huge, bro.
I need that kind of information to get there. So that's why I came here this night. I was asking if anyone knows how strong the thrusts of the lunar module is, so I can put that in the simulation too.
Well, they're unrealistically strong because they're in a vacuum.
But they didn't kick none of the dirt away.
All that matters is how
Neil
much
left.
acceleration they provide to the module.
How they provide
They can't be
acceleration in
that
a vacuum.
strong. They can't be that strong because
By
they didn't
shooting
even
math.
knock away the.
Sorry, go ahead.
The thrusters can't be that strong because they didn't knock away. Neil left a clear footprint and all that dust that was just sitting there. Couldn't have been as strong with thrusters, right?
Well, not when they were landing. For sure.
No. Huh?
It slowed down. It was super easy, Jeremy.
Well, you can see that when you're about to land, you're turning your thrusters down to almost the lowest level. You're not going to have your thrusters up high. Otherwise, you're not going to land, right?
Oh yeah, it's super easy to use thrusters in a vacuum.
No, don't strawman us. But
then leave a footprint.
You're not going to have your thrusters up high, Jeremy. So I wouldn't expect there to be that much dust coming up.
Not a lot of dust kick up from
How
that.
do you use a thruster to go
vertically
something that fast in a vacuum?
You're vertically landing something on another. Is my mic? Do I have the delay thing going on, or do you guys just?
No, I just answered with the question. It just started speaking too quickly. I mean, if someone asks a question and you're going to say something, but it's not an answer to the question, this might happen.
I don't even remember what I was going to say anymore. Doesn't matter.
All right, so yeah, the thrust works by.
No, you guys have convinced me, dude. This definitely happened. Dude, Neil Armstrong's a hero, actually, if you think about it. That dude, how clutch is it that dude decided to just free ball it and just go land wherever he decided to on the moon and barely made it right before. See, you see how it's conveniently this very emotional, heroic story. So it's like, who cares about the details? Did you hear Neil Armstrong is a hero? But it's funny.
And then he never gives an interview.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he never gives an interview or anything. Go ahead, man.
Well, you're delayed. So
I do have a delay. I asked. All right.
Go ahead.
Were you? I don't know.
You're good. Go ahead.
I don't even remember what I was gonna say. Fuck it. Whatever. Just go, guys. I got to get a new mic.
I can respond to that. So, I mean, I don't really care if that's actually happened or not. I'm not even doing this to convince anyone that it happened. I myself am not that completely sure that it happened. But I'm trying to see if there's any valid argument against what the story is. And so far, I haven't seen anything that I can see there's a problem.
Yeah,
I'm even writing simulations so I can. I'm even writing a simulation so I don't have to trust my intuitions on Newtonian mechanics.
Okay, but Bacon, it's that he would have had to manually account for all these variables himself. That makes it even worse.
I don't see why that would be an issue. Like if you're trying to land and the moon is below you, if you accelerate against where you're moving, like you can see the direction you're moving. If you accelerate in the opposite direction, you're going to start to descend. If you turn on that thrust that is right below the module, it's going to slow down your descent. And that's all you have to do. You accelerate against where you're moving, and you turn on the thrust that points downward. I don't see any extra thing you'd have to do.
Well, they claimed that they were going super fast and they had to pull back and pull up. And so they had to pull up to stop and then go down.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely they were very fast because they were orbiting the moon. That's an insanely high speed.
And then they came
that's
down.
Why I'm asking that's why I'm trying to replicate their thrust here. See if what they had could be used to stop the module. That's why I even added controls to my keyboard so I can control the module in the simulation. But I don't think you have done that, and you're already claiming this is a problem. I think you should go ahead.
No, I think if you're using whatever numbers you're using, I wouldn't trust the heights we've been. Just say I wouldn't trust what Witch has been saying, because for some time before they had landed, they were at like 50,000 feet for some time. So I would assume they were orbiting at that altitude, like orbiting at about 55,000 feet, and use those speeds.
How much is that in? I mean, I think in metric. Help me out.
All right, hold on.
You can say miles, but how many feet is a mile? I don't remember.
You can just put in
That's
Google.
about 10 miles.
You can just put in Google convert 50,000 whatever to meters.
Yeah, it's about 10 miles, and so that makes it about
10 miles,
16 kilometers.
Oh yeah, 15,000 feet. You said it's
50,000. 50,000 feet.
Oh, 50, not 15.
50,000 feet. So
right,
close to 10 miles. So
right.
Close to 16 kilometers.
Oh, that's even faster, right? Because unlike we said yesterday, the closer you are to the surface, greater speed you need to orbit it.
Hey, how did they land with that 2.5 miles per hour?
Sorry?
How did they land at 2.5 miles per hour, then 4 forward, drifting to the right a little, 20 feet, down a half? That's what the script says.
Fagan, were you just joking a second ago?
No, we yesterday said that if you're away, further away, you have to go orbit faster because it's a bigger circle, or some justification like that.
Yeah.
No, it's the other way around.
Really? So when you can travel a greater distance going a slower speed?
We don't have to cover the same amount of angle to orbit it. The orbit isn't related to that.
So if the ISS was 30% lower, would it be going faster or slower?
It would have to be going faster to orbit the Earth.
Would it?
Yes.
Kosho, you agree?
Absolutely.
That's exactly right.
That's why I have to agree with when Kosho said yesterday. You have some fundamental misunderstanding on Newtonian mechanics.
Do you think
this kind of thing should be intuitive?
Do you think it would be going, if it was lower, it'd be going slower? Do you think that's true?
Well, I think it has to cover a smaller amount of area.
That's not what determines whether or not you're going to keep orbiting instead of falling. What determines that is how much is the downward acceleration and what's your centrifugal force, given the tangent speed that you have. So the closer you are, the greater is the gravitational pull. So you need a greater tangent speed to have a greater acceleration, centrifugal force.
It's kind of like, to me, it's kind of like a skater pulling in its arm.
Oh, and also the formula for centrifugal force is what is it? mv squared over r. Anyway,
okay, so
I mean, just take a look at
down and the gravity's stronger, lower. We're gonna have to accelerate more to overcome that.
Yeah, you gotta go faster. I mean, how long is an year of Pluto, and how long is a year of Mercury?
That's all pseudoscience. So
that is what happens in Newtonian mechanics.
Newtonian mechanics doesn't even explain any of the solar system. Why are we even using Newtonian mechanics?
They can use Newtonian mechanics to go to the moon and come back and all that stuff.
How convenient!
Exactly. It's very convenient. In the entire solar system, you can use
for the general relativity.
In the entire solar system,
except for Mercury.
Gotcha.
That's right.
Yeah, except it doesn't work, but it does for sure. It doesn't work, but it does work. It does.
No, if you were to make a trip to Mercury that was going to take 100 years, then yeah, you might be off, because there's about the 3 or whatever, however many arc seconds over 100 years that it's off. But everything else will work. If you went to Mercury tomorrow,
wait. If you're off by 1 arc second from here to Mercury, you're off by a couple thousand miles, bud.
No, but it's not from here to Mercury. It's over 100 years.
But that just shows that the dynamic forces relationship that you're claiming is inaccurate. How do you understand that?
Yeah, but it's not inaccurate for all the other things that you want to do.
Oh, so dynamic forces of physics are selectively accurate.
No, the approximation that they give you is good enough such that you wouldn't notice any difference. So it doesn't matter if they're perfect or not. It just matters if you could use them, and you can use them in anywhere in the solar system other than that example.
But no, dude, the dynamic forces prediction is completely the wrong way. Mercury's completely the wrong way. The fact that you've come up with some BS like explanation to explain it away doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, but it's off however 50 arc second or 43 arc seconds over 100 years. That means that if you were to make a trip there that was going to take, I don't know, less than a year, you wouldn't even notice that.
That amount of arc
No, then it
seconds,
resets
I think
after the 100. It resets. It started over, so it's been off. And I mean, dude, to say it's off the arc seconds per 100 years, I mean, your whole model is dating back like billions of years, bro. You can't just reset it every 100 years and say it's back on again.
I didn't get that.
So we can travel a greater distance in the same amount of time at a lower speed.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah. The Bacon's point
not
is
in a lower speed, in a higher speed. If you're closer to the surface,
can we travel a greater distance in the same amount of time with a lower speed?
It's going to be the same distance regardless. But if you're talking about ground distance, like the same speed, if you're talking about the ground distance, like distance above the ground, using the ground, then yes, you can certainly do that.
Why would it be why would it be the same distance? It's going to objectively not be the same.
It's the same distance in free space. Like if you're doing the reference frame of your spacecraft and you're, measuring that way, in that same amount of time, you would travel like 100 lengths of your spacecraft. It would be the same in both cases. But if you're talking about reference frame of the surface of the Earth, then yeah, if you're closer to the Earth, what you're traveling, what the amount of space you're traveling through is going to be more, given that same speed.
Okay, if
you're higher up, you're
I draw a circle around that circle, and then I draw another circle around that circle. Which circle's the biggest?
They don't like
the higher one.
Which circle's the biggest?
The higher circle.
Okay. So when you say biggest, does that mean like a greater distance?
Yeah, there's a greater distance, yeah.
Okay. So you guys are saying we can travel that bigger circle in the same amount of time with a lower speed.
No,
you're saying the opposite. Like you can travel in the smaller circle. I mean, you are in a smaller circle. I'm in a bigger circle. I can, even by going faster than you, still not catch up to you in a ground reference because my circle is bigger. So I would have to speed up just to catch up with you.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, then yeah. But what's that related to anything that we're saying?
You brought it up and misrepresented me, I guess. You understand?
No, I was talking about the orbital speed given the height. The bigger the height, the lower is the orbital speed. That has nothing to do with the size of the circle that you're making. It has to do with you being further.
So when we're further, we're traveling a greater distance.
That doesn't matter how much distance. What matters
it doesn't matter. Okay, so distance isn't speed over time.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I'm saying that's not what the amount of distance you're covering isn't what determines if you're going to fall or not. Just your tangent speed. That's what determines it.
Oh. Okay, so it's a magical free fall geodesic that changes everything.
What?
Yeah, that's what you're claiming. You're claiming to go a greater distance with a lower speed. You guys just think orbital mechanics works perfectly, but in reality, it doesn't. It's actually just kinematical. You don't even have the dynamic relationship laid out. That's actual orbital mechanics. You have to use Newtonian mechanics, and it still doesn't work.
Where it doesn't work?
All over the place. The dynamic. It's kinematical. You use a kinematical relationships. You don't even use dynamic relationships. And how are you going to explain the three-body relationship? Aren't we going to also have to account for the effect of the moon? Are we going to have to account for the effect of the moon when we orbit the Earth if the moon is actually slowing the Earth down?
That simulation I'm running has both the moon and the Earth affecting the lunar module constantly.
Really? So can you show us the equation that it did to get a final solution for those three bodies?
Oh, it's not an equation. It's an iterative solution. I mean, you really want to argue that the three-body problem is an issue for Newtonian mechanics?
It's an issue for orbits.
We just changed subjects.
No.
Yeah, tell us more about the final solution.
It's an iterative approach. It's like the easiest solution ever. You Google it in 2 minutes, you're going to find it. I mean, there are at least 10 YouTube videos explaining how to do that.
Yeah,
it's like the easiest shit ever.
The moon and Earth and sun system, it has a simple solution. They use the simplest solution for that. They just turn two of the bodies into a single body. That's the easiest solution for it.
But this is closed solution. If you're not tied to a closed solution, then it's even easier. You don't care about how many bodies there is.
Oh, that's convenient.
Yeah, exactly, and it works.
Because you say it works.
No, I just quoted
You just say things. You just fucking say things.
I
it's hilarious, dude.
I literally just implemented it, and that's not even the first or second. Dude. Then that's not even the first or second or third time that I do something like this.
I like a Hollywood blockbuster too.
Well, the truth is, they admit that there's tons of issues with the complexity of orbits. Yeah.
Yeah, they're complex. I mean, I'm not saying there's no issue.
And they say there's all kinds of variables they can't predict that they can't account for.
Like what?
Like the gravitational forces of the different bodies. Like the solar energy.
That's the equation of Newton. M1 times M2 times G over distance squared. That's the gravitational attraction between the bodies. What do you mean that they can't account for that?
So I know you think you're real smart right now, but maybe you should go read NASA, where they tell you that there's all kinds of difficulties with orbital predictions, and there's many variables they can't account for, including gravitational forces, solar energy, atmospheric effects, and many other things.
Oh, none of that had anything to do with what we're talking about right now.
So you can just, that's right. So you do like a 5-year-old version of an equation that you claim doesn't actually accurately depict reality, and then you jump all the way over here and claim that you can literally do stuff in reality with it.
No, it actually does depict very closely. I mean, it's not going to be accurate in hundreds of years, but it's going to be accurate for, at least a couple of years in my computer with the precision that I'm setting up. I mean, no one's arguing that this is perfect.
So we just get kind of lucky when we send stuff out into orbit.
Sorry?
So we just get lucky when we send stuff into orbit.
No. Did I say that?
You just said that we don't know how to do it perfectly, so we just get lucky.
I didn't say so we just get lucky. That was your part. I'm not sure why would you add that. I don't see any connection.
Okay, so you don't seem to understand things, and this is because you guys just say scripts, dude. And so, like, according to like NASA, right, there are relativistic differences or differentiation between Newtonian orbits and relativistic orbits, and that they can cause significant effects. There is a difference in relativistic Newtonian orbits. So you guys are claiming that they're just the same. They're exactly the same.
I literally didn't even mention relativity.
Okay, that was the whole point, though. That was the whole point, Bacon.
Keep up, dude.
You need to keep up, bro. That was the whole point. You guys keep on bringing up Newtonian mechanics and saying it works perfect for the solar system and for orbits, but it doesn't. According to your own paradigm, it doesn't.
I said they can use it.
Yeah, for a body, for a Earth, Moon, and lunar module system, for a whole month, there's literally nothing that you're going to notice comparing either of those. I mean, Newtonian mechanics is going to be good enough. And it's a lot easier than trying to solve that with relativity.
Oh, it's easier. So therefore, we can put people up in the orbit and hope they don't die because Bacon can do the math on Discord. So does
anyone can do it.
Does
maybe even you?
Hey, do Newtonian orbits assume a symmetrical relationship with the body?
What do you mean?
That there's a symmetrical distribution of the orbit. The gravitational orbit is symmetrical to the body according to Newtonian mechanics.
There's no assumptions about orbit.
You see this.
In this,
I'm just gonna go do my stream.
It sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, because you have no idea what we're talking about.
I think I do.
No, you don't.
Why don't you just define what you meant when you said symmetrical? What did you mean by that?
What does symmetrical mean?
No, what did you mean when you said it? That's just a problem with it, is we know what it means, and we don't know what you're saying. So just tell us what you mean when you're saying it.
They say that it's uniform and spherically symmetrical.
What's uniform?
Well, Newton doesn't describe
gravitational field.
Kepler's laws don't describe circular orbits either. It actually
Newtonian mechanics claims the gravitational field is spherically symmetrical and uniform.
That's fine.
Relativity says that's not the case, though.
That's fine. Neither of those matter though for the orbit. The orbits are still described in Kepler's and Newton's laws.
So none of it matters for the orbits, except that according to your paradigm, it literally the gravitational field is literally affected by many other things, like the rotation, the direction, the distribution of mass, the shape.
Well, Newtonian mechanics doesn't deny that. That's all within Newtonian mechanics.
Newtonian mechanics assumes that the gravitational field is spherically symmetrical and uniform.
Yeah, I think that's for any individual particle, right? If you have a body that is that counts for every single particle in that body.
Also, it only accounts for the effect of the primary central body.
No, that's just a way to apply Newtonian mechanics simplified.
No, that's
is not an assumption
what
of
Newtonian mechanics assumes,
itself.
dude.
Sorry?
That's what Newtonian mechanics assumes.
No,
that the object is affected, dude, by the primary central body.
That isn't a premise of Newtonian mechanics.
It literally is.
Show that.
So you're just saying no to everything?
I'm asking you to show it.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I have a show to do, Bacon. I know you're laughing, but it's because you don't have shit to do. This is what you're doing. I have something to do. So I'm not going to run around. Bacon, shut up. I'm not going to run around and go get a bunch of stuff for you that you should easily be able to verify yourself. The fact that you don't know the stuff I just said, I promise, doesn't make me stupid. And I promise that if you chuckle, it doesn't make me stupid either. Objectively, Newtonian mechanics claims that the object in the gravitational field is only affected by the primary central body. It assumes it's only affected by the primary central body. It doesn't account for other bodies' effects. Secondly, it claims the gravitational field is spherically symmetrical and uniform. These are both facts, Bacon.
Yeah, I would like to see justification.
You have Google? Do you have Google?
Sure.
Well, Google it, man.
Well, what?
What I just said.
Oh, the word by word? I don't remember it.
I just forget it.
You remember how they found
the thing is, let me just clarify something. Because when we're talking about solar density the other day, I mentioned that the speed of the orbit is going to affect the solar day. So if the orbit fluctuates, so is solar day going to fluctuate, and that the orbit does fluctuate. You asked me to cite it. I said I didn't have citation at that moment, but I could look it up when I had time. You instantly said I was making shit up, right? And now you're just saying a very strong claim. You don't want to cite it, don't want to provide any source for it. But that's fine. But when anyone else do it, they're making shit up.
Yeah, you're the one making stuff up. You're saying nuh-uh, and that it accounts for all the stuff, and it doesn't. I just dropped links, so have fun with that.
Yeah, hey, real quick, Witsit, before you leave, it might be kind of a weird time to bring this up because Bacon's being such an apologist, but just a little bit ago, I heard him say that he was not sure it's even happening himself, and I thought that we should have a page where there's points for ballers that have like just a moment of intellectual honesty, and they get like some points because he said he's like, you wouldn't hear a baller often say he's not even sure that they did the moon landing or whatever, and just a few points there for some intellectual honesty rather than just being an apologist all the time. But it is a weird time to bring that up right now, the way he's acting.
Okay, there you go. There's 3 PDFs and 3 links.
Regardless,
right, yeah, the first one doesn't even mention the word center. I mean, I'm trying to be quick, so maybe I'll read the whole thing, but for now I'm trying to find keywords. Let's try the second one.
When they found Neptune, remember they found it because they understood Uranus's orbital path, assuming that Uranus was orbiting around the sun, and they saw that it was being perturbed by some other mass. So it seems like they were able to calculate that back then, and that's not only concerning one body. That's obviously being able to concern bodies around it.
Wow. Can you draw? What's the calculation?
The calculation for it, you'd have to look at how that was done. I'm sure it involves fucking Newtonian Newton's law of universal gravitation.
You're
Some
sure about
form of
that?
yes,
You're sure?
because it was in the 1800s when that's all they had. They didn't have Einstein, so
Yeah. So they made up a fix.
no, they didn't make up a fix. They saw that if they used Newtonian gravity, that there was something else affecting its orbit.
Because because the Newtonian prediction was wrong.
No, that was one. That could be one solution. So it could be that Newtonian's law was wrong, or it could be something's actually perturbing it. But two dudes actually went looking in the location that
No,
the
that's just your
disturbance was coming
bullshit
from,
story, dude.
and they found it. So
No, it was
his law
discovered
wasn't
way
wrong.
before that. It was discovered way before that.
No, it was recorded way before that, but it wasn't recorded as a planet.
Who cares what they called it?
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody who's concerned with this, because if he didn't know it was a planet when Galileo had recorded it, then it wouldn't have they wouldn't have known that was a planet there. He just recorded it as another star in that
It
location.
doesn't matter. They would just saw that stuff's in the vicinity of it, and then now they get to claim it's closer because they just make up distances. What does that have to do with anything? Like they already had the recorded charts of it. You guys present the story like it was unknown of until they just mathematically figured it out with Newtonian mechanics, which goes to show how you don't understand what logic is anyway, because your own paradigm is that Newtonian mechanics is incorrect. So to then tout its accuracy of the solar system and based on predictability is laughable because you guys claim it isn't correct. Doesn't matter though. They already had it documented. They went and saw that Newtonian mechanics didn't accurately match the trajectory that was recorded. So they're like, oh, there must be something else affecting it. That's why our Newtonian framework isn't working. Then they looked at the charts that were already documented. They saw some stuff in the vicinity. They started to pick out one that they thought would work. They did it probably to multiple ones. Then they said, oh, look, this one does work. And then they told you guys a story about how they supposedly found Neptune this way. And now you guys just believe it.
Right. So it turns out that your ineptitude with orbits or how any of this stuff works is greater than I thought, because when Galileo recorded this in the 1600s, he recorded many, many stars. It put their positions and all this other kind of stuff. It takes Uranus or Neptune, I think, 160 years to orbit, something like that. So 160 years to orbit means that anybody looking at his data and looking at the positions, he's not going to notice it moving. He doesn't notice it moving, so he doesn't know that it's a star, that it's not a star.
Buddy, it was recorded before Galileo.
His collections of stars had thousands and thousands of.
It was recorded before Galileo, buddy.
So nobody's going to notice that.
It was recorded before Galileo.
There's no reason for people to have used that when those dudes who used that math, I think it was a mathematician who actually saw that there was a turbulence. But yeah, when that mathematician did that, they had no knowledge of this at all.
Wow, that's cool. Kosho is the arbiter of all truth of history. So anyway, actually, it was recorded before Galileo. So that's more misinformation. Secondly, according to your own timeline, you said 160 years from 1600 to 1800. Oh my goodness! And of course, if it was recorded before that, they would just saw that it was actually changing position in the stellar charts.
By who was it recorded by?
I'll have to find it. I'm not doing research for you guys right now. I'm trying to put my thumbnail together. The fact that you don't know about that is sad, though. You think I made it up?
The reason that we don't know that is because it's coming from your mouth. It doesn't mean that it's true.
Okay,
right?
so you think how about you apply it to yourself? When in fact, when it comes from your mouth, it didn't require independent research. You just read Wikipedia. You're telling me the same story.
I did research.
You're telling me that Newtonian mechanics helped discover a planet.
Yes, and you're making up a story that is not possibly true, because for it to be possibly true, somebody would have to have had Galileo's notes of the stars that he had cataloged, and also been observing the stars ever since then and making catalogs throughout time. Because unless they were doing that, there would be no way for them to have noticed that that wasn't a planet at all. It's an insignificant star, in the field of other stars, and in his thousands and thousands of star catalog. So nobody had any reason to know this.
Just a second.
Bacon, I've been sharing my screen for some time. I was slowly gonna orbit. I'm slowly gonna land on the moon, but
well, the issue with using a video game is that I don't know if when you get to the moon, if the mechanics is gonna switch to ignore the Earth because it's negligible at that point, or if it's if the Earth is going to still be influencing it.
Right. Yeah.
That's why I'm writing. So the simulation is unbiased. Like it's not gonna ignore the Earth at any point.
Well, I think from the way I would assume this game is made, is they do this thing where they basically, like, once I am intersecting the moon, there's like a circle around where the moon is, and I'm either going to be on the Earth's influence or the moon's influence. And I think if I'm in the moon's influence, I bet you it doesn't. I bet you it treats me as like a moon me system. You know what I mean? Like where I'm going to be orbiting the moon and wherever it's going.
Right.
Which I see is going to be it's not going to be what you're doing.
The mission that you're talking about the controls and all that, that's the Apollo 11, right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think that they were orbiting the moon. You know, in NASA's website, it says it was a 69 per 190 miles orbit. I'm not sure what that means. I'm assuming that the distance to the moon would vary between 69 miles.
Oh yeah,
and 190 miles.
Yeah, I know it wasn't a circular orbit. It was elliptical. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I get here is the speed in which orbits the moon at that height is around 34 miles per 3,400 miles an hour.
Yeah, but they weren't, like I said, they weren't at that. They didn't have to lower. They didn't have to decrease their speed from that. I'm just gonna read this. Hold on.
Okay, so I'll need to know how high they were and how fast they were going when they started descending. And also, if you can find some information on the thrusts, that will help.
Yeah, I'll find out more.
By the way, just let you know that the more I work on the simulation, the less I work in the navigation.
Yeah, I know on the other one. Yeah, I got you. I don't know why you're doing this one, but yeah, hold on.
Yeah, I don't know. I was interested to see how the physics of the landing would be. I was just very curious.
Give me a second, because I think they are using degrees per second to measure their speed. So give me a second.
That is reference to the moon?
Right.
Can you see my simulation? Have I shown you that?
Not yet, but give me a second. Hold on.
Because everybody was kung fu fighting.
All right, man. What the fuck is my problem with the AirPods and iPhone? I had a delay. First of all, I used AirPods and an iPhone for 2 years, had no delay. It was perfectly fine. Then all of a sudden, I start getting a delay. I buy a new set of AirPods, still have a delay. I change my phone, still have a delay. What the fuck is going on?
It's obviously it's refraction.
Don't always think you have that much of a delay. Like anytime anyone's ever said that you had a delay, I mean, it's not like I never noticed there was a delay, but there could be a slight delay. But
I think it might be your internet sometimes. It might be something that varies.
Well, I think any Bluetooth device though is always going to have that slight like a delay, but then also they're like the way that it picks up your voice because of if you don't have push to talk on the speech text or speech or whatever it's called, voice activated. Yeah, it won't pick up some of your speech, so you might start talking and it not even turn on yet.
Okay, how do I shut that thing off you just said if that's turned on?
You have to go to push to talk.
No, fuck that.
Or you can go in your settings and you can increase the sensitivity. You can make it extremely sensitive.
Nah, then I'm hot micing crazy all over the place.
Yeah, that's the trade-off.
No, your trade-off sucks.
It's not my trade-off.
I'll be hot micing like crazy if I do that. I had a pair of headphones just now. I don't know. The people in Discord were saying I sounded good, but other people on the cell phone call was saying I sound bad. But they were fucking awesome because they had a button on the side of them that I could just mute the mic. That shit was dope. That was exactly what I needed right there, but they didn't sound good, I guess. I don't know.
There's a really good one. It's like $30. I can show it to you.
What's up, Riggs?
No, I can just show you the one that like it's a pretty decent Bluetooth for cheap and it sounds good.
Like wireless earbuds?
Yeah, well, it's not buds. That's the thing. It goes over the ear.
No, fuck that.
No? Okay.
They need to be they need to be shaped specifically like the first generation AirPods, not the Pro.
Well, there's
otherwise
a ton
they won't
of
stay in here.
there's a ton of clones for that shit. So
Hey, real quick, Bacon. Also, so it says this is the first time Buzz reports their speed. It's about 2 minutes before they landed. He says 400 feet, and then he says so they're going down at 9 feet per second and forward at 58 feet per second at that 400 feet.
Dude, that shit was so orchestrated. At one time, they told them to talk. They were like, talk. Like, that was clearly being orchestrated or some shit.
Yeah, they were doing a recording that they were going to put on TV.
Yeah. What did you say, Coach?
I said that the first time Buzz told them their speed, this is 2 minutes before they're going to land. Buzz tells them 400 feet. So they're 400 feet altitude, and he says,
Harold was like, "You can bounce." I was like, "All right."
Anyways, he says they're at 400 feet altitude, and they're falling at 9 feet per second and going
I haven't done
forward
Uber
at
in
58 feet
fucking
per
months.
second. I bet you he turned up his sensitivity already.
Is that hot miking?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, yeah, so you heard that 400 feet high. They're falling at 9 feet per second and going forward at 58 feet per second.
Okay, let's put that in the simulation. Let me I'll share my screen if you want to take a look at it.
My bad, guys.
Did you turn your sensitivity up already?
No, I was just fucking hot micing.
Yeah, then maybe you don't need to turn it up.
No, I do need to turn it up. The shit's not picking up the first part of my sentences sometimes. It's weird. Sometimes when if I'm on the phone with somebody and I switch earbuds, it all of a sudden sounds magically better. Like something's fucking not right.
Okay, where's Kosha?
Girls got him locked in the basement. Why is it? Why? Are you chained in a basement somewhere, Kojo? Like one of those horror movies when they chain people to a basement, but they can still like walk around and do stuff.
Fuck, man, you made me miss the fucking moon.
Oh,
dude, the shit is a fairy tale. You think you landed on the moon 50 years ago? We ain't been back since. We've actually devolved in human space travel. I can equate it to a kid circling the block a million times because his parents said he can't cross the street, which is what we've been doing for the past however many years with ISS. And we don't go nowhere. We're just circling the block like a little child whose mom said don't cross the street. You like that?
Yeah, sure, dude. You made me miss the fucking moon, though, dude.
Don't
Pissed
care.
off.
Still don't care. I don't care about your cartoon video game bullshit, Kerbal, space fantasy program that you're in.
So you think the part when there's shit floating around the spacecraft, do you think that was made up and they just do that in for fun?
There's shit floating around inside the spacecraft?
Yeah, on Apollo 10. Twice. There was 2 pieces of shit floating around.
Where were they pooping? They were just pooping.
I heard they had to get behind where they were sitting, get completely naked, and shit in a bag.
They just brought a plastic bag up, like a Walmart bag or something, just shit in it.
Yeah. They had Walmart bags back then.
Oh, that's a good plan. No, so that sounds like a good plan. Just shit in a bag. I mean, anything would have been better. Diaper. I mean, why didn't they use diapers? Now you got a piece of poop floating around. What the fuck?
Because then you gotta have some dude change your diaper.
Kosho.
You can't change your own diaper?
Hey, okay, go ahead. What's up, Bacon?
Why can't they change their own diaper? It's not like they're incapacitated and all fucked up. They're still grown men. They can change their own diaper, right? You have some other guy change their diaper. That's weird, bro.
It's fucking nasty, dude. But go ahead.
What do you think's better? What's nastier, having poop just floating around and hitting you in the face randomly, or maybe shitting in the diaper and then changing that?
They tried that, I think, the first time. Didn't who was it, Alan Shepard? Didn't he piss his pants just sitting on the launch pad?
Was he not wearing a diaper? I don't think you guys know. Listen, I am very well versed on how diapers work. And if you have a diaper on, you don't pee your pants. You don't have poop floating around everywhere. There's just poop and pee in the diaper. It like catches it. It's good. They're good like that.
Hold on, I'm trying to land on the moon again. Hold up, bro.
What makes more sense? You're about to land this fucking craft, or you're trying to fly this craft, and having a piece of poop hit you in the fucking mouth. You'd probably throw up. Now you got this shit. Or do you just wear a fucking diaper? Man up, wear a diaper, and make sure there's no poop flowing around, hitting you in the eyeball. Now you got pink eye on the way to the moon or some shit.
That was the only time I heard of poop floating around, so I don't know, man.
Yeah, is that even true? You guys just be making up wild shit. How many feet above the moon before Neil had to control it manually? Do you still even know that?
Tell me that again, Kosho. How far he was above the surface and how fast he was going?
How do you know
this?
It was
400 feet. It was 400 feet.
How do you know that?
I'm reading the transcript. Buzz Aldrin said it out of his mouth.
What did he say?
Okay,
was Buzz drunk when he said that?
He was probably a little tipsy, but he said 400 feet down 9 feet. Anyways, he's 400 feet high. He's moving at 9 feet per second downwards, and then moving at 58 feet per second forward.
The tangent speed is 58.
Yeah, 58 forward, and then 9 down.
Feet per second, you said?
Feet per second. That's right. And at 400 feet high. Yeah, I'm sorry. You just use Google. I just use Google. Just feet per second to meters per second.
58 is what? Feet per second?
58 is feet per second. Yeah.
All right.
God, you guys are giving me a headache.
Let me.
Are you gonna nerd rage on us again?
A little bit.
Dude, what? How much longer? I might have asked you this before. If we don't send a human to the moon in the next 50 years, are you going to be suspicious that we ever went in the first place? How long would it take? How many years and decades more? Because I was
infinite.
In the 90s.
Infinite amount. Yeah.
90s, after it had been 25 going on 30 years, I was starting to get suspicious. I'm like, man, it's been a long time since we've been to the moon. I'm like, we haven't sent humans farther than that in a long time. Like, I was already wildly suspicious about 25 years ago.
Yeah. Well, my dad's probably not going to bang my mom again because they're with other people now. And if they never do, it's not going to make me fucking, suspicious that they never did in the first place. Okay. So just because they never go,
it's not even analogous.
It's because they never go again.
What is that analogy?
Just because they're not going to go again doesn't mean that it takes away any credibility that they ever went before.
Everyone to know that Globers have terrible analogies, and Kosho is the king of the Glober analogy.
Okay, great, dude. Them never going again is not evidence for or against. I mean, okay, it's evidence. It's not evidence
analogous
in the first place.
It's not analogous. This is worse than you're stacking babies on top of each other or whatever weird.
It's actually a fair analogy. The babies one.
I've kind of always liked the hot pockets to explain time.
Yeah, magical hot pockets and fucking your mom's banging your dad and shit. Like, dude, it's not analogous. We're talking about mankind and how they have devolved in human space travel. We're not talking about if your mom ever hooks up with your dad again. I mean, it's totally irrelevant.
Some people don't believe in the Holocaust. If the Holocaust never happens again, I'm not going to think that didn't happen all of a sudden.
Not relevant.
Do you ever wonder why he has to dumb down his metaphors so much when he's talking about it?
It's a good question, man.
Because he can't get any dumber.
His audience or him?
Yeah, I remember Woz went on Oakley's one time, and QE was like, "Let me dumb it down for you." And Woz was like, "Can you make it any dumber?" And QE was like, "I can't get any dumber than this." Sorry.
Why is this funny?
Yeah.
So if you put a hot pocket in the microwave and you put it in one microwave and it takes a minute, but you have another microwave that takes a little bit less, but it also takes a minute on the timer. There you go.
By the way, how big is the module?
They couldn't even fit in the fucking module, bro. The guy, I don't know, I forgot which documentary it was, but the guy and then the astronauts, they could barely fucking fit in there. Some people don't even think it was possible for both of them to fit in there.
Aren't you one of those people?
I mean, I've never done the measurements myself, but it looked pretty fucking tight.
By the way, Bacon, if I would have kept reading this, it tells me that 58 feet per second is 64 kilometers per hour.
I'm using meters per second, but that's fine. I already confirmed it.
That's because you guys stop reading the shit and then you don't know stuff about the stuff.
Okay, so here's the thing. So it says West Crater, which is I think where they were trying to land, has a diameter of 165 feet. Traveling at that distance would have taken 9 seconds. So I think that 9 seconds is why they missed it.
What was the down?
Down was 9 feet per second.
9 feet per second.
Yeah. Okay. Here's another one though. So I'm gonna give you one. I'm gonna give you another one. Okay. Hold on. Another one is 300 feet. Down 3.5 feet per second and forward 47 feet per second.
And
then he says.
Okay, so am I supposed to forget everything you said so far?
No. I'm just giving you two different. Like, I don't know what you're doing, dude.
I would forget everything.
I'm trying to put the numbers you were seeing before in the code, but I put half of them, and now you're changing it.
Well, no,
It's confusing.
I would forget everything Kosho said so far. That is actually a good idea.
I'm giving you two different ones so you can see like what their trajectory was. throughout time. But you can use either one of those if you're just doing one.
Okay, I'm just gonna note them then. Okay,
Yeah.
so tell me two of them again.
Okay, so the first one was 400 feet, and it was down 9 feet down, 9 feet per second down, and 58 feet per second forward.
1 second. How much down?
9.
9 feet per second
Yes.
down, and 58.
People are just leaving the chat. YouTube viewers are
I don't know
dropping.
why it's taking them so long to record this. Just write it down real quick, man.
Because I wasn't recording, I was coding it, and then you changed it in the middle, so I Control Z.
Well, I mean, not know Kosho's MO? He makes everything as more complicated than it absolutely needs to be.
Anyways, I didn't know you didn't need the second set of numbers, so don't worry about it.
Okay, so what's the second set of numbers?
Okay, the second set is just very quickly is 300 feet, and then 3.5 per second down and 47 forward.
47 forward.
And right after he says that, he says, "Slow it up." I guess they're going too fast.
Slow it up?
Yeah, I guess he was telling him they're going too fast.
There's no amount of time that would make.
Didn't he say slow it down?
Am I lagging?
No, go ahead, Jeremy.
Bacon just blatantly over talking there. Didn't give a fuck.
No, we talked at the same
time, man. Yeah.
It didn't sound like it to me. All right, so and if another 50 years goes by, you're not suspicious.
An infinite amount of time, dude. If I live to be as God's best friend, I'm with him when you guys are all dead and the universe is about to be finished. Even then, I'm not going to fucking think that the moon landing didn't happen just because we never went again. I'm trying to tell you that to me, that's not a decider. It's not a decider for me if we went before, if we never go again. Like, if we never go again, it's not going to be a decider for me that we never went before.
Okay, what if we're still sending shit out into space and, you know, we got rovers on all over the place, still not going to be suspicious. We just stay here and don't move, but we're constantly sending cars out to space and doing fucking goofy ass shit. You'd never get suspicious.
You know, I might get suspicious one of these days if we start sending people to Mars and then we send people to the Jupiter's moons, got mining colonies out there. But we never send anybody again to the moon. That might make you a little suspicious.
Okay,
doesn't even make sense.
I agree with extremists on that one.
That doesn't even make sense.
You want me to say it again?
Mean? No, I heard you the first time loud and clear. That doesn't make sense.
Kosho liked it.
Actually, I really would be suspicious if that were the case. But how the fuck are they doing all this and not going to the moon for some reason?
Well, nothing's on the moon, right?
Well, you know what?
There, right?
You know what your boy?
Why are we going back to the moon? You guys just told us for years that there's nothing there and there's no reason to go back.
No, that's not true.
Now we're going back.
That's not true. There's no reason to go back.
Hold on. What do you mean no?
Listen, dude.
Literally told us for years nothing's there. There's no reason to go back. There's nothing there.
I think your fucking earpods have an echo because you just said that 2 seconds ago. Okay.
Yeah,
regardless,
you guys told us for years.
Just say it again. Okay. Listen, dude. Don Pettit, your favorite dude in the world.
I love Don. He's a fucking genius. You can tell when that man speaks. It just genius oozes out of his mouth. But go ahead.
He's a real lady killer.
Oh, I bet.
I don't mean a serial killer. I mean, he's a looker. Anyways,
he is a serial killer. But go ahead.
Anyways, Don Pettit himself, he said several times that I've heard him say it like this: said if God didn't want us to, or maybe I think he quoted somebody else actually. I think he quoted another like fucking Feynman or something. But anyways, he was saying if God didn't want us to be a spacefaring people, he wouldn't given us the moon that he'd given us, because he was claiming that the moon is the only way that's going to be possible, is setting up a station at the moon where we can build resources and refuel and that kind of thing. And
Who said that?
I think Don Pettit said that, but he might have been quoting somebody. But
recently or
past 3 years.
Let me tell you something about Don Pettit. Okay, let's not go there because I don't want to start slandering people and shit. However, Have the Globers not? Have you not heard Globers telling flat earthers for the past few years that there's nothing on the moon and there's no reason to go back because nothing's there?
Yeah, but that's like I said, that's a response. That's a response.
Now we're in this. What's up?
That's a response to a different question or different statement. Like if someone says, "Why haven't we been back to the moon?" There's no reason. There's nothing exciting there. Okay. At the same time,
there's no reason to go back to the moon.
At the same time, are we ever going to go back? Yes. If we want to continue traveling in space, going to the moon, is a thing. But
this reminds me
go back because there's not gold all over the moon and shit. We've investigated the moon. Right? We don't need to.
There literally is gold all over the moon because it's been getting bombarded by asteroids, meteors, and comets, which are made up of a nice percentage of rare materials like platinum, gold, silver, shit like that.
Don't they disintegrate on impact?
Gold just disintegrates?
The entire asteroid disintegrates on impact.
So there's nothing left of the asteroid when it hits?
No, I mean, if there's gold, it's in dust all over the fucking crater. I never heard that there's a bunch of gold there.
Discovery Channel where the guys go dig for gold. The guy that does the best, this guy had buckets of gold just sitting around his office. It was ridiculous. You know what he's searching through?
Sand.
Dusty sand like Neil's footprint got left in it. Exactly. He made the most money out of all the gold people.
You know why?
Because that's the easiest place to get through it because you just got to send it to a sifter.
That's the easiest place to get through. That's right. And it's all over.
Yes.
I've seen dudes on the shores of like Lake Michigan and the beaches there, just the sand there. Yeah, you can find gold there. Just to say though, that's not dust, that's sand, first of all. What's on the moon is a bunch of fucking dust, dude. Like when a rock disintegrates, you're not gonna get chunks of gold. If the gold was there, it would be fucking
Dude, you're just making shit up.
No, the rock disintegrates. That's why it makes a crater.
And the asteroid hits and the whole thing turns to dust.
More or less, yeah. Otherwise, you'd see a big rock somewhere, dude.
You didn't see no rocks during the Apollo mission?
No, I'm not talking about rocks on the moon. I'm talking about rocks from things hitting the moon. Like when a crater hits at the velocity it hits the moon, it disintegrates. They don't find the rock that did that whenever they get there. The whole thing disintegrates by the moment it impacts.
Get too off track. Hold on, before we get too off track, I just wanted to say you said that's where we have to go next to advance space travel. You should have seen the guy Bolden, the black guy that used to be in charge of NASA. He was in like a Senate or congressional hearing or some shit, and the guy was grilling him. He was definitely not a fan of NASA. This guy that was grilling him, he's like, "Where are we going next?" And they literally started arguing about what the word "next" meant. It was hilarious, classic anti-flat Earth routine. He was putting this fucking senator or congressman through. It was fucking hilarious. So back to these fucking asteroids.
Okay.
Dust.
What about
it? No rocks come off. It just completely fucking disintegrates in the dust.
This is my assumption, man. I could be wrong. Here's the point, though. There's not assholes who live on their fucking trailers who want to go to the moon and find gold in the fucking sand particles. So the people who do that are people who live in trailers. Okay, they're not fucking astronauts or people who run NASA. They're not going to go to the moon and build this whole fucking thing so they can get tiny little gold pellets.
I wouldn't say it's tiny little gold pellets. The moon's been getting bombarded by asteroids, meteors, and comets for the past millions of years, and those are all rich in silver, gold, all kinds of precious metals.
I'm trying to find the video I saw. I can't remember the name of the dude. He's like,
I don't care about somebody's theory about what happens to a comet or asteroid.
No, I'm not
you guys
talking
told
about
us for years. You guys told us for years. There's no reason to go back to the moon. Nothing's there. Now there is a reason to go back to the moon, and we're going. So I mean, it's just one contradiction after another with you guys. Remember this morning when I told you it was just turning into nonsense? This is the kind of nonsense I'm talking about. People say one thing, And then a little while later, they're saying a whole contradictory thing about that thing.
Do you think maybe it's a listening problem?
No, I think I heard clearly for you guys for years telling us there's nothing on the moon. There's no reason to go back. Nothing's there. Why haven't we gone back to the moon? No reason to go back to the moon. Nothing. You guys must have. I heard that thousands of times. Am I making this up?
Yeah,
Nobody else heard that but me.
Are there diamonds on that moon from asteroids?
Say what?
Asteroids. They do claim that they're rich in precious materials like platinum, silver, gold, shit like that.
Asteroids for sure, yeah.
It's raining diamonds on Jupiter or some shit, right? We could just go there and scoop them up, right? You set up a water tank to catch rainwater. I mean, we could just set up a diamond tank to catch diamonds up there.
Yeah, why do you think
diamonds? Didn't they say they found diamonds in the moon rocks?
Did they? I mean, I bet you they weren't very big, but yeah, why do you think it's raining diamonds on Jupiter?
I don't think it's raining diamonds on Jupiter.
Okay, well, if it were raining diamonds on Jupiter, why would you think that's happening?
I would never think that's happening.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, it is raining diamonds on Jupiter.
Oh, okay.
And the reason is because of the pressures and temperatures. The temperatures and pressures on Jupiter and its atmosphere.
On the gas planet. It's a gas. Yeah, it's all gas,
right.
Jupiter.
That's right. It's so intense
so it
that it turns hydrogen into a metal.
Raining diamonds into the gas.
Into
the gas.
There's enough pressure and temperature and carbon. That's all you need for diamonds to be created.
Follow me with this, will you? It's raining diamonds. The diamonds are now falling towards the center of Jupiter through the gas to the center.
I wouldn't say that they were falling. I have no idea what they're doing at that point.
Diamonds.
Say what?
It's raining diamonds. How does rain work on Jupiter? Does it go up? Up or down on Jupiter? I'm just wondering.
What we're talking about are a place in Jupiter where the pressures are so intense that diamonds can be created. And we're at this place where the pressure is so intense, I have no idea which way the diamonds go. I don't know, but it's immense enough.
You think they go towards the center of mass, or do they think they go away?
I have no idea.
You don't know how gravity works now?
I know how gravity works. I don't know how that. I don't know how the atmosphere on Jupiter behaves at those pressures and temperatures. I know that it's enough to make diamonds.
Okay, cool. So there's going to be a lot of fucking diamonds stacking up in the center of somewhere on Jupiter. There's going to be a lot of diamonds stacking up, right? If there's just raining diamonds. Can you imagine if it was raining diamonds on Earth? We'd be buried 100,000 feet in diamonds by at this point. Yeah. The diamonds would have reached the clouds it was raining from.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
You see how the story doesn't make sense at all?
Why?
Because it's supposed to be a gas giant.
Okay.
Okay, but it's raining diamonds. Where are the diamonds going?
Dude, so the pressures are so immense below this place and around this place that the hydrogen, which the planet is mostly made of, turns to metal, becomes a metal. That's how much pressure is there. Just like the pressures on our planet, which is much smaller than Jupiter, the pressure on our planet is so much so at the center.
What part of Jupiter's turning to metal?
Does hydrogen turn to metal? I don't know exactly how deep you have to get for that, but I know that
Bro, is Jupiter made of all gas?
It's mostly gas, yeah. They don't know what the center. They don't know exactly what's at the center, so they don't know exactly.
Diamonds, I'll tell you that. It doesn't take a genius to tell that the center's got to be diamonds if it's fucking raining diamonds. There's definitely going to be a diamond layer on Jupiter somewhere.
Yeah, but that's assuming that they're going to be able to fall. If there's not something more dense there, then they're not going to.
Oh, you think they're floating? They're just floating?
Depending on what's down there. I don't think diamonds.
So it's raining diamonds, but the rain is just floating.
Just like the turds in space.
Space turds are just going to go up to Jupiter and maybe on the way you get hit with a turd in the face and get pink eye, or maybe go to Jupiter and get hit with a diamond just floating around.
The same principle.
Dude, this shit is just goofy as fuck, man. How do you even know it's raining diamonds?
I suppose it's an assumption I could tell you more if I looked it up, but the assumption would probably be based on the fact that the pressures and temperatures and composition, if you so here's the premise: the pressure is above the pressure and temperature is above what it takes to make diamonds,
How'd you get the
and there's
pressure?
carbon there. So those two things being the case would probably lead somebody to infer that there's diamonds there.
Okay, how'd you get the pressure on Jupiter?
You can take the mass. That's not hard to.
How'd you get the mass?
By looking at it.
You can just look at stuff and get mass from it?
If you know what it's made of.
Okay, how do you know what it's made of? You just told me they didn't know what it was made of. Bro.
No, I didn't know. I said I did.
You told me 5 minutes ago you didn't know what it was made of and they were unsure about what was at the core. Okay, what's Jupiter made of?
I said they don't know if the core is solid or not.
Okay, so you don't know what it's made of then, right?
No. I'm not saying listen, dude, just listen carefully. They can look at
your circular logic for this one's not working. I was listening very intently to what you've been saying. Get frustrated because there's nothing compared to how frustrated I am.
Yeah, really? Why would you be frustrated?
Because you're leading me in some kind of weird circle jerk of nonsense.
I don't think he's leading you. I think you're leading him.
Well, how'd they get the... Okay, they got the pressure because they know the mass, right? Did that get said?
Yes, I said that, yes.
Okay, so how did they get the mass?
By looking at the contents and the size of the planet.
You don't know what the contents are. You don't know what the contents are because you don't even know what the core is made of.
Yeah, okay, so let's say they don't know the entire composition precisely. The same way we don't know the composition of Earth precisely. But we know enough about the Earth that we can give you general statements about like the percentages of this and that and this without having to be extremely precise. So the composition of Jupiter is known. Now it's not exactly known if there's something metallic, if there's something solid at the center, but most likely it's metallic hydrogen. Okay, I don't know how dense that is on the top of my head, but that's what they think is at the inside of Jupiter. Actually, it looks like the metallic hydrogen makes up most of Jupiter's inside. So like how we have
the mass is an assumption. Right?
No,
the mass of Jupiter is an assumption.
It's based off the estimated composition of it and the size.
Yes, and it's an assumption.
Dude, Jeremy, don't you know they put sticks on Jupiter and weighed the mass?
Hold up.
Do you know the composition of Jupiter, or is it an assumption?
Hold on. I just got one of my handlers. Just reminded me of something.
I was gonna say, Coach, you sound very handlery right in the last couple minutes here.
I got Chelsea Handler.
You're like hot, fresh reading off of something and just
I just got the memo. Chelsea Handler just handed me the memo. I'm reading it now, and that's right. My memory. This is what it says. It tells me to say this. My memory tells me that Newton had equated orbits with things that fall on Earth by using Jupiter's moons, right? So if he did that by using Jupiter's moons and Kepler's laws, then he would need to. So you don't need the mass of the moon, but you do need the mass of Jupiter. So if you can basically reverse those calculations to get the mass of Jupiter. So I take back what I said about the composition and the size and all this stuff. You know the mass of the moon just by observing the orbits of the moons. I mean, you know the mass of Jupiter just by observing the orbits of its moons.
Incorrect.
That actually is correct. It's actually
there could be some kind of electrostatic, other effects going on up there. It doesn't mean the mass is what you say it is because of how it orbits. That's also an assumption.
An assumption.
You got assumptions on assumptions on assumptions. Just riddled with assumptions.
That's basically the main thing that Newton gave us a lot of stuff, but the one thing he did that changed the world was equate Jupiter's orbits with things that fall here on Earth. The orbit of Jupiter's moons, I mean. So
you guys don't even know why shit fall.
This is pseudo science right here.
Yo, my man said pseudo. What the fuck?
He said
pseudo. That shit was hilarious. I had to stop the whole chat. I mean, was that worth stopping the chat for? Or that was hilarious.
It's pretty funny. But no.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Pisueto Sakiensi instead of science.
Yeah,
like,
I don't want to.
Sakayake.
This is more interesting. Geo trying to say science in a weird way is more interesting than this bullshit fairy tale you're telling me, Coach.
Yeah,
I
you know what I'm
pointing
thinking when you guys are saying this? Yeah, it is exactly. Like, we are all going to go through our lives, and Jupiter is never going to be a reality other than the light we see in the sky. We're never going to get there. Now, in my viewpoint, because that whole medium doesn't even exist the way that they claim it does. What I'm saying is, but I know the guys who believe are going to say, oh, well, yeah, you could live your life without knowing about it, but, we're going to explore and get there. But in our lifetimes, whether you believe in this or talk about it, spend your time talking about it, like, the mass of Jupiter and all these like claims, it still will always just be an idea and a concept.
No, we're going to go there and catch diamonds. We're going to set up a diamond rain barrel. If they're not floating, we got to figure out if the diamonds float or not. But if they're not floating, we're going to set up a rain barrel and catch diamonds, bring them back. It's going to be awesome.
Let me ask a quick question.
I mean, that's what they're claiming, but
let me answer something very quickly.
I mean, we could just as likely never bring this up again, and our lives would actually just be improved, really, because I don't
improved. I don't know about improved.
Yeah,
but
it would be a big upgrade to never talk about diamonds raining on a fabricated ball in the sky.
Well, let me tell you this much, dude. Let me tell you this much.
Yeah, here.
If you knew Kepler's third law, which I do, and it's very simple, it just says that the period squared, so the period of an orbit squared, so the amount of times it takes to a year to occur, so in our case 365 days squared, is equivalent or has a equivalence with the, so it's equal,
proportional to.
Thank you, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you. It's proportional to the what is it? Is it the semi-major axis cubed, something like that? I could be wrong there. It could be something different, but let's just call it the semi-major axis. So if you know that law, and
wait, hold on, we got to stop right there. You just said something you don't even know what it is, and then you called it a law. I think that's kind of your thing. You like set something up like that, and then keep going, and then expect that we're supposed to just pass over that.
No, that's Kepler's third law. I just can't remember if it was the semi-major axis. I should have sounded more confident when I said that. I should have sounded more confident when I said that.
We'll give you a mulligan. Just give it another shot.
No, but the thing is, like I said, I'm fairly confident that's the case. Almost certain that that's Kepler's third law. And Newton derived his law of universal gravitation simply. That's why I asked you, do you agree with the centripetal force formula? Or maybe I thought to ask you that. But let's assume that I did, and you said yes. If you agree with the centripetal force formula, Newton used that law that he made up, or that formula he made up, plus Kepler's third law. He used that to derive the universal law of gravitation. And so what I'm saying to you is, if knowing this, you observed Jupiter's orbits, Jupiter's moon's orbits, you observed them long enough, you could reverse these equations and come up with the mass of Jupiter just by observing them. So when I said earlier that you need the size and the composition and make an estimation that way, I don't even think any of that was necessary. I think just using these two laws and reversing them, you could derive the mass of Jupiter just with that. And using
the planets, hold on, man, Jesus Christ! If the planets are moving for the reason why you think they're moving, and it's not some other thing, the mass could be totally different. Sure. Like I said, this is assumption on assumption on assumption right here.
Well, no, that's not an assumption, but yeah, you're right. If
it's an assumption.
If those things are made up and those laws don't hold,
mass, space time's bending, it's all one big assumption.
Okay, well, let me ask you this: Kepler's laws, which are literally just observations, just rules that he made up based on observation. So he observed these things and he saw that they're consistent, and so that gives him the law. Meaning he can look at things, and if he wants to determine how they're moving, those laws describe them. So that in itself should be accepted, because It's just the case. You observe something, you record it. It turns out that they follow a pattern, and so you can use it someplace you haven't observed, and those rules still apply. So
yeah, but that doesn't. But that doesn't mean that you've isolated what is actually causing it.
You're
For
right.
example, I'm going to use your favorite unicorns in an example. If I were to say that when I throw a baseball, across, just throw it horizontally, that the way in which it curves down is related to the excitement that unicorns get when they get all excited and when they kick up their legs and they go, they go wild, right? So as things fall, it's related to these unicorns getting excited. So I've used something that's real, a baseball that's falling in an arc, and I've related it to it's a reification.
I agree with you.
It's taking a concept and just linking one thing that is real and then linking another thing on top of that and then reifying a reality that isn't a reality.
I agreed with your first point, so that's why you didn't have to, because I agreed with what you first said, because that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that Kepler's laws are not a reason why anything's happening. He's not making up a reason. He's just observing what happens, seeing a pattern, and then saying that pattern always applies. And then it's tested by looking at other places, like maybe somewhere else's moons, or just say something else's moons, or our moon, and that same rule applies. So it's like you can predict its movement based on his laws, which just describe how things move.
And that doesn't give you the mass.
It doesn't matter, dude. You have to let me make my point, dude, because I'm just laying that out. I'm making sure you guys agree with that, because that's, like I said, that's not claiming why things happen. That's just claiming you can make those rules that happen. All Newton did,
the mass of Jupiter?
All Newton did was take that fact. He also agreed that that's just a description of what's going to happen, how things orbit. And he took his formula, the formula for centripetal force, and he applied it to the orbits, because that centripetal force was actually, it's appropriate because it describes how things, it describes the force that's compelling some other object towards it as it's spinning around it. So if you wanted to predict what the force is of a string that's keeping tension of a ball that's you're swinging around your head, you would use that centripetal formula. And so he saw that this thing was occurring. He saw this thing's occurring with those moons, and he just applied that formula to it and substituted in Kepler's third law. And
okay, I'm not worried.
Out came the universal law of gravitation. And
I'm not worried about the mathematical model you guys built that may or may not have a relation to reality. I'm wondering how you got the mass of Jupiter.
It just told you, dude. Two things
you did not tell me. You did not say. You think he did?
No, well, even mass is not even that's even a reification. So
yeah, but it's in the centripetal formula. So, and that's what I'm saying. If you
that may or may not be the mass of Jupiter, you're not sure if everything's working like your assumptions think, then that's the mass of Jupiter. Yeah, with all these assumptions layered on assumptions.
Do you agree with the centripetal formula? The formula that describes the force of the tension in the string that's keeping a ball circling around your head. It's force. Force equals mass.
Yeah, those are real physics.
Right. But that includes the mass.
But mass is still a created concept that isn't correlated directly to physical matter or reality. It's literally a reification concept.
What? The mass is included in that formula.
I know, and mass itself is not something that the concept mass is a concept that's partially related to physical matter and partially conceptual. But because it has the conceptual, the whole thing is conceptual.
What?
What about height? Would you say the same thing about height? If I measure something and say it's this high, that's a concept too.
No, that's a very real
how is it different
measurement? Because that's an actual distance within the medium.
Yeah, it's related to matter. It's actual distance. It works in formulas, all that stuff.
Well, mass is one of the 7 fundamental concepts, and you guys seem to have problems with them all.
And they
Paid, where you been?
Property of matter.
Hey, Jeremy, are you still retired, or are you back working at the school?
I'm back working.
Wait, what are the other 6?
Well, hold on. Maybe I derailed the conversation because they were talking because Jeremy was trying to ask Kosha where he actually got the mass of Jupiter, and he still has not
No, I've answered it. I think it's fair.
Even if we just go with, because I took it on another direction, which is a mass conversation, which we could either do that or go back to it. But I at least want to give respect to you guys. You know,
I gotta give respect.
No, we can take it there. What's mass, Show?
I gotta give respect. Hold on. Because Matthew and Pate are here, and I'm not trying to hog anything. I'm trying to share the mic. So I just want to put a bookend on what we were talking about. I already told you how I told you one way you can derive the mass. And by the way, we were trying to derive the mass of Jupiter to describe the pressure of the inner Jupiter, to describe if it's capable of making diamonds or not. But you can look at the planet Jupiter. If you know the composition and you can see its size and know its distance, you can figure out the composition. You can figure out the mass of the mass of it that way. However,
you don't know the composition.
However, like I just said, if you use Newton's laws and you use what he used to derive that, which is Kepler's laws, you're looking at the moons of Jupiter, you can actually determine the mass of Jupiter by observing the moons of Jupiter and their orbits. So that's what I said. But I'm going to pass it.
This is based on. Oh yeah, pass the mic or just stop talking for a second. Holy shit, man, you're going on for a long time. This whole shit is based on assumption after assumption after assumption. It's a mathematical model that they created. All right. I'm sorry to tell you, you don't even know what mass is. We can take it down that route. I got 12 different definitions of mass a week ago. Within 10 minutes, it was actually I set a world record.
Yeah, SC was counting them.
Math is.
Hey, don't try to claim sole responsibility there.
Well, I was there. I helped.
You helped, yeah. Okay.
You counted. You counted the
What's
thing.
up, SC? Perfect timing.
He tried to. Did you hear? Did you see what he tried to do there, Gio?
I'm getting 50% credit for that at least.
Yeah, Jeremy was like, I got the world record, and then SC's like, wait a minute, who actually?
Yeah, but you came in first. I gotta give you props there, Gio. Thanks.
We got the world record. Fine.
Don't try to steal it.
You get
okay,
10% credit.
Thank you. So define mass, guys. Go on. Maybe we can hit 13 tonight. I don't know.
All right, I'm going to read it right off of Wikipedia. Mass is an intrinsic property of a body. Okay, so we're starting off. They're saying it's an intrinsic property. Then it says it was traditionally believed to be related to the quantity of matter in a physical body until the discovery of atom and particle physics. It was found that different atoms and different elementary particles. See, those are both reified concepts as well. See, that's the thing. Right off the bat, we have non-reality is what's backing this whole thing. Anyways, okay, it was found that different atoms and different elementary particles, theoretically with the same amount of matter, have nonetheless different masses. Mass in modern physics has multiple definitions which are conceptually distinct but physically equivalent. Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration, change of velocity, when a net force is applied. See, that part's real in my viewpoint, that part, because there is, of course, ways in which resistance and acceleration. So they're using something real and linking it to the conceptual framework. And then it says, the object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies. So then they take it with their gravitational theories, yeah, and now they're even linking it to lights in the sky. It's
well, we know that
pseudo physics combined with some real. It's like some real physics combined with pseudo physics.
We know that resistance to acceleration isn't attracting resistance to acceleration, right? Or does that? Did the Bowers think that?
And things don't orbit other things, and mass doesn't attract mass because matter doesn't attract matter.
Ask them if mass is weight. Is mass weight?
I mean, it can in certain cases if there's magnetic fields involved, statics. Sorry, what'd you say, Ezra?
No, I'm just wondering, the ballers, is mass weight?
It is not.
You hear that?
Is it density?
No.
Is it amount of atoms in a given space of a given matter taken up by physical space?
No, because the amount of atoms could change or be the same depending on how heavy the atoms are, how massive the atoms are.
All right, I'm going to keep reading because it actually goes on this next. The SI base unit of mass is the kilogram. In physics, mass is not the same as weight, even though mass is often determined by measuring the object's weight using a spring scale, rather than a balance scale, comparing it directly with known masses. So you're saying it's not weight. It's not
But
weight.
it is weight.
Awkward. It is. It's not weight, but you measure its weight compared to another thing's weight to get the mass.
Yeah,
they made it weird.
Mass is not weight, but its standard unit, right? Is
kilos.
What?
Kilos.
It's a kilogram.
Kilo.
A kilogram is not a measure of weight. It is in the UK.
In your mind, when you go to the butcher and you tell him, "Give me a kilo of meat," that's not weight.
I never once in my life said that. Believe it or not. I think that Brits and people who use that language are weird because they're using the same unit for mass and for weight. Weight is a different thing than mass. So I don't use kilograms for weight. I do use mass.
Pounds. Use pounds.
Sure, yeah. But
So
kilograms
okay, here we go. Hold on. I'm gonna read this real quick. The kilogram was originally defined as the weight of a cubic decimeter of water at a particular temperature. This being represented at practical purposes by metals, whatever, blah, blah, blah. The kilogram was originally defined as the weight of a cubic decimeter of water at a particular temperature, period.
Right. And up to a couple years ago, they like they just said, they had a kilogram was defined by matching this specific weight that was in France.
You hear that? They just said
because weight is mass times the acceleration of gravity. And so if you have two things and you know the mass of one, you can compare it to that if you have the same acceleration due to gravity. Right?
So mass is the bending of space, the bending of the fabric of space-time. That's weight or mass.
We can leave that out. Leave that bendy space-time out of it.
I'm sure you don't like me squeezing that in there, right, Left Lane?
It just confuses things.
Yeah.
But that's your model, bro. It's all confusion.
It's not necessary. It's not necessary in what we're talking about to talk about bendy space-time.
Yeah, force is mass times acceleration. In the case of weight is the force described by mass times the acceleration due to gravity. So there's nothing wrong with it.
Cleared it up. Everybody got that, right? All cleared up now?
I would hope so. I'm certain that's not the case, but I hope so.
Straightforward.
So tell us again how mass is not weight and how the SI unit of mass is a kilogram.
Mass is not weight, and the SI unit for mass is a kilogram.
I love hearing it. Thank you. Now, anybody with half a brain, right, which is the majority of people out there, understands that that is sheer double talk, dialetheism.
Not if they've been properly inoculated by taking a physics class in high school.
Yeah, properly indoctrinated. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Inoculated, I see.
Inoculated. Okay.
What's a kilo? Like 2.5 pounds?
Yeah, something like that.
2.2.
What's that?
2.2.
2.2. What's pounds?
What's pounds?
Yeah, what's pounds?
A kilogram. 2.2
pounds weight?
A kilogram.
Is pounds weight?
Yeah. It's a unit of
So
weight.
a kilogram is pounds, is X amount of pounds, and pounds is weight.
Well, a kilogram could be talked about as weight or mass of an object.
Oh,
but,
weight or mass.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they measure mass by comparing it to the weight of its weight to something else, like a test weight. It's like
a known mass.
Yeah, well, it's a standardized object that they then claim this reified concept that has what a known mass, but even that's not known. If they're getting the mass of something else by weighing it to something else, then how'd they get the mass of the first one without weighing it to something else? Then it's like an infinite regression. At that point, it just keeps going back to where is
the standard weight?
Yeah.
How do you define it? Define mass for us. What would be your preference?
You guys get Matthew?
Oh yeah, I like
Yeah.
the resistance to acceleration definition. That's a pretty good definition.
So this is on Jeremy. So you're saying resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. You see how I put that on you and don't try to steal it, Jeremy? You see how I did that?
I couldn't get off mute fast enough, you son of a bitch.
But unlike you, I quoted you saying that. You fucker, you.
So you like the resistance to acceleration attracting the resistance to acceleration, Matthew?
Mass attracts mass. Yes. Mass is defined
resistance to acceleration attracts.
Isn't that kind of like the Ouroboros, right? Ouroboros just eats its tail forever.
Yeah. So if you measure the mass of something by measuring how much it resists acceleration, that quantity is related to how much it attracts other objects through gravity.
Yeah, resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. That's what you want to go with.
Nobody put it that way, no.
Because it sounds silly, right?
It sounds silly, yeah.
But that can't be what mass is.
But that is what you're saying. That's pretty much what you're saying it is, though.
No, it's not. They're related. They're not the same. Just like the weight of... Okay, so just like the weight and mass are related, but they're not the same. A kilogram... a standard object that has 1 kilogram of mass weighs about 1 kilogram on Earth.
We just went through this. Is a kilogram equal to 2.2 pounds?
Close to that, yes.
Okay, and is pounds weight?
Pounds is a measure of weight, yes.
Yeah, so a kilograms is a measure of weight.
A kilogram can be used as a measure of weight or as a measure of mass. Scientifically, it's a measure of mass, but colloquially, people use it as a measure of weight because on Earth, it doesn't make any difference. Or little difference, let's say.
I mean, it was
only a measure of mass is because they told you that. Everybody in their right mind knows if you have a kilo here and a pound there, it's really the same thing.
Everybody who hasn't taken physics, if you take physics and understand how acceleration works, then the difference becomes obvious.
Okay, how about this for the people that have taken physics? The bending of the fabric of space-time attracts the bending of fabric of space-time. How about that one?
I'm not an expert in that type of stuff, so I don't know.
Any other baller like to take that one on? Because it would have to be, right? If gravity is the bending and the warping of the fabric of space-time, then it should attract.
Well, I'm not trying to totally take it to this other realm, but I will just say this because it reminds me of that. Like the idea of like a vortex or a portal, like if it's in water, it would kind of suck you into it. Or if you got near it, you kind of get pulled in a little bit as you transition through. And that idea, not necessarily in the bending and warping the way they're saying in relativity and Einsteinian theories, but just the concept of like space, meaning the actual space we're in, like this actual, the environment, and time. If those were to dramatically change, you would, like the potentials of you could go through like a total transition, like even to the idea of like leaving this physical realm entirely. Anyways, it just made me think of that. Like if you have like almost like the way they describe a black hole, but they put it way in outer space. So they're kind of claiming it's way out there and whatever. And then they build the whole thing of spaceships going into it. But I'm talking about like the idea of like ones on Earth that are actually here that you can go through. But anyways, just that idea of it kind of pulling you through. Pulling you as the warping of time and space are happening.
Black hole, son.
Yeah. And then it makes me think of dying as well, or even dreaming. Like when we dream and we completely leave this realm, we go to sometimes another entire. Some people have dreams that feel like actual physical worlds and all that. but then when we die as well, like, do we kind of get pulled towards heaven, or do we kind of attract? Anyways, I know it's going on a different direction. I see, so you can go back. But I just
I got a quick response to what you're saying.
Just made me think of a way that a bending and warping of actual space and time could then pull you in, and then you would transition completely to another state of consciousness.
If I didn't know better, I would say you're trying to lead me on. You mentioned time, right?
Hey, G, I just got one comment on what you're saying about being sucked through. And I'd say that, well, if there's an other side to a portal and you'd be being sucked through, then that would necessitate that there's a sort of vacancy on the other side. But if, say, the other side of the portal, wherever that leads to, was like more full than your side, then there'd actually be a spilling out from there into your world. You know what I mean? I think if there's a sucking going on, then it's happening from a place that's like more packed, and pressurized into a less pressurized place. You know what I mean? So,
well, have you heard of like UFOs that just manifest? Like they seem to be coming in and out of like a membrane.
I've heard of that, I guess, a couple times.
Yeah, it just made me think of that. Like a membrane at which transition can occur.
If there were like if there's two rooms that are full of water, and you open a door between them, the water doesn't flow, right? But if you open a door between like a room full of air and a room full of water, the room full of water is going to spill into the room full of air. So it's like if one thing's getting sucked or falls into the other one, that means there's, I don't know, there's like availability, there's like a vacancy for it to fill that, to fill that room with. So I don't know, man. I mean, when it comes to magnetism and stuff like that, if it is a sort of like an energetic portal or black hole, it seems like wherever things are getting sucked towards would be like less pressurized than the things here.
Won't you come?
But I know this is like a wild direction you're taking it. But I just wanted to add that comment.
Bro, that's logos. Spitting facts there. Spitting facts.
Yeah, and like the ancient legends at the North Pole, where there's the 4 rivers and the 4 islands, and they would go on these pilgrimages in these ancient times, various times in the past, where they would do, like, you would have to do a lot of spiritual work in your life to get to the point to where you're essentially able to transition. And so they would then do these like pilgrimages to the north, in boats and everything, where you go and you go into one of the rivers, the 4 rivers, and you're going through all, with the huge land next to you, and you're going through it. And then what's at the center? And it's said that at the center, there's what could be referred to as like a maelstrom, or some kind of massive, like swirling, black, dark, who knows, ether. It's like the center of the whole toroidal field. And if you just keep going with your boat, like into there, you're going to essentially enter some sort of a portal. And then where will that lead you? And so obviously there's the concern you could just die if you don't make it in that sense. But in terms of a lot of these like ancient lands and realms that were said to be at the center, they're not necessarily all said to be physically there, but these are actual like realms and states of consciousness that you can actually transition to if you've done the spiritual work beforehand. And then once you go in, in the river to the center, and it's said that you can transition into these other realms like Hyperborea, Shambhala, these different terminologies. And the thing is, you then can come back.
Don't forget Agartha now. Shout out to them Agarthans.
Yeah, shout out to Agartha.
Yeah, man. You got all your Norse mythology and shit.
Man, you're talking about the salmon, by the way.
We know,
like, this whole thing you're talking about is just it's the reproductive cycle and the life of a salmon.
Yeah, so at the center, it's input and output, constant input and output into the engine of creation. That's at the center hole.
Yeah, and then do you see it that the water is coming in and out, almost like a huge, I would say like a drain in a bathtub, but it must be so much more complex than that. But just do you think water's coming in and out of the center and has something to do with the tides?
Man, I don't know. I've seen very little footage, if I've even seen footage of it. But I mean, from what I've gathered in the information I've seen about it, it's the toroidal field, feeding itself inwards and outwards, and it looks to me like the compass, square and compass. You got Polaris at the top, and then come down on the left and right. You got the sun and the moon, and then go down into the middle again under, and you got the black sun. So Polaris and the black sun creating this vortex, a creation disk. So we live on maybe the creation disk, the flat thing in the middle. I'm not sure. That's what comes to mind. That's what resonates with all that stuff.
Yeah, that's it. Well said. I'm with you on that. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, that's a beautiful way you just said that.
Well, if you want to understand what I was saying about the salmon, really it all comes down to that one line you spoke about. If you put in the necessary work to get there, and the whole thing about the salmon is that they're born in a lake, and that lake connects to a stream that flows down to the ocean, right? And they're born and they get sent down the river into the ocean, but they know that where their reproduction happens or where the birth happens is upriver in the lake at the top of the mountain. And so they mature, and then they the salmon, the noble salmon, right? It's the fish that swims upstream to get back to where it came from. Yeah, and the species only gets to continue if these individual fish are willing to put in the work to carry on, the process. And it's like you're saying, I don't know. It almost sounds like the center of the earth is where is the portal that connects heaven to earth or something like that.
Oh, I think it's actually, in my viewpoint, a little bit. I hear you on what you're saying there. I think it's not quite that in my understanding of it.
Yeah, probably not.
Well, there is it was that. I think like the idea of the toroidal field, and like Lat was saying, almost like in a sense a disk, or like the dielectric inertial plane that's coming out from the center, and it's the whole center of creation. It's almost like we're inside of a crystal ball in a sense, and we're just on the planar surface in the center of that crystal ball, and the toroidal field is that ball essentially, and all the that component to it, and then the center would be. That's such a deep mystery and concept of what actually is there. And of course, none of us can freely be able to go there right now, et cetera, to be able to see ourselves. And I do think it's being kept, off limits to all of us civilians here, even though I know they'll make claims, people can go up there. But anyways, but if that, in terms of that idea of the center being like some kind of maelstrom, or a center, that is not necessarily a transition out of this realm. It's a journey out of this realm, is the way in the ancient times, meaning that you're not dying when you do that. Like, you actually come back, you can come back into the physical world. And when you come back into this world, it's like you haven't aged a day, which I know is almost like Narnia. Like, it's literally that movie. Like, they walk through the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. They walk through the wardrobe, boom, they're in this whole other world. It's like winter, all these other creatures and stuff. So it's not necessarily like a death to heaven, as it were, or to the spirit world. It's actually a immersion into an entire other realm, and can even have a whole nother time to it. And could be, it's like, Shambhala and Agartha, all of these, and so on. These pilgrimage. It's more like a pilgrimage to, and there's many different legends of what that is and what that's been. But you then come back into this physical world, so you're not gone forever. And like I said, when you come back here, it's like you're physically, well, you're also rejuvenated in profound ways as well. There's a whole healing component to it. But yeah, when you come back,
It sounds a lot like the spiritual message. I don't know, in Buddhism, I guess, when they talk about the the wheel of samsara, but it's but a wheel which is always like this vicious cycle that goes round and round. But of course, in the center is the axle, the stillness and the unmoving center of a wheel, that the wheel runs around in circles. And if you could hop off of the wheel and go to the center point of rest, to the axle, I mean, what you were saying about rejuvenation, it's like, well, when does someone rejuvenate? It's when they rest. You know what I mean? So that would make sense in a poetic sense, that you would have to go to the center in order to be rejuvenated, because the center place is the place of rest.
Yeah, well, that's a very good point. Like the potential, like maelstrom, or the chaos that could be happening at the center of a toroidal field with all of this.
What's that word you're saying, by the way? Maelstrom. What's maelstrom?
The word maelstrom, you're saying?
Yeah, you said it a couple times. I don't know what it means.
I always thought that word was pronounced different. I thought it was maelstrom.
Yeah, it's the whirlpool.
Yeah, tomato.
It's like pseudo-science.
Hold on, let Gio finish. Let Gio finish, man.
Well, I was saying maelstrom. So and that is kind of the pronunciation. It's like MEYL, like maelstrom, but it can be said maelstrom if you. But the A is actually not necessarily pronounced with it. But yeah, that is the word. Yeah, it's essentially like a very tumultuous whirlpool. It's like a vortex whirlpool that it's very powerful, intense, and it does have that kind of attractive quality of kind of pulling things into it. It could also, it could also be tumultuous in some cases. But I'm also using that in the conception of that at the center of the earth, there, like as the four rivers come into the center, that there's a massive vortex there, and that's like at the actual center. So the maelstrom part is just the fact that it's a vortex. Like in these legends, when they describe it, like when you get near those four rivers, it just pulls you in. Like you don't have to sail through it. You don't have to propel yourself through it. Once you get close enough, you don't like get sucked in if you don't want to. So you have to decide to do it. It's not like super dangerous in that way. It's not just going to suck you in to kill you. You have to get close enough, and there's plenty of time that you can get out of it if you want to. But nonetheless, once you're in there in those rivers, it's like the currents are pulling. And so, yeah, and then that kind of whirlpool component of it. But then the other thing I was going to say is that there's also the idea of the great world tree that used to be at the center. So the maelstrom and also the like magnetic mountain that's claimed to be there as well may both be things that used to be part of the if there's the idea of the great world tree, like a massive tree that went up at the center and did connect to the heavens, where it's actually connected from the ground to the heavens. And then that great world tree in our current era is said to have been cut off or severed. And so since it's been severed, in a sense, we've been separated from the heavens in this realm. So now there's the physical realm, and then now there isn't necessarily the direct connection in that way. And then since that was cut down or severed in some way, now it's the magnetic mountain, like Mount Meru, as they called it in the Vedics.
It would just I mean, I'm just having fun with this, but it almost seemed, if I wanted to just, take some stabs in the dark here, that it would be humanity's responsibility to regrow the tree that was cut down, so that heaven and earth are once again connected by that bridge that was severed.
No, the thing is this though, and this is the stuff I was talking about. Like Gio's saying some real good shit. Is that the trees themselves aren't really gone; they're just severed. So, and in some stories and stuff from the ancient times, they said the gods had punished mankind and that's why they took the trees away, or maybe the trees are in another realm or some shit. But eventually down the road, we should be getting those trees back, and when they do come back, we're talking about a whole new era, man.
Yeah, because it's also said that that was not the only tree. So let's say that if the Great World Tree was there at the center, a massive one, then there would be other trees around the earthly plane that are magnetically connected through the ley lines and the nodal points within the earth. Like, for example, in Sedona, Arizona, that's a major like spiritual vortex there. A lot of people go there in terms of like just meditating and yoga and all kinds of different consciousness components. Like there's like a very high level octave, very high octave frequencies there. Anyways, but in Sedona, there's these huge, those big rock formations. I think those used to be trees.
I agree.
Tree stumps. And then you look at like where Machu Picchu is in Peru, in those massive mountains. I mean, those all could be tree stumps. All the entire Andes Mountains.
Yep. And not to top it off, you have Devil's Tower, you have all these things. And mind you, the longest time, the geologists will tell you that magma plumes or magma itself will become hexagonal shapes and stuff. And I was watching some videos. I'm still watching another geological video. I think either Riggs or someone else gave me. But I'm still in the belief that that these giant hexagonal, forms that look like plant cells are literally, the petrified remains of these silicone trees. And I think that's where the oil is coming from anyway. Silicone oil, it's tree sap, second most prolific liquid in the world.
Yeah, and quartz as well. Quartz is a mineral that seems to have a unique electrostatic frequency and sustenance to it that has components that just makes me think of Machu Picchu, because the thing about Machu Picchu, that like where it's situated, that's all quartz crystal under it, and it creates like almost like a tuning fork component, and that's why it can end up being these like hyperdimensional vortex spots, which is what they're created for. There's like ceremonial spots for ascension, to create an environment where ascension can occur and channeling of very high level information and and there's the whole idea of like demonic entities out there. But the thing is, by creating these certain vortexes, it essentially the demonic entities can't even get in. So then it's like a direct connection through light, and then that's how they're able to channel like technology and information and spiritual wisdom and knowledge in those states.
Yeah. I think that some of these ancient structures had all this information, right there in the goddamn mall. But the ones that got to it first were these occult elites, and then they closed them off to the public. And in order for you to get into these academia fields, you got to go to school, and then you're pretty much blackballed once you're in debt. Like, hey, if you don't follow tip and tap, you're completely done. And that's why like fringe science or the separate truth-seeking science is the only way to figure this shit out. Look at what Hitler was researching too. Like, the whole idea of the Shambhala, the Atlanteans, the Aryans, all this other stuff.
Oh, sorry. I know it's wild to think like so. Yeah, like the level of interdimensional things that can be going on. But what do you think of this idea that these kind of controllers, whatever we want to call them, that they actually can't access these portals? Like I think it's because of their darkness and like their level of just their frequency has such a dark frequency to it because of what they're doing, and you're
talking about different types of beings there, right? You're talking about something that makes you somehow in your like spiritual essence, some like you're of a different kind than they are. You have the ability to exit, but they may be stuck forever, and they want to convince you that you're stuck just like they are, and that's maybe something they want to instill in you. Hey, we're all stuck, when maybe the truth is that, well, you're stuck, but that doesn't mean I am, because we're not the same. You and I, we're not the same.
Yeah, I don't think the controllers can access the portals at all.
Yeah, I think they like magic, man. I think like there was a weird video that I came across. This guy's
Wait, Matthew, were you?
Go ahead.
No, I was saying the controllers lack the magic to access the portals.
Are you joking around with us, man?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Are you serious? Or I know, like, what, like, that was well said. I know you're trolling, but I think you actually had, like, there's some, like, all right, well, this is what I think.
Okay, so yes, the reason I say, I mean, I actually do believe that, but the reason I think that the controllers can't access the portal is because I think there are no controllers and there are no portals.
Just when you had it.
Well said either way. I don't really care what was behind it
it's still a true
intentionally.
statement either way.
Yeah, but the thing about it, though, dude, is you've said that you do believe in, like, Satan, though, and that there is dark forces. So what is that?
Yeah, sure. Satan and his dark forces and even demons and angels, I believe all of that type of stuff. But I think they're a lot less organized than you think they are. I don't think there's some group that is ruling the whole world.
All right,
that's fine. It doesn't.
I think they fight amongst themselves.
Yes, I agree.
That's fine too. So, hey Matt, man, in your beliefs, would you say that there is, a rainbow bridge or an umbilical cord or whatever, however you want to put it, from Earth to, I assume you'd want it like heaven, right? Do you think that there is? Are we completely severed with no way of ever like re-entering heaven, or is there like a single path that's guarded by I don't know, a flaming sword or something, and like there's still one there's a way in and there's still a way out, and that way in, it's like a cave, right? Do you think reality is we've gone into a cave and there was a cave-in where the entrance is blocked forever?
I think
ahead.
there's mainly just one reality, the physical reality, but imbued within the physical reality is a spiritual realm, and angels and can go back and
What
forth
about vice
between-
versa? When you think about it, would you really rather say that the physical realm has the spiritual realm inside of it, or that the spiritual realm has a physical realm inside of it?
I would say
which one's
I would say they both exist and interact with each other. Just
they
like
encapsulate each other.
Yeah, the
Yes.
human mind is a spiritual thing, but it interacts with the human brain, which is a physical thing. And so it's not. I think they're embodied beings.
I think the spiritual realm is more grand, and like more all-encompassing than the physical realm.
Yeah, I think it's probably more important for sure.
Well, so Matthew, well, just because you were saying, okay, so just back on the portals thing for a second. So you don't think that you don't think there's any other beings on Earth other than humans? Is that what you think? Is that
No, I think there are spiritual beings, angels and demons, for example.
But no other physical beings.
Right, you can't
I
like
don't think
see
there are
them.
any other physical,
Shake their hand.
intelligent beings that have a mind and a will and all that type of thing.
Can you shake a demon's hand physically?
If he manifests himself physically, sure.
Oh, they can transition. Okay.
I just wanted to say the one more thing about that topic, and just because it was still on my mind, which was all right, well, what I was suggesting is that there is another, if you want to call it a species, another being that is sort of at the helm, as it were, with this whole kind of control system that they're currently, they're like preying on us essentially and doing what they're doing. And I know it sounds like almost out of a movie, but I do think it's also real, which is that they actually came from the underworld. Like humans come from heaven, but they actually came from the underworld, and they can't access the portals that we can. It has to do with just being human. Like humans have the ability, although there may be some portals that you would have to attune your energy to be able to access. But I do think these things exist on Earth at the North Pole and in the southern regions as well, and that these other entities, they can't access them. So they just want to make sure since they can't access them, they don't want us accessing them for sure. So then that's part of why I think
misery loves company.
They're keeping us.
Dungeons and Dragons player?
They're keeping us. That's why partly why they're keeping us out of the North Pole and in the southern regions is for that reason. And then the concept of a portal or a quote unquote black hole, they've now made it into a black hole and they've put it into their fabricated outer space thing, light years away, as far away from humans' minds, thinking that they exist as possible. Whereas in reality,
you'll never get there.
These portals do exist right here on Earth.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the expression "misery loves company" is as well known as it is for a reason. I feel like that's a truth drop right there.
They want us to be as miserable. Yeah,
they want us hanging out with them under their thumb when there's a way out. But oh yeah, those portals. Oh man, light years away, bro. Light years away. There's no way to escape this reality. You're stuck here with us, and we're actually in a little bit, nicer a position than you.
Well,
the way that they want you to think about it.
Yeah, well, I think I know what you mean. Well, like dimensionally, I think these other beings, they're actually connected to a particular very dark, like a demonic realm as well. So they're very dense in their energies. So they're very different than humans. But in my viewpoint, in terms of humans, like the idea of the portals, like, is that a way to enter and exit this realm? Almost like we do when we dream, but in this way, it's a little more physical, but it has correlations to that we can exit and enter in that way. And then, of course, when we dream as well every night, potentially, then there's other ways to access interdimensional travel as well, while you're still in a body or in a particular state of consciousness. But then even on top of that, the idea that we reincarnate, it means, again, a body is, in that sense, you're again in a situation where the body is a vessel and you actually never die. So you can essentially, it's like a video game with infinite lives.
Sure. I'd say in respect of those portals you're talking about, when you mentioned dreaming, I'd say dreaming is like just sticking your foot into the pool. You know what I mean? You're not like in the water submerged, like you haven't transitioned from the air to the water. You're not diving in into the waters above. You know what I mean? When you dream, you're just like sticking a foot through the portal and seeing what the water's like, getting a feel for it. As much as it's like it's, I don't know, it's like a ceiling that if you reach high enough, you can get about your wrist, your palm and your fingers and your wrist into it. But you're not able to jump high enough to actually dive upward into the waters above. But you can, stick your arms up and get your hand and touch it a little bit.
Yeah, well said. I do think that's what, dreams are partly like subconscious in the inner mind, but then, they do seem to have that potential to transition to even those higher.
They're always rooted, man.
It made me think about part of their attack on the pineal gland. In terms of fluoride and a lot of these other chemicals and genetic modification, is to essentially weaken our pineal gland so that we don't create as much DMT. Because when we dream, DMT is endogenously released in the brain. And so if you have a really strong functioning pineal gland, is when you sleep, you're going to be able to get into very, very deep dream states because the DMT is flowing and you're able to have some of those like more profound, like either interdimensional, or also like lucid dreaming, to the point of being able to essentially manifest any reality you want for any amount of time. And it's like an infinite time that you can manifest anything in terms of that depth of a lucid dream.
Yeah. What you're saying is making a lot of sense to me.
And those DMT levels are needed. So all of like the fluoride and these different chemicals in the foods, they're just trying to slowly lower people's DMT release. And so that when people who have low DMT, when they dream, their dreams are kind of boring. Maybe they don't really remember them. They're not usually conscious in their dreams. They're not lucid. They're not aware. They're not having like downloads. And like, they're basically just, if anything, it's kind of like they're just watching it from the outside. And it usually sometimes just like chaotic stuff that is kind of even confusing in some cases, or they just don't have very many dreams. They don't remember them. I think that has to do with partly with low levels of DMT and because melatonin and DMT are both cycled through the pineal gland and generated and cycled through it. So the melatonin, you need the melatonin to put the brain put the brain into these very, very deep brainwave states, and then you need the DMT to be able to fully have the lucidity and the access to that, because the DMT is like the molecule that essentially intersects between this physical realm and the beyond.
Well, I'm not saying third world countries are any less like poisoned by chemicals or fluoride or whatever, but do you think that there are people untainted, or to a lesser degree than, say, a tap water drinking American is, where you could go talk to them and they're just going to tell you like if you compared dreams to this more like natural living person, do you really think they'd say, like, if we understood what each other dream, they'd be like, oh wow, you got fucking like some pretty shit dreams, bro. When I dream, oh my god, it's way better than any dream you've ever had, because I haven't been like chemically altered. I don't really know about that, but I've never talked to someone like that in that position with like a uncalcified pineal gland, or untainted. But maybe they have fucking like way better dreams than I do,
Yep.
Like,
because that does happen. I've seen that. Yeah, that does happen. Like working with certain plant medicines, these medicines actually will cleanse your pineal gland and help your pineal gland to regenerate.
Vitamins.
Because in some cases, people may need some real rejuvenation if it's been.
I'll tell you the way I dream, man. It is. It's not consistent. I'll have a night where I can't remember my dream at all, or it's not very like personal or detailed. It's like vague, and then sometimes it's like a full blown like adventure video game. And I know I am capable of having some pretty intense dreams that seem to last for like a week span of times every once in a while, but and I always do view those as like my favorite dreams. But you know what I mean? Like I dream to different degrees of involvement, and maybe that's all. Maybe that's what all the chemical alterations do. They don't they fuck up your flow. Maybe you're supposed to have a spiritual journey every single goddamn night when you sleep. And I'm just getting a small taste of that every once in a while.
Yeah, maybe you should try. There's this thing I'm trying out, which is K2 vitamins, man. It's supposedly a decalciumization of the body. So far, there's a bit studies out there about if you're experiencing arthritis, and there were some guys that were posting this on a few places that I was reading, that it may even affect the pineal gland. Right now, some people, even I started taking it in about 2 weeks now. And I'll tell you, my dreams are getting more fucking weirder and weirder. And I was going through a lot of the exhaustion states. So
the past 2 weeks, huh?
Yeah. It's just getting weirder, man.
Are you talking about? So are you talking? Oh, there's vitamin K2, and then there's generally two subtypes: MK4 and MK7. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, MK4. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very potent compound. Yes. Absolutely. And most people are low in it as well. MK7 and MK4. But yeah, MK4 is like the base of the entire K system in the body. And it has a contributing factor to every function in the human body cellularly.
I would definitely recommend people trying it. Mix that with D3, because most of our food doesn't have D3. And I'm telling you right now, like a lot of your problems are gonna get a lot fixed within a month. Like right now, I'm week 2 it's about to be the third week right now, because week 2 is about to end in a few hours. And you're gonna go through the sleepy state. You're gonna go through the tired. I had a few cavities in my teeth, and I already seen them already that the hole's closing up, and sensitivity's gone away.
No way, bro.
Yep.
Oh well, that's awesome. Good for you, man. I'm happy for you.
Oh, thanks, man. I'm just saying, man. You can find that out on Amazon. K2 vitamins. You can take the MK4 and MK7. I think 7 is more of a cardio or cardiac kind of thing. But yeah, you can take both of them, bro.
How do you imagine it has its effect, like I guess there's three options I can imagine. There's like the topical treatment, right? Where it's like, I don't know, maybe your teeth would be doing even better if you swished it around in your mouth a few times, right, before swallowing. Or maybe there's a chance that it's working from like the inside outward, where it's, you know what I mean? Or there's the chance that it's just a or there's the third option where it's like affecting you, like your morphogenetic field, and just like, I don't know, your aura or whatever you want to call it, just like your like conscious field is like harmonizing and being restored on a sort of like, I don't know, energy, like aura level or something, and like just filling into its shoes. Or I don't have good words to explain that last option, but if you know what the morphogenetic field is, that's kind of the third option I'm trying to refer to.
Yeah, I think it's all of the above. Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe all three, right?
Weston A. Price, he was a dentist back in the early 1900s, and he ended up traveling around the world to all these tribes that had not been contacted by the Western world yet. So they were like basically, separate from all of the modern world, and studying their foods that they ate, specifically the animal foods. And he deciphered there was a compound that he was calling activator X. And this compound, it seemed to be in, eggs and liver and, meats as well, but it was like high amounts in liver and eggs and butter and dairy, like raw milk, especially like dairy as well, is where these are the richest. And there's like this compound of like nutrients that are in like those foods I just mentioned, like let's say butter, dairy in general, liver and eggs are like and seafoods as well, especially like shellfish and so on. But anyways, there's this complex of nutrients. It's vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin E, and the vitamin K2s, MK4 and MK7. Specifically, the MK4 though is like the base nutrient within that whole complex. And so the MK4, the K2 MK4, that acts as like this activator molecule for all of those other things to do their work, for the vitamin A and the vitamin E. So it all comes in a complex in nature, in those animal foods. It comes in that complex. And by getting very good, sufficient amounts of those, it tells all the minerals in your body where to go. So like the decalcification, like he said, is a thing, because if you have like excess minerals from other toxins, it'll get rid of those in a good way. But then it also works as an activator to give the good minerals the information they need to go where they need to go in the body, like either to rebuild the brain or the bones, whatever component in the body. It's like this activator, and he called it activator X. And so it wasn't really discovered until many years later, and of what it was. And even in today's, in terms of Weston A. Price and his whole lineage, it's still said that certainly the MK4 seems to be one of the most, perhaps even the most essential in that whole complex. So yeah, and those are only some of what it does as well. It does so many different things in the body. So,
oh man, hook me up with some of that activator X, please.
Well, I think the best way to get it is naturally in food. There are like chemical supplements of it, but those are all extracted from different things, often GMO corn and different components like that. And they were kind of chemicalized. I think the best way to get it is in the complex that nature gives.
Yeah, I'm just mid-maxing on the vitamins. Yeah, I think that's the best way, because there's sometimes like you ever eaten food, man, and you just fucking pigged out, and you're still hungry, and that's that nutritional starvation, and because you're starving all the time, you're not able to get satisfied. That's why ever since I started using vitamins and stuff like that, I only eat like once a day. Like maybe I'll snack here and there, but just one big meal and good for the rest of the day.
I've heard a lot of people who I consider to be very wise individuals say that they, I can't make a case for it myself. I couldn't explain where they're coming from, but time and time again, these people that I think are pretty wise, they also adopt that one meal a day, lifestyle, and for educated reasons. These are people who have put in the time to try to understand health and diet and nutrition and all that jazz. And that's the conclusion I see a lot of them coming to. And one of the words they say, is like, for, the way they would say it often is like, for sake of longevity, I've realized that this is the right thing to do for myself. And it's like, oh, wow, interesting. Because I definitely, I feel that hunger or starvation or however you want to put it that you're referring to. But that may be, like you said, just because the normal person eats foods that are lacking in what really satisfies a person. And then if you could probably eat a lot less actual like physical material, but still achieve the same amount of satisfaction.
Yeah, nutrient density is key when it comes to foods. That makes a big difference for sure. If you have like factory farmed beef that was fed corn and soy and wheat, grains, and didn't get any grasses or any real nutrition, yeah, that meat is going to be completely devoid of all kinds of minerals. Now they claim that they're going to then give mineral supplements to the cows and all that stuff. So it's a hodgepodge of just, and that versus like meat that, let's say, comes from like a wild deer or something like that, or like a wild elk, where it's just been eating all of the natural forage in the environment and getting all the rich minerals and magnesium and all of those minerals that we need. The animal eats those things and the medicines. These animals are actually, like, a deer is running around eating all of these leafy greens, and some of those leafy greens and leaves and all kinds of things it's eating, those all have medicinal compounds in them. So when the deer's running around eating all that stuff, or when a cow eats grass, it's actually absorbing all of those nutrients and then putting that into its meat, so that when we then eat the meat, it actually has the minerals in there that it should have. So yeah, nutrient density makes a big difference. And then there's also certain plants actually limit absorption of nutrients. So like you could be eating like good nutritious meats, but then if certain plants will actually have anti-nutrients in them that limit the absorption of those nutrients. It's actually part of the whole like agricultural deceptions that are going on in terms of the way our food system
works. Oh fuck, Geo. Yeah, man. That's really too bad, man. That's not what I wanted to hear. But I'm willing to accept that harsh truth. But that's a bitter pill to swallow right there.
Yep, there's plants with like these modified versions of phytic acid, and this phytic acid just literally strips minerals from your body, from your bones. That's why elderly people, one of the reasons they can get osteoporosis.
Well, goddamn. Well, I'll tell you a quick personal story. For a certain time in my younger days, a doctor prescribed me Adderall, right? And probably dropped about yeah, that's not important. Anyways, the main thing I want to say about, like, okay, taking this Adderall, which is an amphetamine similar to meth or whatever, you know this already though. Yeah, no, like almost no such thing as like the feeling of hunger, and that just goes to show like what you eat, like hunger more than a physical sort of I don't know, like a property or sensation. Hunger exists, I think, primarily in the mind. It's a message your subconscious is telling your conscious, like you need something. And
there's people that have it's actually like a psychological condition where they just always feel hungry, or they always just feel like they're lacking something,
or they never feel hungry, as I was doing. Yeah, either way.
Various different eating disorder stuff. And actually people have been able to make a route in their mind back to when they were in the womb, when their mother was eating that way. Like if the mother was always hungry, or if the mother had some kind of eating imbalances. So yeah, it actually, people have been able to connect it back to that. But yeah, that thing of always hungry, it also can be connected to breastfeeding when we're a baby. If there's any like traumas around that, or like even minor traumas where, either there wasn't milk or it wasn't good milk or it had some kind of negative energy associated with it. Like if a mother's breastfeeding, but she's also like screaming at someone or she's really angry or something like that's going on, the experience for the baby is going to be one of almost like threatening. Like it's trying to get this milk and nutrients and nourishment and warmth and all of that, but it's actually getting some kind of, disturbance in a sense, or not enough milk, things like that because of the mother's malnutrition. Anyway, some of those early memories, people, when they do a lot of work on themselves to get to the root of this stuff, they've been able to link it back to that, to like a breastfeeding type, memory like that. And then once they were able to kind of work through that and kind of clear it out of their psyche, then that psychological condition of like always hungry, that or some kind of eating disorders, things like that, actually resolve for those people, and then they don't have those symptoms anymore.
I've always wanted to put that sort of like forgotten memory regression hypnosis techniques for the test, personally myself, because I do think that like everything you've experienced is stored somewhere in your memory, right? And it's just a matter of being able to recall these experiences and sensations you went through. And I've always wanted to put to the test for myself if there's some like long forgotten memories I have that, if through some sort of technique someone could like give me my memories back of, say, when I'm like 2 years old. Because I think most of us, there's some really odd fellows out there that are like, oh yeah, I remember like almost like I remember so much from when I was 1 or 2 years old or 3, whatever, right? And it's like, oh man, I can't remember anything. You know what I mean? Like I can't remember anything.
What's the earliest you can what's the earliest you can remember?
I think probably a specific like perspective in my vision of my preschool like classroom. I can kind of like imagine the layout as I think I remember it. So like 4 years old is when I think I start really having the slightest vaguest like memory.
Babysitters. When I was 2, I remember my babysitters. I don't remember nothing about myself, but I remember my babysitters. Like when I had to be almost 3 though. But I got a couple memories of my big brother holding me up to hit one flipper on the pinball machine, and he said that he told me when they had it, and I couldn't have been no more than 3. And I remember running across a track like at the YMCA and shit, like cutting across, chasing my mom around. But I don't remember myself. I just remember people way back, man.
Yeah. So
well, these
you
memories,
say like 2 years old. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, but I that's interesting, and it's interesting how we seem to have like generally limited recall in our sort of ordinary state. But like those states of consciousness we were talking about, like when you're able to access these things, people have been able. It does seem like all of the memories are there because people seem to be able to access them, even like directly, experientially, to where they're actually experiencing it again fully. Like in the sense of, there's a range, of course, the way people experience it, in that sense. But in some cases, it's as real as if they're in a body experiencing it. That is just as real of a way as we live our, we experience our lives, like that physical and real, like actually being the, 2 years old or something, and seeing the actual scene, like in your mind's eye. But it actually is the same, like physical.
Yeah, and you never know, right? You never know if another person's memories are actually just like imagined reconstructions based on stories they've been told about their childhood, and so like the only way to know for yourself is to really be, I don't know, hypnotized or for just to have like a sudden moment of like recollection of your experiences where you're like oh my god, like there's like all of a sudden I'm like, this happens sometimes, like you see something and it triggers a memory, and that memory might be triggered from a long time ago, like you never think about it, or you never thought you'd be able to recall it, but then you see something or you smell something, and all of a sudden this memory from when you were 1 year old finds its way to the surface of your consciousness, and you're just like, oh my God, they're all still in there, aren't they? Like every experience I've ever had, it's imprinted in my psyche somewhere. It's just, the older you get, the harder it is to, dig deep enough to actually, bring those back to the surface. And that's why I think that like certain hypnosis techniques might plausibly be able to, assist a person in accessing those, deep ancient memories. But I don't know. Like I said, I'd have to do it for myself to have a strong opinion on it. Because there's also the chance that when people think they remember something from their early childhood, it's really just an imagined scenario based on, the descriptions they've been told by their family who are older than them. And said, oh yeah, when you were one, you like I'll tell you one thing. When I was like 2 years old, my parents took me to Disneyland, and that was the only time I ever went to Disneyland. And my mom says that I peed on her while we were in the teacup ride. And even though I can't recall the visuals or the experience itself, I do have this like way of imagining it. I have like a visualization of what that was like. But I like when I think back about it and try to remember, I think I'm just making up the visuals. I mean, I think I'm just completely like making that up for myself. It's not a real memory.
There's different level. Yeah, I think there's different levels of memory recall and experiential spectrum as well. Because I know what you mean. Like there's ways of remembering something more like kind of in your mind's eye or in some kind of place where you're kind of remembering like the general scenario, but maybe it's even more emotional. But I was also I would say in my understanding, like, perhaps like hypnosis, also meditation, fasting, can all potentially, or even dreaming, different dreaming techniques as well to be able to access certain memories as well is a whole nother realm. But one of them where people can have very, very vivid relivings like these is specifically with a plant called iboga, which is similar to ayahuasca, but it's not similar. It's a similar type visionary plant medicine, but it's very different as well. But it's a root bark that grows in Africa, and the experience lasts for like 30 hours when they eat this root bark. It's a very long journey, but on that one,
oh no, thank you. Oh, that's way too hardcore for me. Shit.
It's about 15. It's like 15 to 18 hours of the peak experience, and then
holy shit,
at least another 12 hours where you're just chilling and no, it's amazing. It's the most profoundly blessed, loving, incredible. But when you're on it, like you're lying down, so you're not up jumping around or anything. You're literally just lying down. It's almost like you're awake, but it's kind of like you're sleeping, but you're just kind of in like a waking state while you're just lying there. But the visions that people have and that plant in particular, especially at high doses, can be so, like, some people even describe it as almost like a high definition, visual scene, or in some cases like actual direct visions and memory recall at profound levels.
Is it legal? Is it legal? Can I get some?
It is not legal in a lot of countries, but it is.
God damn it!
It is legal in many countries. It's like it's legal in Africa and everything, but in many continents and areas. But like it is illegal in the United States because they put it into the same category of like LSD and mushrooms and all of those. But that's another one. LSD for memory recall. That one people have had, because LSD seems to be like this magnifier of the human mind. Like it's almost like this unspecific amplifier. Like it amplifies in a way that seems to expand the mind and the psyche. But that's another one. Like iboga and LSD, in terms of consuming something, are both ones that seem that many, many people report having, because we're just talking about like memory recall, like very, very vivid types of memory recall, and also having like past life experience memory recall, where they actually are like reliving a whole nother lifetime, but it also has like a healing component to it, like something they needed to heal, and then it heals their soul as well. But yeah, the love, that's very does seem like by doing some of these techniques, you can accelerate your ability to recall many.
Hey, let me ask you,
life, bro. If I had a past life, I was something small and in the water. Because I've had a lot of dreams over the years where just massive shit swimming by. Like, man, it felt so real. And it's weird. I have this one dumbass dream. It doesn't make any sense, but I just thought about it, dude. I remember all kinds of shit when I was 3, because we moved over to this house that I'm at now. Back right, I turned 4 right after we moved in, and I got to thinking, dude. I remember seeing my brother, the old house. I remember it. And it just happened to fall at a time, you know, and it was, I don't know if it was traumatizing, but for some reason I remember my first home, you know, and I remember being in a pool and watching my cousins next door in a bigger pool and not really giving a fuck, really, dude, just watching them, and in my little pool, happy as fuck. I remember watching my brother, seeing him smoke a cigarette behind the bushes, and I was like, oh shit, what the fuck, he's smoking. I remember him towing me up there to get a gun my mom made him. Bro, I remember all kinds of shit. I just had to think about it for a second, man. So just anybody wants to remember shit, just think of a big event when you were that age, and you'll start remembering shit. That's what I just did.
Yeah, I definitely have a good amount of recall from in my childhood, my life, and everything. But I feel like it's more of a general outline of the memory rather than like a direct connection with it. Because I guess I feel like myself was so different then. My sense of self, I should say. Like, doesn't it? Like, would you guys agree that the sense of self when you're a child seems more like universal and kind of interconnected, and then
absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, think about the kids keep seeing imaginary friends, man. Like, there's a whole video on this. Just go on YouTube and check in kids' imaginary friends, and kids' imaginary friends they're able to see things that the adults can't see, like ghosts and stuff like that. People are now posting it all over TikTok and stuff. And as time grows older and the kids get infected by our Western food products, they'll slowly not be able to see them.
Yeah, and there's this guy Ian Stevenson is a brilliant researcher. He wrote many. He has tons of published, documented reports, thousands of them, of children who had spontaneous past life memory recall. So these are children, of course, they're not taking ayahuasca or LSD, nothing like that. These are just children, and but they're having similar experiences that people who take those as well. So it's interesting. But anyways, so Ian Stevenson documented thousands and thousands of cases. It's all very, very precisely documented of these children that just, at age 3, 4, 5, 6, they just start telling their parents like, oh, I was in another life. And this is, I lived, it's very detailed sometimes. They're like, oh yeah, I lived in the jungle in South America and this and that. And the amount of memory recall they have is just incredible. And so Ian Stevenson basically documented all of these cases. And many of them actually had like physical world validations. Like this one kid, I won't say, I don't want to keep the mic for too long. So I can say, share the full thing later. But basically this kid, he was like an American boy. And he said that his past life was in India and he died when he was like 17 and he knew where he lived. And so this Ian Stevenson researcher took him to India. Literally, the kid just knew where he lived. And they went down neighborhoods and literally in areas. And this kid found his parents. This is they found the parents of who this, American boy was saying that he had died when he, as an Indian boy at age 17. The minute this child, this American boy saw the Indian mother, they hugged, they embraced, they were crying, like they had this whole emotional experience. And then even to make it more, even beyond a little bit anecdotal, there was, okay, I guess I'm telling the whole story, but there was a soda machine that's what that family in India, that's what they did. They ran a soda company and they had this soda machine, and the soda machine used to get jammed with the caps would get jammed. And there was a very specific hand movement that you had to do to unjam it. And like only one or two people in the family even knew how to do it. It's like a rare thing. And this American boy that literally grew up in a family in America who with this researcher that went all the way into India to find this family, the American boy when they were actually there and when the caps got jammed in the machine, he was able to clear it with that special motion to be able to unclear it. So like that's even to the point where like there is like beyond statistical level of correlation that his memories, these these child past life memory recalls are so detailed, and there have been ones like that have been like validated in the physical world, at least to some degree.
They should have let that kid take ayahuasca or acid or something. Really, seen the extent to what he can do.
Well, ayahuasca is natural, so yeah, LSD is semi-synthetic, so yeah, that's kind of a whole different
Ayahuasca, yeah, for sure. Just let him. How do you take it naturally? You got to drink that big tub or whatever. You got to drink like that soup.
No, it's just a very small amount of a liquid. It's about.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It's just like it's like a 1 ounce of and you just drink it in one sip. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Just give that to that kid. I mean, if his parents let him go to India with some stranger, then I'm pretty sure they'd sign up for the ayahuasca thing. Is that a long time ago, or is that just still a kid?
Children don't wait. Well, I mean, generally with ayahuasca, like the children are not all drinking it in that. Well, they actually do in many areas, but that's. I don't know. Why are you saying bring that? Well, you're just saying that they could do.
Just do more tests on him. Because if ayahuasca is working on adults and this kid's able to do it, to fucking relive past lives and give him ayahuasca and see if he's fucking, able to keep doing it or whatever.
I mean, my understanding in the tribes with ayahuasca, they actually do give it to babies in very small amounts, just like 1 drop. And it's actually very good for the babies. So the babies are not getting any actual effect from it. So they do give very small amounts to the babies. And then when they're growing up, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they're not really giving them high doses of ayahuasca, even though it's part of their entire tribe and it's regularly part of their practices. But when you're kind of a child, you're just more like in that child mode. Although they do give them small amounts here and there, but it's not really a thing where they're like going on a deep visionary journey. But then when they come of age, generally, 15, 16, et cetera, like then there's usually rites of passage that the shaman supports those coming of age, to go through, where they kind of leave their childhood behind and they, in that sense, and they mature spiritually and emotionally, clearing out any, anything that would be blocking them from being able to be in a full state of health. So once that coming of age comes, then they may work with these medicines. And in the Iboga in Africa, actually specifically with the Iboga, that's one where it is used as a rite of passage specifically. So everyone in the tribe, once they're like 16, depending on the age, 15, 16, 17, they've never, before that, they may have only had very small amounts of Iboga, but never a full visionary experience. And their first time is when they're at that age, the coming of age. And they do everyone in the tribe gives that one person who's going through the rite of passage a pretty large amount of the root bark so like a pretty high dose of the root bark, meaning the full visionary dose to where you are in it, you're fully immersed. And then everyone in the tribe plays music and drumming and dancing and just singing and just literally supporting that one person to go through this profound journey. And that person is in a visionary state for 20 to 30 hours. And they're just drumming. And usually everyone in the tribe takes a small amount of Iboga. Iboga has a little bit of a stimulant effect, not really like coffee, but it does have a little bit of an activating effect. So like taking a low dose of it can just make you more focused. It's really good for like drumming, singing, dancing, all that kind of stuff. So generally everyone else in the tribe takes a low dose of it, just a little bit, just to have that, just to be in the field of the Iboga spirit. And then the person who's doing the full rite of passage gets like the full dosage. And generally like what they're doing, like that teenager that kind of is going through the rite of passage, they are connecting with their ancestors when they're on the Iboga. So their ancestors come and like make connection and transfer a lot of knowledge and wisdom to that person and communicates with them as to what their life purpose is. So they literally get their life purpose from their ancestors. And then once after they've finished the Iboga, the experience with the Iboga root bark, then they share with the elders what the ancestors told them and what essentially their mission and their kind of purpose is. And then for the rest of that life, everybody in the tribe supports that person to continue to fulfill their, highest level of actualization through love and compassion and support. and it really interconnects them to their lineage, and they're so strong and free of disease, free of mental disease, free of physical disease, and there's a profound level of harmony that is created because of that.
You said this is in Africa? You know, that's probably how Elon Musk learned he was going to be the head of SpaceX and Tesla and stuff. Was that ritual?
No, dude. How would that be connected?
Well, because he was. I mean, he was from South Africa, right? I don't know if it's everywhere.
Oh, no. Okay, so Iboga it's in the jungles. It's a place called Gabon, 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 Africa. If you look up where it is, and then the peoples there, because of course there used to be many more, but nowadays there's been so much. It's a whole other story of what's happened to Africa. So they've been, anyways, but the one that we have the most direct connection to that you could like Google and find a lot of information on is called Bwiti, Bwiti, Bwiti. So if you look up the Bwiti people, there's I'm sure there's a Wikipedia and all kinds of stuff. So they're in Gabon, Africa, and the Bwiti use the Iboga, even to this day, and they do the rites of passage and everything. And they've actually done everything they can do to not let the Western world come and destroy their peoples. And the Iboga is such a powerful root bark. It's one of the most, if not the most potent, powerful spirit in this entire realm. I'm not saying it is God, but it is like connected, seems directly to the creator, because it seems to have all knowledge within it. It knows your body, your whole life. It knows how to like heal you and transmit like knowledge and healing on like multiple levels of frequencies within this realm and within humans, and its capacity to bring about like profound states of transformation. Anyway, so those.
How do we get our hands on it?
Yeah. What?
How do we get it? Like, how are we going to get this stuff?
Well, it's actually it's a plant that has been attacked more than virtually any other plant. They have tried to destroy it. They've gone through the jungle and have been poaching it for decades. I mean, it's like a shrub, and it has a root. The root of the shrub. It has little fruits on it as well. The shrub grows little fruits. But the part that you take to have this kind of visionary journey is the root. So you have to like uproot it and then shave off the bark and then eat. They usually chop up the root bark. Anyway, so yeah, it's in crisis, dude. They've gone after it. They've tried to just poach it and destroy it. And there's also a connection with the elephants, because the elephants eat the Iboga fruits, and the elephant is like a key species that is connected with Iboga in a way, just in the way of how it propagates. So like the elephants eat the Iboga fruit, and then when the elephants poop, the poop and the seeds that go through their digestive system plant into the ground perfectly, and then the Iboga can grow out of that. It's not the only way Iboga grows, but it's just one of the ways. And because of all the elephant poaching and all of the elephant crises there, of course, the elephants are not running around freely on the land as they once were. So then the Iboga population has gone down. And then there's also been massive amount of poaching, because the people there know that Iboga is worth a lot of money, and it's a very pretty high cost thing considering. But now it's farmed. There's a lot of people are farming it. There is still some wild Iboga out there, but much of it has been poached, and it's actually one thing that we need to help restore, because that's part of the effects of this modern time.
I'm seeing there's this thing called Voakanda or something like that. I don't know if it's meant to be like an imitator or I'm trying to find out what it is. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's very, very important. Great. That's amazing that you just, because that's a good point. It's awesome that you just kind of brought that up, because okay, so Tabernante Iboga is the actual Iboga one that I'm referring to. There are several like different variations of it, and they're all unique, but as long as it's that species, it's Tabernante Iboga. Now there's another species called Voacanga africana, and this Voacanga plant also contains ibogaine. Ibogaine is one of the main active alkaloids that creates the healing visionary type experience. And so they can actually extract ibogaine out of these plants, and then you end up with like a white powder, and they give that as treatment as well. But that's now you're dealing with kind of a little bit of an extracted synthetic thing. But so the Voacanga is not real iboga. Voacanga contains ibogaine, so there is ibogaine in it, but it is not the same spirit, and it's not the same actual thing as iboga, because real iboga is infinitely loving, nourishing, healing, supportive. It is blessings beyond blessings. Whereas Voacanga is like a little bit dark. It's got a little bit more of a connection to like sorcery. So Voacanga is used in like not in the same way that iboga is. Like Voacanga's got a little bit of a darker sorcery vibe to it, and it has been used in Africa in other tribes, not in the one I mentioned, the Bwiti. And even to some detriment effect. And it's a whole thing because Voacanga is a lot cheaper and it's easier to grow. See, the thing about iboga, the iboga takes like 10 to 20 years to be able to be harvested. Ideally, the older, the better, like 20 years or even longer. Like if you can find iboga, it's like 50 years old, you're going to have the most advanced medicine that exists on earth. Like that the really old iboga. But at least if it's like 10, 15, 20 years old, you're in good range. 20 is even rare to find in these days. Anyway, so the real iboga takes a very long time to grow, whereas Voacanga, they can grow it a lot faster. And so now there's all these like ibogas that are, well, things that are being sold as iboga, but it's actually Voacanga. That's a huge thing going on now. But yeah, that's a totally different species. That's not going to have the same, like, it will have ibogaine in it, so people do get benefit from it. And it's not the darkest plant in the world. I mean, I've actually worked with it, so I'm familiar with it. It doesn't really mean too much harm, but it's a bit of a dissociative in a way that's not necessarily that great and healing. Whereas iboga is a true like multi-level, very high frequency medicine.
There's something like a little bit like that. Elephant cows around here. Like if you find natural cows, there's a few dairies that feed there.
Brian, we can't hear you. Your mic's like super muffled. I don't know if you can fix it or.
That's a little bit better. But
oh, that's way better.
There's something like that with cows around here. They there's a couple dairy farms that still feed their cows like natural food, but there's mushrooms, regular shrooms, that grow out of that cow shit. But most of the farms, maybe all of them now, I don't know. Maybe all of them feed the certain type of feed that kills that bacteria.
Big farms do, Brian. You still have little farms out there. You still have little farms in Texas where you can go pick all the fucking mushrooms you want.
Nice one, MC. Nice one, dude. Have you gone out and grabbed a couple? Done some
no, we used to get them by the fucking hefty bag full.
Nice.
A hefty bag full and grind them up and put them in a gram caps.
Nice one, dude. So you've experienced psilocybin like in like a couple times, or like what you've?
Yeah, a few times. Man.
Like, and what kind of dosages have you gotten up to?
Oh gosh, mushrooms. I don't know. I've done probably up to about 7 grams. Up to 7 grams, I guess.
Nice. And what was your experience? What were your experiences like?
A lot like acid, kind of with a benzoid kick to it. A lot of, it's more of a body trip. It's hell on your stomach, though, man. Those things. Ugh.
Bro, it's hard to believe you've done acid and you're still a baller.
I know. I was gonna say I'm kind of blown away to hear that there's this side of you. I never knew. And why would you be so negative about the Earth not being a globe and like all just here just attacking people, dude?
It's
Like
common sense, man.
If you've tripped balls, you should at least be able to have like a general sense of yourself to be able. Well, I don't know. People can trip on those. See, that's the thing. Like LSD and mushrooms are actually, like in my view, kind of in a whole different category. Something like ayahuasca, like is going to work with you in a different way. It's like a different level of kind of a therapeutic thing. Whereas mushrooms and LSD, you can just kind of almost see it as like just getting high or like a party, and you take it and you're kind of like real. You know, you're not like going in deep within yourself and having like an inner journey. You're like at a party and there's loud music and you're just like, you're seeing visuals and like dancing, which can be fun too. But I'm just saying, you know, it's just, there are different levels of it. So, you know, in terms of like using them for whatever intended purpose, you know? So is that how you viewed it, M Stone? Like, cause you weren't going on like spiritual journeys. So you were like, is that
how do you know what the fuck I was doing, man? What are you talking about?
All right, well, you tell me. I'm just thinking of ideas. I'm trying to figure out how you could have done like all these high doses of mushrooms, yet you're here like just.
Yeah, I've done more drugs than any two of you here combined. So you need to shut the fuck up, dude. Just you're entertainment to me. Believe that.
So that didn't help you work out your hatred for people, because they usually do if you would use them honestly.
You think I have hatred for you? You really think I'd waste my hate on you?
So did you ever have any like spiritual experiences, or did you have any heart opening or any transcendental experiences or anything like that?
Why would I share them with you?
Awkward.
Dude, you ain't got to be such a dick, man.
Well, you ain't got to be so stupid. So what are you going to do about it? I'll work on being a dick, Brian, if you work on figuring out the shape of the fucking earth. Okay, bro?
Right. I mean, it's all good, dude. Yeah, if you don't want to share your experiences, obviously you don't have to. I was just curious because you said you've had. I mean, yeah, if you've done like 7 grams, if you've done like 7 grams of dried mushrooms, as long as they were high potency, I mean, yeah, that's a quarter. I mean, depending on, see, mushrooms can vary in their psilocybin content quite a bit. So for some 7 grams, it might actually be more like taking 3 grams of a different potency, whereas other ones taking 5 grams can be more like 7, you know? So yeah, it depends in that way. It's all about really the psilocybin content itself. But yeah, if you've done that much, then you would be fully saturated within psilocybin, and it releases DMT. It has DMT in it. It has 4-ACO-DMT and several other DMT compounds. And it's activating many layers and levels of your system. So yeah, that's awesome. You've experienced that.
You guys are bringing me back to my younger days. I used to love mushrooms.
They are beautiful.
I've got a story I could share about one experience. It's maybe less spiritual, but more funny. I used to play in a bunch of bands when I was younger, maybe about 5-6 years after college, and we decided we were all going to eat mushrooms right before a show we played. So we were just kind of starting to start the trip as we were in our show. We didn't really want to be fully on in the middle of it, but we wanted to like after party afterwards and be, at the height of our trip, basically, when we got back. And we did that, but then we like went for a walk outside. It was like 5 of us. And we're walking down the side of a road not too far from this condo I lived in. And it was kind of like next to a cornfield, I think. And so it's got like the kind of corn stalks that are like cut down to your ankles. It was after harvest. We're walking like along the ditch, and all of a sudden we all like looked down and it felt like we were walking on like the back of an animal. We're all kind of like looking at each other with huge eyes, like, what's going on? It's like, it's getting smushy. And like, all it was the ground was like wet. And, it was a bunch of like stacked up grasses that were wet. But to us, it was just like, we were freaking out that we were all of a sudden like walking onto the back of an animal. Of course I can't describe it great to you guys, but it was hilarious. We all like talked about it later and we're like, oh, it was just wet ground.
How did the show go? How did you guys perform compared to when you're not tripping?
Like Family Guy, dude. They thought they were fucking in great harmony.
Yeah, that's a great question. And we asked a few of our closest friends the next day what they thought of the show, and everyone said, yeah, it seemed pretty normal. You guys just seem to be a little quieter and just kind of like more into your instruments, like a little less stage presence. We were a little more just like probably enveloped in our own music to be outwardly connecting with people. But I think people didn't
jam band type music, or what kind of music was it?
Yeah, well, it was kind of. It was all instrumental. There was about 7 or 8 people in the band. We had like a cello, violin, and then typical rock instruments, guitars, keyboards, drums, and stuff. Yeah, kind of longer jam band type stuff. A little more, not so much like upbeat jam stuff, but more of like spacey, psychedelic, droney sort of sounds. So perfect for tripping.
Cool, yeah. It seems strange, though. I'd like to hear maybe your answer to what Gio's question was to M Stone, maybe more as well, since you've kind of been on the trip. You've been tripping the life fantastic as well, right? Like, how does that? Have you ever had like a real like deep spiritual moment
That's
where
dancing. Tripping the light fantastic is dancing.
Nice. Well said. That's awesome. Tripping the. Yeah, music and dancing on it's amazing on mushrooms, like the way music sounds on mushrooms. And have you ever had also where you can like actually feel the sound waves?
Hey Gio, have you ever been so in tune with the earth that you could feel it spin?
I feel it humming. It's like a gentle vortex hum.
Dude, I just listening to Stone, man. He seems like the type little acid trips, whatever mushrooms. He fucking got out on X Glober, man. He fucking probably spent half his fucking life fucking chasing fucking rolls and shit.
Oh, let's not go negative.
Brian, why? What is that? Does that help you deal with me to just make shit up about me?
You talking about? Hold on. You talking about MDMA?
Yeah,
he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I was just making a prediction, man.
I love that. Is one of the most beautiful compounds. So it's so beautiful.
For sure.
I don't know.
What's wrong with MD? Well, MDA. That's what I took.
Yeah, MDA is totally different, isn't it?
It is different. Yeah.
It's almost like a lighter, more. It's a totally different thing in a way. Yeah, but it's similar,
a pure
totally different
form of, I guess.
Yeah.
MDMA, you have to put it in a base, which will usually use speed or heroin.
You don't have to though.
So you can see a problem there.
Well, you can. No, I hear you on that. You can have pure MDMA, but I do know what you mean. One of the big differences is like methylene dioxy methylamphetamine. Sorry, methylene dioxy methamphetamine. So the methylene dioxy that's MDMA, but MDA basically doesn't have the methyl part.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah. So it's like a little. It's like has that difference to it. Yeah, because the MDMA has a little more of that like flared up have you ever smoked menthol cigarettes while on MDMA, the one with the methyl one? Because basically I know it sounds intense, but MDMA is actually a methamphetamine, whereas MDA is just an amphetamine. Now there's that thing with methamphetamine that that's a different compound though. This just has the methyl group on it. So yeah, the difference between those. Yeah, MDA is like a much more kind of like chill, and whereas MDMA has more like energy to it. Yeah. Like you more want to like
speed. Yeah, almost all the MDMA is pressed with speed. The pills you get now, the powders are different. That's MDA.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Really?
Like, well, a lot of pills.
I've had
a
like
lot of
just
them are.
pure powder Molly, like just like a bag of powder. That was just MDA. That didn't have the. If it's powder, it's always MDA instead of MDMA.
Well, I mean, that's not a fast rule, but I mean,
right.
Yeah, you could have either. You could, I mean, Molly, or you could have just pure white powder that is either MDMA or MDA. Like it can be either, because it's just my understanding of it is that both MDMA and MDA don't press into a pill on their own. It doesn't stick together.
yeah,
So
you need a base.
Yeah, so in the best case scenario, you would have a base of just an inert filler, and in that case, you would have a pill that is as legit of MDMA as you could get. But yeah, Stone, what you're saying is true. A lot of, especially in today's world, those bases that they use are pressed with, yeah, sometimes speed, sometimes different heroin, opiates, all, even caffeine, ephedra, all kinds of shit. So yeah, those actual like pressed, like quote unquote ecstasy, as they call it, like the more street version. Yeah, those can often be pressed with other stuff. And of course, people selling them, they want people, because MDMA is not going to get you like addicted to speed or whatever. It's a whole different compound. But if they put speed in it, like straight up methamphetamine, if they put that in it, then, unfortunately, those drug dealers want to get people addicted. Now they're mixing that in with it to get people addicted and get them hooked on speed, basically, which is
the 2000s, which was when I was in Houston around that type of stuff. They would press it with tar, these big they called the Dove bars. They were huge pills, man, and you could see the black tar in the center of it, like a big black dot.
Then the
You mean
sassafras.
tars and heroin? What kind of tar? What do you mean?
Yes, black tar heroin.
Really? Oh.
You guys heard of the sassafras tree, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's where you get that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sassafras is like a natural source of something similar to MDA, and yeah, it is like more organic in that sense in terms of, yeah, like they call it, like, yeah, getting it from sassafras.
Is that a hard tree to come by?
No, not necessarily. No, you can buy it. It's not even illegal. You can, it's legal.
So you could get a sassafras tree and just make your own MDA.
Yeah. Sass. They usually do extracts and things of it though. But yeah, that's the thing is, just deciding how one would want to use it.
Is that the major source for it, or is it usually just a synthetic compound based on that, or is that where it actually comes from?
Well, it really comes from the sassafras juice. That's the real ancient way of doing it, the ancient medicinal way. They take the sassafras roots, soak them, and then often soak them in a mixture with other medicines as well that actually synergize with the sassafras and can have additional like healing benefits. Soak it in a water that is a decoction of those other plants. But anyways, the point is you're soaking it in water, and then you squeeze the roots out into a jar, and then that ends up being the medicine. But the thing about, in today's world, a lot of like sassafras that you might buy online or whatever, it's going to be like a powder or whatever it may be. In order to get enough of the compound that has that like kind of MDA component to it, that kind of natural ecstasy, as it were, type of component, you have to eat a pretty good amount of that sassafras. And just eating all that root powder, it has other compounds in it that might make you feel a little nauseous or kind of sick. You know what I mean? Like that plant's not really meant to be, you're not supposed to eat the root. You're supposed to squeeze the juice out, and therefore you're only getting the active compounds in the juice. You're not getting all of the kind of some of the other things that hold in the fiber of the root, which are actually a bit toxic. So that's why, like, you can't necessarily, I mean, you could if you want, but I mean, just to go online, buy a bunch of sassafras and just try to drink a bunch of it. You know what I mean? So then that's why people then do extracts. But if you could get the root powder and then maybe soak it in water and make your own extract perhaps, and then just try to separate it from the powder or something like that. But but yeah, that's what. And so then people do different things to try to get it into that form. But the real way of doing it is squeezing the juice. But most people these days don't either know that anymore, or they're not doing it that way, and they're just doing different chemical extracts, which or not fully chemical, but some sort of an extract that they put it through.
Hey, Gio. I'm sorry, Neo. Hey, did you say FTA?
I don't. For what? I don't think so.
Somebody said FTA. I was thinking
MDA.
but
MDA.
FTA. I said FTA.
No, well, we were talking about MDMA and MDA.
Gio, I was
by the way,
drinking.
I just saw. Oh, sorry, real quick. I just saw recently that apparently the FDA is about to legalize MDMA. It's like
Okay.
it's getting very close to being legally available. Yeah,
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
Cool.
Like, just
I think
go
that's
to
cool.
the drugstore and pick yourself up some Molly.
I don't think so. I guess we'll see. But I think probably it's just going to be only through, qualified healthcare physicians or whatever, only through your doctor kind of thing is probably what but I guess we don't really know yet. But yeah, they've been working on it for a long time. And so, I mean,
I used to use it for marriage counseling. I know that.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's one of the most potent things for couples. Yeah, exactly. Like they used to use MDMA in marriage counseling. By just giving each person a bit of MDMA, they just literally like start loving each other, and they just. Have you ever had that, Dave? Like when you've been on, like I remember some of my first experiences on MDMA. It was just like it seems to just put you into this state of just. It's almost like perfection. Like the serotonin is just fully secreted, and you're just like the world is perfect and everything in it, and you just look at people and you're like, oh my God, I love you. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I did this, or I'm so sorry I get angry at you. Like, oh my God, I love you. I'm just going through my own stuff, and it's like incredible. Yeah.
Hey, M Stone, take some MDA before you come talk to us next time, please.
Yeah, dude, let's do it. Let's start rolling.
You're like, I'm so sorry I trolled you for so long and told you were stupid. I know it's probably not a globe. It's probably just like it seems. That makes a lot more sense.
And the reason I say you guys are entertaining is because you actually are. I love listening to all the ideas.
That's hilarious. We should have that. I mean, if we have a counseling business for the Globers at some point, which will probably be a big business, I think, when it's just like everyone's like, okay, it's so stupid to think we're spinning on a ball,
Really,
But there's
when's
gonna be
that gonna
people that are just can't handle it, right? And they're gonna need some counseling. And I think MDA would definitely be one of those things, especially if it's legalized by then. That will help with that.
Yeah, I mean MDMA is it is synthetic, and it's technically semi-synthetic, but it is still a synthetic compound. I've definitely worked with it many a times, but I also do realize the synthetic nature of it, and I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of it for that reason. So I just think there's actually better medicines, but it does have a very unique effect. And it does seem to be toxic, but I would say, I mean, it's up to each person's discernment, but it seems to be that it doesn't seem to cause any like long-term damage. Now I'm talking about just pure MDMA or MDA, like as long as they're, just those compounds. I'm not talking about additives or anything else. But I don't know what your experience was, but or either M Stone or Dave, like one of the things that it does seem to cause, it's like it gives your body such a high secretion of serotonin and dopamine and all those feel-good chemicals that afterwards you are a little bit exhausted. You know what I mean? Like it does kind of tax the system a bit. And if you keep doing it, you know, like every weekend or a couple times a week or whatever it is, if you have any periods of doing it for longer periods of time, it does seem to cause like a low serotonin state, you know, in your
5-HTP. That's what you're supposed to take afterwards.
Wasn't that
5-HTP?
Well,
Yeah.
That's the law of diminishing returns, right?
I just have orange juice. Brings me right back.
Stone knows. The next day after rolling, and you're like, oh my gosh, I need some.
Well, it's just like acid, man. You eat acid one day, the next day it takes twice as much. The next day it takes, to the point where you're taking like 14 hits or something.
Sassafras used to be in the root beer, like your sassafras or sarsaparilla or root beer, but it was outlawed in the 70s, I believe. So there's some way they treat it. So it's still used in root beer and some of those things, but there's some way they treat it. So I guess it's not the same effect.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they
kind of like they used to use cocaine and coke.
Yeah, they basically like neutered it from the real sassafras that was the real medicinal parts of it. Because it gives you a nice little inebriation. That's a nice one. Yeah, it's kind of like a natural form of MDMA. Well, it's a little bit more like MDA, really. It's the closest to MDA, I would say, because MDMA has that methyl group, and MDMA is that's the one that, it's like people at like the trance parties and stuff just dancing on, like, because the methyl group gives a little bit more of that kind of fiery, sparkly kind of almost amped up a little bit, or kind of more activated in that way. Whereas the MDA is like, has just like this totally like chill, just inner glow kind of vibe that just, you can, like you're kind of more in your ordinary state, but just feeling the MDA. Whereas it seems to me like with the MDMA, you're almost having a little bit more of like a journey, like accessing memories, or like going, that's why it's used in therapy like that, because it seems to, like, the methyl group seems to add like a visionary quality to MDMA, whereas MDA tends to have less like visionary or those effects. It's a little more like body. I think like Stone was saying that. Yeah, it's a little more like just kind of body oriented. What do you think?
Sure, totally. So why aren't people just like,
you got this stuff understood on a level that I think is above the rest of us, Geo. You got a real breakdown of this stuff. It sounds good. Makes sense the way you say it, but it's just it's above my head. Some of the levels you can take this topic onto. It's like, damn.
Go watch some Psyched Substance, man. That dude breaks it down pretty good.
Is that a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
He does do some good videos. Yeah. Although that guy is not as connected to like as much to the shamanic kind of healing components of him, although he does touch on that, but he's also a little bit more in like the psychonaut category, but he does link it back, and he's got good information. He's funny too. That guy's cool.
What's the channel called?
Psyched Substance.
Psyched Substance. Yeah. He's like this.
Psyched Substance.
Psyched.
Sight of substance or sight substance? Just sight substance, right?
Here, I'll just post it. It's psyched, like PSYCHED.
Oh, okay.
Got it. Psyched, like that. Psyched. Yeah, he just does tons of videos on MDMA, DMT, LSD, mushrooms, all kinds of like different kind of wild videos.
I was just thinking, I'm surprised there's not, but maybe there actually is. Maybe I just haven't looked for it or whatever, but I'm surprised there's not like YouTube channels or maybe just like websites or video streaming of people just having ecstasy parties, like orgy ecstasy parties or whatever, like just like total like drug experience channels, streams where people are like, just.
That's a little darker web than YouTube, dude.
Yeah. It's out there somewhere.
Have you seen
somewhere?
Have you seen that YouTube channel where that dude records all those people? Well, not all those people, but he records a bunch of people taking DMT. Like he takes it one time, he records other people taking it. Those are usually boring videos because it's just someone sitting there fucking looking like
Yeah,
they're
I've
dead
seen
for
some of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, there's all kinds of those out there. Well, it makes me think of, I mean, back like in the 1950s and 60s, before LSD was illegal, before DMT was illegal, even before mushrooms was illegal, they were, there was a lot of like actual therapeutic, like in the medical field, they were actually working with it and working with patients and so on. And in some of those scenarios, I mean, they were basically administering either LSD or mushrooms, in like pretty high doses to people in like a therapeutic environment. So there would be like the therapist was there. They would have like a preliminary meeting, talk about all the components, et cetera. And then when the person had the experience, this was like in Czechoslovakia, for example, in the beginning, when the research first started happening with LSD, for example. So like the person that was doing the experience would come in, there would be like a preliminary, interview and all that kind of stuff. But once they're ready to do the session, the person who's doing the experience, they're really, told just to pretty much like put eye shades on, have, covers and just, lay back and close your eyes and kind of go within. So it's not really about like dancing or externalizing. It's actually more about like having eye shades and just closing your eyes and going within. And then they have music, very specific music to it as well. That's usually either with headphones or with speakers. And then the therapist guy, the sitter, he's really just there, just to support. He's not really doing anything. Well, there are other forms where they actually were doing talk therapy, but the other form that's not the talk therapy one, where the person does the full experience, that therapist is basically just there. Gives them a cup of water if they need water, or helps them to the bathroom if they need to go to the bathroom, and they're just there. Now if the person has any like resistance or they're having any concerns, the therapist, the sitter or the therapist can be there to kind of support them. But for the most part, they're just kind of facilitating it. And they did thousands of those. And many of them were with people that were like repeated, like they were doing sessions like once a week. And some of these people were having profound healings, like resolving lifelong depression, resolving addictions, anxiety disorders, all kinds of things, and just having so much more joy and happiness in their life when they really worked through these issues. But anyways, my only point was, I'm sorry that was so long-winded, but they've filmed them with video as well as recorded them with audio. So there's like just thousands of those that are, of people actually, even though it wouldn't really look for much on the outside, it's like just a person with their eye shades on, in a sense. But anyways, so yeah, it's interesting that was actually being done and documented back then. And it was profound what people were going through. And then of course they shut it all down and suppressed it and made all those things illegal because it was going to be way too big of a threat to their pharmaceutical agenda. They don't want people actually healing from depression and profound things like that. They want people to have the depression and then sell them a drug that they have to take, like Prozac or something, for the rest of their life, which ends up degrading other parts of their body, like their liver, their heart, and then they end up not having as good a health in later life as well. It's bad. But yeah, I mean, if that kind of therapy was available today, like that's very like in-depth form of helping someone to actually be able to work through very deep-seated issues within themselves if they choose to.
Well, they're using ketamine already. There's there's been people using LSD and mushrooms as opposed to the psychoactive drugs that are pushed by the big pharma. I mean, I think most intelligent people are figuring out that big pharma just is treating symptoms. They're not really treating the root. There's a kind of a whole renaissance that may come from this COVID thing, I hope, in the medical community. And I would like to say that I do agree with y'all on some of the facts that maybe some people at gyms have have gone to the way of disregarding God and making their own gods out of people in science and whatnot, and exalting people of academia to heights that they do not deserve, and they've obviously steered people in the wrong path. And I think that's a very hard pill for a lot of those people to swallow.
Wow. I was curious about what you said about the insights about like how this would bring about some of those insights. So I agree with what you said about pharma and stuff like that. I don't want to talk about too much, but just about how they, you know, and Gio said it too, but about like treating psychological stuff with sort of symptom based and not really attacking the, you know, attacking it. Probably what's best for a lot of those people is more things like therapy or something like that. But what do you mean by this? Like the C19 whole the past 2 years or whatever. What do you mean by that? That might bring like some insight.
Like when you go to your doctor, does your doctor go over your nutrition, you know, this and that, you know, just go over what you're doing? No, you tell him what's wrong with you. He writes you a fucking script. That's about what's going on now. Instead of, you know, treating the root cause, maybe it's your nutrition, maybe it's this or that. It's just writing you a strip, getting you the fuck out of here, seeing the next patient.
Right. Yeah. I agree with that. I mean, they say that ADHD, like taking Adderall, they say ADHD is probably the only psychological, or I forget how they put it, but like one of the only mental problems that you can actually treat that way with medicine, and it's effective. But all those other things, like you can't really treat it with medicine. You can only kind of mask the issue. It usually ends up becoming worse because of that.
Well, when you don't treat the root issue, that's the main problem. When you just treat the symptoms.
Yeah, exactly. You end up with a unsolvable situation. Well, I would say, Kosho, like, I mean, in the many thousands upon thousands of experiences and work within some of these fields that I've been aware of, and also my own experiences, and also many other close friends and different communities, and working with these medicines and so on, seems to be there's a foundational way where if you kind of took like mushrooms or something just at a party or at a concert, you could have a spiritual experience, or you might have some kind of healing, but it may also not be. It may just be more external, where it's like just an external, where you might get the visuals and feel some of the feelings, but it's maybe not quite as much of like a spiritual journey. But people who, if you work with them with the intention of actually going within yourself, or having like the kind of intention to have a spiritual experience, or to, like you were saying, like getting insights, things like that, generally being able to like close your eyes and go within, and just also making sure that your outer environment is, you know, there's not going to be disruptions kind of thing. Like you're not going to get a phone call in the middle of it, or there's not going to be like, you know, you're going to have the set and setting in good shape. And from what it seems in my experience and many others in terms of this, is that if you approach it with that way, with the intention of either wanting to, you know, explore within oneself, or get the answers to something, or glean insights from something, but by kind of holding that intention, but also by just surrendering and you know, to the experience as well. Now, if we're talking about something like ayahuasca, that's even a whole nother octave and level of what that, because like LSD and mushrooms, they can take you on that journey, but you kind of have to more navigate it yourself. Whereas with ayahuasca, it's like almost navigated for you. Like the ayahuasca is like actually guiding the entire experience as it's unfolding. Whereas with mushrooms and LSD, they kind of can be like that, but it's a little bit more like if you really want to get insights or do the self-exploration part. With those, it seems for a lot of people, you have to kind of more have the intention. Whereas with ayahuasca, it's going to happen no matter what, essentially.
You think? I heard you say this before, but you think DMT doesn't hold up the same way? I think you've said that before.
Compared to ayahuasca?
Yeah, like the experience. You said it's not really, you know, even though it's technically the same thing, it's not really. You don't get the same experiences like when you take the drink or whatever.
Well, DMT is a human neurotransmitter. It's very similar to serotonin. So we all have it in our brains, our bodies. It's a neurotransmitter. And yeah, in the ayahuasca brew, it contains DMT, and it's called NN-DMT, and many other alkaloids that all work together. And so, yeah, like if one were to do a high dose of ayahuasca or like a full dose, there's going to be the DMT is going to be one of the main visual, active, the visionary component of it. But that's the organic form. So it's like we have DMT in our brains and our bodies and in our pineal gland. But if you were to drink ayahuasca, it's like you're getting some extra DMT in the natural plant, but then you're also getting all of these other activators that activate with it. So yeah, it's a very organic, unique type of if you're, if it's the real deal with the right plants and everything. Whereas the thing that people smoke, like when they smoke DMT, that's usually extracted from a totally different plant species usually, and then run through a bunch of chemical processes to try to get it down to like as pure a DMT as they can. And usually there are other chemical things. But the thing is that DMT has been extracted in a lot of cases from a different plant altogether. They may not have the same the spiritually protective energies that something like ayahuasca does, because these plants have they can access different dimensions, different realms, different kinds of things. And so with the ayahuasca, it's like fully protected spiritually to be able to have a fully like protected type journey. Whereas DMT, that's like extracted from some other plant that doesn't necessarily have the same thing, and then concentrated down to a really fine powder and then smoked in a large quantity, people can have very disjointing experiences because they're dealing with a DMT that's been extracted. I know it sounds like the DMT should be the same, like, oh, it's just DMT, it should be the same. But in some cases it's not, because you're actually getting the other components of the plant that it was extracted from, or even energetically. And those can be connected. Like some of the frightening experiences people have had on DMT, where they go to like some like almost feels like a demonic realm, and they're just being like feasted upon. There's like demons just ripping their soul apart, or like confusing them. Like some people have had like really disjointed, like interdimensional things. And yeah, I think that's partly because of what I'm saying. Yeah, they're using a very extracted version from a different plant. Whereas in ayahuasca, you're not going to have something like that, like that. Like ayahuasca is the opposite, where you're going to have like, especially that's why they do the ceremonies with all of the different components that the shaman does to have the ceremony space be protected as well. But if you're doing the right thing and brewing the right plant with ayahuasca, like it's going to have this angelic protection to the whole ceremony, where there won't be anything that's going to happen that's going to harm anyone. Like it's in that state of like only benefit is coming to everyone in the ceremony space in that way. And it's protected, and it can actually purge demonic things and purge darkness, because it has the light energy is like the foundational energy that is present, that it's able to then protect the space and the ether, and then protect all of those souls in those ways, to where you're not going to, people are not going to have like a quote unquote bad trip. It may be an intense journey. They may have to purge some deep things in their mind and psyche, but it's not going to be something that is harmful in any way. It's only going to, like I said, be of that healing quality. So yeah, that's why like smoking DMT, there's all this wide range of different like experiences people say, that partly in my understanding why is because of how the DMT is being extracted. And like I said, just doing a very high dose of it, some people might not be prepared for that as well.
Hello? Is anybody here?
I'm not still here.
Yeah,
I'm not doing coke. I promise.
How you guys doing?
Good, Charlie. We were talking about ayahuasca and DMT.
Oh.
But we can change topics if you want.
Well, I haven't done either, so.
I got you.
Have you?
I have, yeah, many times.
Which one? Which one have you done?
Well, we've been talking about like mushrooms, like magic mushrooms, and LSD, which of course is semi-synthetic, but yeah, LSD. And then we were talking about MDMA, what's referred to as ecstasy. And then we were talking about ayahuasca, which is the the plant mixture. we talked even about iboga, which is a root bark from Africa. I mean, in my viewpoint, these are all. I mean, LSD is semi-synthetic, but the other ones I'm mentioning are like this unique category of plant medicines that have these unique healing and visionary and spiritually healing qualities to them. And being able to actually heal, things like depression or anxiety, phobias, very deep-seated psychological issues. It seems to be able to get to the root of them. If the person's willing to sort of face their demons, as it were, kind of face themselves. But the good thing about ayahuasca is it helps you through it. So it makes it easier in a way. And then once those things are cleared from the psyche, people can have like permanent resolution of things like symptoms like anxiety or addictions or depression, different things like this, psychological conditions. Was there something you got, Charlie? Did you got something on your mind?
Not really.
Did you want to
Fight?
debate how relativity is made up?
If you want.
DMT is awesome, though. One of the things I experienced, like in terms of like smoking DMT, every time I smoke DMT that way, I always instantly go to like this realm where there's like infinite time.
Did you experience the elves or whatever?
The machine elves?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are behind the veil of reality. They're in the background, like turning the gears and turning the machine for reality, for consciousness, for the material world. The machine elves are back there just turning all the wheels to make physical matter manifest for us.
I think you're just a druggie.
No, for real, dude. Well, there's archetypal beings that are very real, but they're also not physical. And the
How do you know they're real?
Machine elves is one of those. And
how do you know they're real?
Well, for one, things like that, but it's not only. I mean, machine elves was kind of like Terrence McKenna's thing, but they are real as well. They exist. But even things like Shiva, like the dancing Shiva, like it's not just a thought in people's minds. Like Shiva does exist and can be experienced directly. Like people have experienced Shiva. And the thing is,
answer my question though.
Well, but I guess the reason I linked it to that is that multiple different people who don't know each other will have the same experience of one of these archetypal beings, and they'll get the same information or knowledge, or they'll have like, and they never knew each other. So it's like they're independently connecting with it. So that's one thing.
Right. I don't deny that that's possible, right? I've had, for example, sleep paralysis episodes where I witnessed the shadow man wearing like a trench coat and a hat, right? And that's a very common thing to hallucinate when you're having sleep paralysis too. It doesn't mean that it's real. Like the fact that you've experienced it, right? Which I'm sure you have. I don't doubt that you experienced it. Has no credence to say that it's real. Just like how my experience of sleep paralysis has no credence to say that what I hallucinated was real. And I mean, I've done mind-altering drugs before. I've done LSD. I've done MDMA. LSD I actually did a couple times. Haven't done anything else though. But I mean, I saw stuff. I experienced stuff. In fact, as a kid, I used to hallucinate quite vividly I never found out why I did, but I saw a bunch of shit. That doesn't mean that it was real.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I do hear you on that, and I agree. Like in looking at even like the documented research that was done on like LSD and also mushrooms, where they were doing it therapeutically, like there's a whole spectrum of what people experience, of course. And like things that are not actually real necessarily, but they're like a symbolic representation of their mind can be activated, as you know, in a sense, to where maybe that, in my mind, I would view that as not as connected to, because I guess it comes down to what's your definition of real. But anyways, but then there's other types of experiences that are actually connecting to something universal and some deeper level of reality. So I'm just saying, like, I think on especially LSD in particular, you mentioned that because LSD is like semi-synthetic and it kind of like activates the mind in a unique way. And it does seem to kind of activate, like, you know, like right before you fall asleep, right before you wake up, that state, like, because of the way LSD works, it kind of activates that. So it can kind of activate different, like, either like images or thoughts or things like that are kind of part of your unconscious or subconscious. And even though they're not as real in that same way, but what I'm also talking about is an experience of somebody like communing with Shiva and actually having a direct experience to the being of Shiva. Now, if you've never experienced that, or if it just sounds like somebody else's quote unquote hallucination or something, fair enough. Like, you're fair, obviously, to see it in the way that you do. But if you talk to this person that had this experience, they will tell you, oh, I met Shiva. Shiva came to me, you know, crushed me with its foot and rebirthed me in a new way. Like, they had this whole healing and transfer. And they literally were, you know, the way that if you're standing in a room with someone, you're like, oh yeah, that's my mom or whatever. Like, you know, it's like, that's someone else. That, in a way, that's how people describe it. And it's not only with psychedelics. I mean, people have had that on meditation, connecting with Shiva and so on. So it's not only on a substance, but I'm saying if it is on a substance, either way, but if someone connects with or experiences the dancing Shiva, you know, to them, it's not just some hallucination. Like, it is real.
No, I know. I mean, I don't doubt the sincerity of the people that are telling me this, right? And I have had people tell me, not in particular Shiva, right? But I've had people tell me who sound completely lucid to me, describe to me how they were kidnapped by aliens and they were taken up in a spaceship and they actually were experimented on, right? And then they were there for like 4 hours and then they got sent back to Earth, right? Like, and then I asked him, oh, well, what were you doing? And he's like, oh yeah, I did a massive amount of, you know, DMT. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I mean, it's not that I doubt your sincerity, right? It's that there is no nuance introduced as to how much of your senses were compromised because of what you were doing. And to me, the simplest explanation is, well, yeah, it's these drugs that are making you see these things, right? Because I mean, I've spoken to people with, again, not just people that have taken drugs, but people with mental problems, right? Who will swear that they've experienced these other things, and I don't doubt their sincerity either. It has nothing to do with like whether or not they're speaking about their experiences just as if it was an everyday experience, because they do. It's about, okay, sit down, look at the facts. What is the most likely thing that I would have that has happened here? And I'm not saying that Shiva isn't real. I'm not saying that the metal elves or machine elves don't exist, right? I'm saying I don't think the most likely explanation is that they do exist. I think the most likely explanation is that these drugs alter your mind in a way that makes you see things that are not there.
But what about when it's not with drugs, like if it's with meditation or fasting or something like that? Because people have had, you know, experiences within these very similar. Like it's not a substance. You can also even have these experiences. There's something called holotropic breath work, which is a form of breath work that was but nonetheless, you don't. Okay, I was trying to bring it up without giving the whole explanation, but essentially, holotropic breathwork is a particular type of breathwork that was developed, and so on. And they have, but even the way that they do it with that, it's like basically, let's say you have 30 people, and each breathwork session is about 3 hours long. So out of the 30 people, they pair people up. so you have a partner. So 15, 15 and 15, everyone has a partner. On the first session, the breathing session, let's say you're the one experiencing and your partner is not experiencing for that session, then you have your pillows and sheets and blankets. It's in like a huge big room, so you have your little experience spot, you have your tissues, whatever you need, kind of thing, and your mat, kind of thing. And then your sitter is your partner is right there next to you, just if you need them. I mean, you don't have to need them, but if you need anything, that they're just there to help you, and they're just kind of being neutral. And then so there's 15 people that are doing the breathing, and then 15 people that are not doing the breathing. They're the sitters, Anyway, so and then they play music like on loudspeakers, like rocking like really good music for about 3 hours, and all you have to do is just breathe deeper, like just a little faster and a little deeper than your normal breath. Like you don't have to huff super fast, although you can if you want, but you just kind of get into a rhythm, a little faster. There's no like set rule how to do it. All you need to do is just accelerate the rhythm of your breathing. And then you kind of get into a flow with it. You just kind of keep doing it that way. And especially in the room with all those people, the energy is like heightened. It's even better. But anyway, so as you're just doing your own breathing, within about 20 to 25 minutes, within 20 to 30 minutes, people generally start experiencing, like essentially you could call it tripping if you want, but they start having visions, they start reliving past lifetimes, they connect with Shiva, they're having death and rebirth sequences, they're having purging of, childhood emotions that were blocking them, they're having insights of the nature of reality and the nature of the creator. Sometimes they're going through something painful and cleansing something out, whatever it may be. And then you just keep breathing. So, and all of the same experiences that people have had on mushrooms or LSD or things like that, like can also be seen in the breath work, where all the person is using is their breath. So that shows that it's coming from within them. It's not just coming from a substance, not just a hallucination because you took a mushroom or anything.
Well, hold on. The fact that it's not coming from a substance doesn't mean it's not a hallucination, right? Just like how you hallucinate when you're dreaming, and you haven't had a substance, just how you can have sleep paralysis, such as I had, just how you can have a mental breakdown without taking any drugs and hallucinate.
But I would say you are having, like when you're sleeping, your brain is saturated in higher levels of DMT. So you're actually having a trip, essentially. I mean, sleep can activate that to different levels. So I would say that is, in a sense, there's a biochemical thing. And even when you do the breath work, I think it accelerates different compounds in the body as well. So it is all interconnected. But yeah, I see what you mean with, sleep type things like that. Did you ever have like okay, I don't want to go into like if you don't want to share things about yourself, but because
I don't care about sharing it. I'll share it if you want. What's your question?
Did you ever have like a surgery or something where you were like put in under anesthesia?
Yes.
Okay, because that is, for some people, can make it so that they have sleep paralysis issues or insomnia issues or sleep disturbances later in life.
I mean, I don't anymore. It only was the case for a couple of weeks when I was younger.
I have PTSD from that. I woke up from my anesthesia right before I got into the surgery room. I woke up. So
wait, you were awake for your surgery?
Slightly, and it was terrifying. And I have problems with that.
What's so funny about that?
Well, like, shit sucks sometimes,
Yeah, it is something that can be very deep for people. I've like worked with people and been involved in communities where people are doing either breath work or different things. And one in particular reminds me of that, where a woman did have a surgery trauma where she was in the midst of the surgery, like in the peak of it, and she became conscious. But she couldn't move her body, so she couldn't move her arms or her legs. She couldn't even move her eyes. Like she was totally frozen, but she was aware and conscious. And when she started, in one of her breathwork sessions, she was doing the breathwork, and she was working through that, essentially, that trauma for her, because it was really frightening. And it seems like the way that some of these traumatic memories work, like some people might say, like when you're doing a therapy like that you're reliving it, but actually it's not as much reliving. You're actually living it for the first time, is how people explain it, because when trauma happens, it seems the way from all my understandings and experiences and etc. is that the psyche, like let's say it's going through something that's uncomfortable, the psyche, it almost like splits in a way, and then it suppresses that ability to experience the emotion. And so the split part, in a sense, is kind of now separated because of that kind of almost loss of time where it wasn't able to actually take in what was happening. And then if someone later in life is doing mushrooms or some kind of healing type therapy, breath work or whatever it may be to try to heal that, when they're experiencing it, it actually feels like you're getting it out. It's almost like taking a shit or something. Like it's like it feels good as it's kind of moving through, even though you do kind of have the negative parts of it as well, but it also kind of seems to have like a purging effect. And for a lot of people, they report it, it's as if they were experiencing those emotions fully, like they hadn't fully experienced the fear or whatever it was. And because they hadn't fully experienced it, some part of them had kind of broken off and then suppressed it in a way. And it's just like stuck almost. And they didn't feel like they could kind of get at it. But once the kind of is able to be moved through like that, it's like they experience those emotions. And by experiencing them for the first time, because they're like trapped there, by kind of running that program and kind of experiencing them, their effect that they previously had on the psyche, causing symptoms or whatever it may be, reactions or emotional things, etc., is then resolved, and that doesn't happen for them anymore.
Yeah, that's why people do that hypnosis that Fundamental was talking about, the memory, whatever, recall. That's the purpose of that hypnotherapy is to address like those things, because then it doesn't burden you in the same way. But that happened to me too. I woke up my surgery. I was getting circumcised, dude. That's not even a joke. I did.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. It wasn't for long, because I think what happened is something must have happened when that happened, because they ended up giving me more anesthesia or whatever, and I ended up tripping for a long time when I was supposed to be coming out of it. So that was a huge problem. And I think it's because I must have woken up in like the middle of it, which was weird. But like I said, when I woke up, it wasn't traumatizing or anything, because it wasn't. I only remember I only remember for like a split second. So
how old were you?
11.
You got circumcised at age 11 under anesthesia?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, Coach, dude, my heart goes out to you, man. I'm sending you a virtual hug, bro. That's fucking.
Thanks, man.
That's heavy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I was getting strangled by the umbilical cord when I was born, so I had to. I couldn't get it done.
Well, that's another whole thing as well. Yeah, birth.
Give me another hug, man.
I'll give you another virtual hug for the birth, dude. For sure. Age 11.
Like a bar mitzvah.
We said what?
It's like a bar mitzvah, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Because you can get exactly. I had my bar mitzvah and my what do you call it? Circumcision at the same time.
Coach, do you think it's possible that at that event that you just described, that a demonic entity actually came into your psyche, and that's what's driving you to defend this globe? And if you were to purge that demonic entity, you would perhaps have a different outlook on things? You think that's possible?
Yeah, I've thought about it. I thought about that actually. Yeah, it could be. I don't know. My circumcision is the reason why I believe in the globe. That could be.
Well, I mean, you're very assertive with it. That's the thing. Like you're not just kind of like thinking it yourself. You're like
I don't know if assertive is the right word, because I don't try to force people to believe what I believe. I do share I do share and disagree with people who don't believe what I believe a lot, but that I don't necessarily assert it, because I'm not really concerned with convincing anybody,
Yeah. Well, this is going kind of dark, but in that idea that like let's say there's like a 5-year-old girl and she's just going along her life, if some very traumatic thing happens to her, like either being physically beaten or, whatever may happen, or it could be a boy, it doesn't matter, just whoever, if something intense like that happens, there is an idea that on the spiritual level, like I was saying before about the splitting that happens, because of the intensity of the emotion, the little child can't fully experience the overwhelming emotions. And so there's like a splitting or a fracturing. Well, there's an idea that when that splitting or fracturing happens, there's the like demonic entities essentially, or like, dark entities essentially are able to then gain access to that human psyche. And it's the trauma, it's like trauma-based mind control, but it's just the way trauma seems to affect people. And then you look at all the people who are like doing sexual abuse and physical abuse. And like, so like from one perspective, like, let's say it's like a demon that is like possessed. It's like doing trauma to someone, either physical or sexual, whatever it may be, transferring the demon from them to the child. And then now the child has that, and it's maybe, a root of their depression or their symptoms, whatever, all their insecurities, whatever it may be. And then and then they're more likely to repeat the trauma. So it's like, yeah.
No, okay, but so I mean, even in this conversation alone, like just now we were talking about the memory, I forget what it's called, the method of memory recalling or whatever, the hypnosis thing, and then that working so that you can address these issues and then they're addressed and whatever. What doesn't it seem to be that's related to the trauma-based mind control versus, or like traumatization that kids get, and then they end up, it affects them as an adult. Don't those two things seem to be related, almost in the sense like that kind of trauma, if not addressed, which usually it's not addressed when it occurs, then it sticks with you in a negative way until you address it. All right. Doesn't that make sense? That it works like that. That's the way I would think of it.
Yeah, it seems to. Now, the whole demonic part, the spiritual world part that I was talking about, that's like a different layer. But if you're just talking about like the most immediate layer, yeah, dude. Well, okay, the two things we're describing are similar, but they're also polar opposites in my viewpoint. Like, if somebody already has trauma and they're being supported in like a therapeutic type way to heal their trauma by either doing the breath work or, like you said, a hypnotherapy or meditation or whatever it may be that they're, etc. That is a scenario where it's like a healing. It's like activating the inner healer within the person that then is helping them heal and resolve it. The other one, so that's actually getting rid of the trauma. It's giving a space for the trauma to actually clear out, move through, and be resolved or healed. And therefore, it has the potential for very high levels of integration of the human mind. Like if that person had a little bit of insanity before that, they rise to a higher level of sanity after they work through the traumas. They become smarter. They become more emotionally aware. They become happier. They have better relationships, like all of those factors, more loving. So that's like a way in which you're actually, healing in that sense. The other one, which is sort of, like I said, the polar opposite, is like trauma-based mind control, where they're actually traumatizing the person and like it's like trauma. It's putting them in this, is in some cases, some kind of altered state or some, MK Ultra, some crazy shit, and then purposely traumatizing to try to fracture their psyche even more and to try to split them from themselves even more. So instead of actually like resolving the split that happened originally, there's a way that in MK Ultra, where now they're like doing other shit. They're like giving drugs and other techniques and stuff to actually try to create a scenario where the person is so frightened and so traumatized that they have splitting. And then I do think there's a demonic entity layer where these darker entities are trying to get access to people. And in the darkest form of it, this is going pretty deep. In the darkest form of it, this is what they're doing with like MK Ultra, but really even beyond MK Ultra, that they have like, who knows, underground in Antarctica, God only knows. They're kidnapping. It's horrible. They're kidnapping children. It's horrible. And they're taking people from all stages of life, and they're putting them through these things, trying to create more mind control people that will do their dirty work, like be controlled op and deceptors and, the globe liars and the NASA liars. They're like, yeah. So anyways, it goes even deeper. So that form of trauma-based mind control, I think, is like literally a way in which the demonic entities are trying to get like full possession states within a body that they can then essentially control to, defend the globe. I'm just kidding. But not. Yes, but no. Yeah, like I think they've done this to like, soldiers. Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, I think they're but anyways, yeah, so that's a form of actually creating trauma. And then you get into the whole like split personalities thing, creating alters and Manchurian Candidate and getting people convinced to do things like controlled op or run operations that are the Federal Reserve and all this shit because they need humans to do all that stuff. So to get a human to do that, you would have to fracture them profoundly, confuse them about who they even are, and then just try to get their entity in there that can just control the person. So yeah, it's a huge. Unfortunately, I think it's happening right now, and needs to be. These people need to be helped that are being subject to all that.
Mic check, mic check.
What up?
What's up? What's going down? What's the word?
Just waiting for you to arrive.
Nice. Can I say, guys? I've been a little busy the last week. Gio, I was talking to you about crypto about a week ago, right? I asked you if there was like anything that you thought was like not super demonic.
Yeah, the crypto world is wild right now. Yeah, it's like
brother.
Yeah, dude, it's
that night that I was talking to you, I decided that it was time to get back into crypto. I decided like, you know what, I think the bear market's pretty much coming to a close. It's been a wild week, dude. I've been really distracted.
Yeah, dude, totally. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how it all plays out. And yeah, I mean, is that exactly? Yeah, because I mean, it's like, yeah, Bitcoin went up to 20 back in 2017, and then it kind of went all the way back down, hit the low at the COVID bullshit and everything else that went down to where it was like at its lowest point at one point. I think it got down. Didn't it get down to like 3,400 or something at the lowest?
I think it got sub 10, but I don't know if it went all the way down to 34. Maybe on like one day. Yeah, maybe.
I think it did. I think on one day, but it was hovering around like 5, 6, and then it did that whole run to 70, and then of course retraced all the way back like to 17 or whatever, which is crazy. Like it came all the way down 16 and all that. And then now, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, is this next run gonna go up way beyond 70? I think so.
Let me ask you something real quick. They say there's like $21 million or something in it where Bitcoin they can't ever add or take away, the value just changes. Where's
21 million?
Where's that initial Bitcoin? Where's that 21 million? The money. Where's it? What?
Brian, you don't understand Bitcoin, huh?
Yeah, obviously.
Well, there's only 21 million total Bitcoin that will ever be created. So it's limited to 21 million.
Yeah, when it was created, it wouldn't have been worth anything. So it's like when they make new coins, let's say they make 1 million coins of Kosho fucking coins. I don't know. It's not worth anything until people either they put seed capital into it, seed money, or they get a bunch of investors or whatever. But yeah, it's only worth what people have actually, you know, put into the, put into the value of it and are trading it for.
Well, I'll tell you this much. I haven't been right about everything in crypto, but the things that I have been right and like acted upon was like I bought Dogecoin at 1/10 of a cent, and I sold it at the time for a 14x profit, and then I got out of crypto completely. And then the next time I got in, I bought Chainlink beneath $8, and I sold it at around $50 a token, and I got out of the market. I had some losses, but they definitely didn't overshadow my gains. And I've been out of the market until, like I said, last week, and I'm already up stupid. And if you guys have money to lose, money that you would otherwise just like blow on whatever, buy some fucking crypto right now. Do your due diligence, be responsible, but I don't know, if you've survived like the last 2 bull runs at least, and you've been paying attention, you kind of know the patterns. Like we're getting ready, we're setting up for the next one. It's gonna be fucking massive. You guys know who Michael Burry is? For those of you who don't know, Michael Burry is the man that predicted the 2007 housing market crash about 2 years before it happened, and he was the first one to go to the banks. Have you seen the movie The Big Short?
Yeah, the
Big Short. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Christian Bale from The Big Short. 2 or 3 days ago, he deleted every single one of his tweets on his Twitter account, and today at like 4 o'clock my time, he posted one word, and it said "sell." Period. There's a lot of speculation around that, and there's a lot of conspiracy theory. But dude, the market's doing some, like, the stock market's about to do some crazy shit, and like
You're talking about the regular stock market now, right?
yeah,
It has nothing to do with crypto
yeah.
at
The
this
stock
point?
market and the crypto market definitely interact with each other, but they don't follow each other necessarily.
Right.
So
what about forex?
So,
you get into forex? You get into trade like the currencies or the indices or any of those?
I only get into crypto because I believe that it is the only way to like get your money without having to pay the government.
Yeah, to have
like
autonomy,
autonomy,
the real decent, like the ones that are the real decentralized,
actual decentralized finance.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm 100% into DeFi. I'm not holding Ethereum or Bitcoin or any of that. I'm into decentralized finance.
Well, dude,
And
it's a great conversation. It makes me even think like maybe I could figure out a way to set up like a text room that would have some kind of a bot where we could like select things, because how cool would it be if we could all like compile our knowledge on these things? Because I think within the blockchain and the cryptocurrencies, in my viewpoint, if I was just going to simplify it, in my viewpoint, you've got, just like a lot of things, the light and the dark. Like there's the light ones that are actually doing good things, trying to build transparency and honesty and security and individual sovereignty of their information and trust and all of that good stuff, like real decentralization and so on, that are not corrupt. And then there's all of the ones that are on the dark side that are part of the corruption. And of course, in my viewpoint, I would say the dark side ones are connected to the, whatever you want to call them, Illuminati, whatever word, whatever idea, the controllers, all that stuff. It's like connected to those guys. They're trying to hijack crypto in a major way in blockchains. They're trying to build bigger, better networks. Basically, they're just trying to outrun everyone else by putting as much money and technology and advancement as they can, while trying to control it and put it into a central bank digital currency and all that stuff. So in my mind, it's like this wild thing between two of them, the light and the dark. And of course, the darker guys, they want to take out all of them, but they can't take out these real decentralized networks. They can't do it. And then it's like, will the light be able to survive the storm and rise out on top?
Exactly. And understanding how to invest your money so that you're not, buying into the dark side has everything to do with understanding how these markets work and how tokenomics work. Like, I don't buy anything that has a dev, where the dev wallets have millions and millions of dollars worth of their tokens that they can just sell at any time to pay for their corporate parties or to pay their fucking bloated, employees or whatever. I don't fuck with any of that. I fuck with coins that have a total supply that is locked, that have a contract that is locked, that have like low gas fees. So if enough people decide, you know what, I like this token, I think it's a good representation of wealth, I'm going to invest in it, and then big time investors start catching on, crypto exchanges start catching on, and they're like, oh, you know what, we want to buy millions of dollars into this. Oh, we as a crypto exchange, we want to purchase, $500 million worth of this crypto so that we can have enough liquidity to have it on our exchange, to list it. Well, since there's no dev team to go to and say, hey, we really like this product that you guys made, maybe you can give us a discount, we'll buy, $500 million worth and we'll list it. No, they can't do that. They have to go through the means that every other average Joe has to go through in order to get those tokens. And basically, the greatest utility of crypto is putting the power back into the people's hands. That's what it's always been. So investing in something. Go ahead. I'm ranting.
Well, I was just saying there's a dude who comes in here regularly now who works with Solidity or whatever, the code for Ethereum. He does make smart contracts, but he says that he wrote code for Bitcoin, like back when it was in the day or whatever. Not a bunch of it, but they say he wrote some code for Bitcoin. So I never talked to him about crypto. It's value itself, but I think he's really into it. Might be a dude to talk to.
Yeah, I'm down to talk to whoever wants to talk about it.
Well, I was thinking too, like Kosho, is there a bot or some kind of crypto bot that we could, because what about this idea? Like, what if we had a room that just had every crypto in it, and you could put an emoji for thumbs up or thumbs down, and we all could vote on the ones we like? Would that be cool? Because then, like, if we had I know it's hard to have every crypto because that would be thousands, but at least like the top 500 or top 300 or something, even if that's too many, top 200, whatever it would be. And then we all could I know there's even more advanced ways to do it, just beyond thumbs up or thumbs down. But that way, we could just see within the community who resonates with certain coins, and even to the point to where we could try to harness in which are the best ones.
Yeah, well, my bot right now, there's a command so you can call any coin and it'll tell you the price right now. But yeah, you could make another function to where there's you can call it and then it will pull up the message, and then it'll have up or down vote, and it'll show you the total votes.
Oh, that'd be sick. Yeah. You have that right now, where you put the command in and it says, Litecoin, and it says 32 thumbs up, 30 something thumbs down.
No. I just have it to where it shows you the value right now. But I'm saying that I could write something in there to where it pulls up the coin and it'll have the the current votes or whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. But if it was all listed in a page, ideally it'd be like an alphabetical page and kind of thing. But that would be interesting.
There's too many for that. But what you could do instead is make a just make it so you can call it, but then make a page that shows the top ones, and it'll just pull up the ones that are top voted good, and then the lowest voted, and then show you the worst ones and shit like that. Because there's too many to just have a whole page of them, right?
Yeah, exactly. It is. Well, I just think we need to come together because, what I was saying before, the darkness is still encroaching. They're still trying to hijack stuff and co-opt. They're actively co-opting, still trying to co-opt all kinds of stuff, including blockchain networks and crypto. So I think one way that we can make a difference is that if we invest, and I just mean by we, the people, as it were, if we invest in certain blockchain technologies and certain cryptocurrencies that actually are the good ones, it then helps tip the scales in our favor.
Well, the scales are already have started tipping in our favor. Just the fact that crypto's still around and people have been making fun of it.
Yeah.
They've been shitting on it, and they're really just mad.
Like, real quick question. What would the votes be based on, though, Gio? Because wouldn't it be kind of ambiguous?
Yeah, and that idea I had, it would just be a general thumbs up, thumbs down, but maybe like a more refined way to say it is if we had some kind of system that we could all weigh in on, like, which, I'm not only saying to make money. I'm not really trying to say like, oh, which ones are going to make the biggest gain. I'm not necessarily even referring to that. That's a whole separate thing. I'm actually more just talking about investing in the ones that, well, okay, like the way I see it is that, okay, I think that blockchain is an actual like angelic technology. Like it came from the angels, as it were. But it has come here to free us in a lot of ways. It's come here to free us from the fiat currency domination. It'll do that eventually. And the blockchain and the technology that's being used within it as well is all the future of smart contracts and everything we do going digital and all those factors. So it's come to like change the world in that way. But the thing is that the darker entity dudes that are trying to stop it are doing everything they can to co-opt it and build their networks bigger and try to build it into a whole central bank digital currency thing and try to transition the fiat dollar over to their blockchain thing. But the thing is that there's these other networks, these other blockchains that are actually decentralized, meaning, the Rockefeller, Illuminati, whatever, they literally can't crack, they can't access them. They can't crack them. So it's even out of control to those guys. You know what I mean? Like there's actual networks that they can't control. The only way they could control it is if they killed us all or if they shut off the internet everywhere, possibly. I guess if you shut off every computer or shut off power in the whole world. Other than that, they can't access those networks. And even if they shut everything off, those networks would still exist when the power came back on. So
that's what I'm saying. That coffee converter guy, because like I said, I've only talked to him. I've asked him about like how to get into Solidity better. Like, so it's kind of a personal question or whatever. But I wonder what exactly he does as far as smart contracts go. Because if you ever wanted to produce something, like remember how we talked about making those like the Odysee, the library blockchain shit, the video. I bet you he could shed some insight on really what you can do with smart contracts, because if you ever come up with something, there's a lot of utility there. You know what I mean? People have barely scratched the surface as far as NFTs, smart contracts go. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot that can be done. Like for instance, like I thought about restructuring the voting system. Like if you had a whole voting system that was based around smart contracts, where everybody had one identity or whatever, like one code, so nobody could steal. It's kind of like a wallet sort of thing. Nobody can steal your code, and you can only vote once. Nobody's got to leave their house or anything. You just vote on fucking that blockchain. It's just stuff like that, though.
Yep.
A coffee converter guy. I don't know exactly what he makes as far as smart contracts go, but probably help us out.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I agree with what Gio said about this type of technology coming from like a place of truth, because good always finds a way, and it's kind of weird sometimes how it happens. Reality is stranger than fiction, and like some people listening might be scratching their heads, like, how is this fighting some like good versus evil battle? And it's like, making money is great, but it has nothing to do with the most essential part of life. And what's happened right now is that the powers that be have made making money the most essential part of living. If you're in their system, you cannot live without money. And so they've perverted the gift of life itself. But life comes from an ultimately a good source. And that's why I think that, the ways to like break free from this system are presenting themselves to anybody that's got eyes to see.
Well said. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, basically, the blockchain is like a particular form of technology, and it's connected to cryptography because that word crypto comes from cryptography. And it's just like this different way of securing information that is different than anything that had ever existed before it. And it's like actually a new structure of ultimately electricity that didn't exist before. And what's kind of wild about it, though, what do you think of this, though, Platypus? What do you think about how, like, the thing about, like, the idea that it could set us free by having, like, all the good transparency and honesty and security, all the good things. What do you think about if they could use it for evil, does it make it even worse? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, it could make it all better, but what if they use it for the negative and, what they want to use it for, then doesn't it also go, it could then dip into that realm of like 1984 hyper controlled, your jab has to go, your jab certification has to go through your phone, which goes through your smart chip in your wrist or whatever it is, at some point, to where they just go so hardcore with it. And the blockchain allows them to have some kind of ultimate network and for us not to, rather than us actually having good networks that are decentralized.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you know the answer to that. Like everything can be used more than one way. It's a double-edged sword for sure. There's no argument there. The real, it's more of like a philosophical question, kind of like if you find yourself in hell, you got to keep going. Better analogy. If you find yourself like trapped in a pit, you're going to use everything at your disposal within that pit to get out, right? So even if it means it's like, you got to, like if there's something in there that you can use, you'll use it to escape. You can't just sit there and hate your surroundings and say, oh, well, this is all cursed. It's all bad. I can't do anything. It's like where there's a will, there's a way. And yeah, like crypto is a product of a technological society that's gone way out of fucking control, like off the rails. Shit is worse than ever, right? But it is still producing that tool, that aspect of the situation that you can use against the situation itself to get yourself out of there, and if once you find yourself out, if you can't figure out that you need to like you've left the system, so now walk away, don't fall back in the pit, right? Because we're speaking like, okay, yeah, somebody makes a shit ton of money because they invested in a cryptocurrency. Like, what are they going to do? Are they going to go buy a yacht and a Lambo and fucking fuck a bunch of hoes? Or are they going to like use that money to realize their full potential as a human being? If none of us needed to fucking pay rent and we were part of a society that just did everything ourselves, and we would have all this fucking free time to realize our own potentials, I think most people would think that'd be a better place. And you might not have like same day Amazon delivery. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, the potentials are limitless if that could be acquired.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, if you got one self-sustaining society of like 1,000 people where they just like found some sort of like clean burning fuel source or just super efficient energy source, and everybody was chill with like, yep, I'll be the butcher and I'll be the doctor and I'll be the educator and we'll all agree on shit. Like, They just didn't take part in wars. They didn't take part in any of the bullshit. That population would grow and grow and grow. You'd have some really cool people. I would love to hang out with people that grew up in a society like that. You know, be like, what's homeless? You know, what's a refugee? What's debt? Debt? What does that mean? You know?
Right. I know, because when humans live like without all that, like for example, I was just thinking like we were talking about ayahuasca a little bit earlier, and like in the jungles in South America, some of these tribes, of course, a lot of them have been changed because of the Western world now. They're not the same as they were, but like their default, they just lived life and they were like they used ayahuasca, so they just had like they didn't have any depression or anxiety or like no one was like hurting each other or stealing from each other. They drink ayahuasca to keep them healthy, like mentally, physically, psychologically, and they just literally frolic upon the land. They swim, they just enjoy life. And there isn't any like thing that, I mean, there's nature, but they easily can get their food, and it's, they build little houses and things. I mean, you can really have anything you want. You could have more advanced building stuff as well, but without actually, like, you're just generating the resources. You're just living on the land, and there is no like dark thing kind of surrounding it. Oh, you have to work this job, and you have to, these like controlling police and all these like laws and passports and all. It's like, they're just like living on the land and eating good food, taking good medicines, being healthy and happy, and then doing creativity, playing music, and just enjoying life. That's the way it can be. And if we had that with the technology like that, I think that's where we're headed.
Yeah. Well, I think that a massive exchange of wealth into the right hands would literally lead to a breakaway civilization. I think it already has. I mean, we've had trillions of dollars go missing from the government. We know there's like deep underground military bases, underwater bases, and the people that occupy those spaces, they've got to live there for like a long time to like maintain it and do whatever it is they're doing down there. So like the potential for like, a breakaway civilization that is light oriented, I think is very, very possible. I mean, I've seen glimpses of it with my own eyes. So yeah, I'd say it's absolutely possible.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question, man. Because I was talking to Jace about this the other day, but it comes from something Jim Panda said a long time ago. But have you guys ever thought about the implications on if like flat Earth was turned into a religion? I don't know. I don't know like how you would do that, but basically, for the purposes of like being tax free, like being you get some benefits from it.
Yeah, Bob talked about that a long time ago,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Didn't they do that? Didn't FE Core? Well, FE Core was going to create one of those nonprofit. Remember?
Yeah, I think they registered. I don't know if it ever went through, but they could get donations and it's right off.
Oh, he did get approved for it?
I believe so. I
don't know.
Why does nobody ever talk about that then? Does that make flat Earth a religion, or is it something different?
No, it's not a religion. This is a federal classification, like a corporation type of shit, where people can donate. It's a write off.
Nonprofit. Good Lord.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, and that's just for FE Core, not for flat. I guess it's just FE Core.
Dude, I don't know what it is. I'm not sure what the updates on what they did. What I'm talking about is years ago, Bob Nodell and others, I just remember specifically, they did a couple Globebusters shows on it. This was years ago. And they were talking about trying to make a 501c3, nonprofit. I guess it's technically like a religious group or a church group, whatever it's called. I forget the name of it. Where it's like, you're basically like a registered, I think a church, basically, although they were trying to not use the word church as much. And I don't know like the technical terms off the top of my head right now, but it's like a nonprofit that's actually registered, as something within that realm. And I just remember back then, because people were all like, no, don't create a church. It's going to be a cult and all this stuff. There was all those discussions. And then I think it was at one point talked about being a part of FE Core as well. I don't know whether I haven't heard much about it, so whether they did register and they're just not using it anymore or what, I'm not sure, or whether they never actually registered it. I don't know the details on that. It sounded like M Stone said they did. Is that what you said, M Stone? Sorry, I don't want to speak for you, but I thought you said they did do it. I don't know. I never got verification if they ever made it or not.
About what? Excuse me, I wasn't paying attention.
Except for the 501c thing.
Oh, FE Core thing. That was a while back. I think they got it, and I think they let it lapse or something. I believe.
Oh, wow. Well, that's why Jem. I said Jem had brought it up, but that's why we were talking. That's why Jem and I think he ended up talking about it on his weekend or Sunday show. Either that, or if it was just in the server. But yeah, he had brought that up regarding Bob. And I don't think Bob had said this, but Jem had brought up that they said, yeah, just might as well just turn it into a religion, because then you guys would get those kind of benefits. But then also that sort of censorship thing, wouldn't that make that void? Like, wouldn't they not be able to censor you if you were a religion? I don't know if that's a real rule, but it seems like there's something like that, right? Like YouTube not being able to censor you based on you claiming to be a religion. Probably
it's their
not,
platform. I don't mean it's like Scientology has a big YouTube presence, right?
Yeah, sure. But yeah, you remind me of that when you were talking about like a community. That's another thing that was on Jem's show. There was this one flat Earth dude. I don't remember who he was, but they were going to start this flat Earth like retreat, where it's basically like a sort of a community in the woods that was based around flat Earth. And I was always wondering.
It's called Bohemian Grove.
Huh. I was wondering. I mean, eventually, you guys will have somebody who could be like like a Jesus type character. Maybe I won't say Jesus to offend anybody, but like a character, like a leader. Somebody to galvanize a group of y'all, and you guys just start your own community out in the woods or something on a ranch. And you guys could get tax-free status.
Having thousands of acres in South America where we can be doing many medicines and living amongst the land. Yeah, that's one.
Well, I don't know.
That's one of my directional attunements, because
how does that
have land? Go ahead.
How does that work if you're a religion? Because aren't certain religions you can actually take drugs? I know in the military, like for instance, like you can't take drugs, but if you're a Native American, like you're allowed to take peyote or something like that.
Yes, peyote.
Yeah, all these things you're saying, like I wouldn't be into them myself. All of this trying to make a church or any of that stuff. But I do hear where you're coming from. I guess you could say that about any idea that, or any, whether it's cosmology or even health. I mean, people make cults or groups out of all kinds of things. But
they already have a Bertaria. You know that, right?
Have a what?
Bertaria.
Oh yeah. Owen Benjamin did. Yeah. Owen Benjamin's thing, but because I guess to me, Coach, I'm just not really into any of those structures. I'd rather just live without all those kinds of things, But I understand. I mean, there are there's in Arizona, you can actually consume peyote legally, and also in Colorado, where within the Native American churches. So yeah, there are various like religious and spiritual exemptions. You can also do ayahuasca now. Even in the United States, it's not like full legal kind of thing, but but there are protections for spiritual and religious groups and things and churches. So there's like the Native American church, and then people are associated through the Native American church. Anyways, and then there's actually certain areas where they're completely legal now, like in several cities. Yeah. Santa Barbara, California, Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz, they're all legal. And Oakland, California, and also like Ann Arbor, Michigan. in Washington D.C. But anyways, yeah. But so yeah, there are exemptions, and there's a bunch with ayahuasca as well. There's like the Santo Daime Church, and they have a bit kind of like a Christian connection. It's like they work with ayahuasca, but it's done like in a somewhat of a Christian tradition in a way, like rooted in that. It's interesting. It's quite a bit different than the way they do it in Peru. The Santo Daime use it more kind of as a, well, yeah, it's a bit different. What were we talking about before that, though?
We went from like crypto to breakaway society to like peyote, I think.
Oh, well, Kosha was talking about churches, and then he asked if there were any.
Well, yeah, like a flat Earth religion or something. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you don't really need to believe in the flat Earth. Kind of just need to open your eyes. So there's really no point in calling it a religion. You just have to admit that you've never seen the curve, and that until you actually go up to space and like walk around the moon yourself, you can't really say whether or not you know anyone's been there. Yeah.
Yeah, Kosha turning it around on us. Kosha turning it right around on us. He's in the heliocentric religion. He's like, hey, have you guys ever thought about making a reality religion? And we're like, no, dude.
Reality religion? That's great. Oh, that's awesome.
It's like, it's not really a religion just to be in reality. But I guess I know what he means, because if you use that term flat Earth, that could then mean other things, and there may be other, I don't know, ice walls or whatever other ideas. So yeah, I guess it would. He was using that term, but yeah, I don't think you need to have.
Reality of our situation, in my opinion, would have like fallers and globers hugging and crying out of like shock and terror. Like, you're not even going to be mad about them like faking the moon, or like you being wrong about the Earth being a globe. Like, you're not going to be mad that you got it wrong. You're not going to be trying to say I told you so if you got it right, because the truth, in my opinion, is so fucking shocking. It's like, it's way beyond fucking, flat surface and ball. So much bigger than that. This is just the surface. No pun intended.
Yeah, I think for me, in a way, like, life is my spirituality, rather than it being outside of me.
Right.
So in that sense, I don't feel like I would have any desire to create like any, because it seems like religion, it's in some sense it's like a set of beliefs in that scenario that is in a way outside of themselves. Like, Kosho, have you ever seen the globe? Earth to Kosho? Maybe he stepped away. But I think we all know the answer. It would be no. He has not seen the globe.
Right. Nobody has. Unless you believe that, like, Enoch saw it. If you're like Christian or whatever.
I don't think you even can. Like, see, I mean, maybe outside of like out of body experience, maybe, but not in a body, because I think no matter how high of an altitude you go, I think there's a limit. I don't think we can just go up forever. I think there's definitely a limit, and whatever that limit is still not high enough to really see anything other than just like a massive circle of light over what just looks to be geometrically just a extended plane that just goes on and on.
You know, oh, sorry, go ahead, Gio, if you're not finished. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, you know how I wanted to say something earlier, but I wasn't by my mic. But when you guys were talking about the trees, you said something about the trees or the trees of whatever. I don't remember how you called them. But and then you had the one that was at Mount Meru. You said the one at the center, that one, you know, for the North Pole area. Then they got cut down. I was thinking, and you said there's a lot of mythology that say that the tree got cut down or whatever. And I was going to say that it's funny because that, if you were just if that's true that it's in all those stories, that story sounds a lot like the Tower of Babel, kind of, because that's also because you said the tree goes up to the heavens or something like that, or the tree connected to, I forgot how you put it, but it just reminded me of the same story of the Tower of Babel. Like that story is connected to that same story you were saying. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, it is a similar concept in some ways, except that a tree at the center would be. There's also the idea that there were many trees that went up to the heavens, so that like perhaps the biggest one was in the center, but like in places like Machu Picchu or like Sedona, Arizona, or like the Egyptian pyramids, perhaps were areas where there also were trees that went all the way up. But yeah, and then the Tower of Babel kind of fits into that same concept, except the Tower of Babel is a little bit of a different story and was not necessarily a huge tree that you could climb. But
right.
Or was it?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Let's say, yeah.
Go ahead,
I think it's definitely possible that the Tower of Babel story is just using language that has come to us just through something being translated a bunch of times.
Right. That's how I think of the Bible in general. Is like, I'm not saying that story is true, but there are stories. I do think the Bible and all Bibles are based in real, like are based on something actual, something may have actually happened to some extent, and they're inspired by that. And but like you're saying, people translate it wrong, or people pass it on through words before it's even written down. And so my thing is, even though I don't believe in that Tower of Babel story precisely, what if they are talking about the same thing? And like you said, there's multiple trees or whatever, and so they kind of were connected in the heavens somehow, but then they just got taken down, and then the languages and all that kind of stuff got split up, and I don't know.
Yeah, dude, I think I think there were some huge processes that have gone underway.
Yeah, I think they've got everything so fucked up with like the timeline and like saying that all these civilizations were like totally different, existed thousands of years apart, yet they like had all the same architecture and did all the same insane, impossible shit with the masonry. Like that's really fucking with everybody and their perception of what actually like where we come from. Like I think when the Greeks are talking about their like mythological giants, they're referring to what the Bible called Nephilim. I think that obviously the flood story is in so many different ancient or in the histories of different peoples. So that obviously happened, and it's like, well, what was there, like 10 different floods, or are they all referring to the same one? And yeah, I think it's pretty possible that just they've made things so convoluted. You're thinking that you're reading like fairy tales, rehashed stories just from different cultures and different time periods, when really they're all describing the same historical account of all of us.
Right. But like kind of embellishing a little bit, and also like, for instance, the Hebrew Bible was spoken for a long time. So passed down. So you pass things down enough, and if you embellish certain things, there's gonna be a lot of mistranslation.
Well, you got to understand why the mistranslation comes about. It's partially because different cultures have different ways for explaining things and come up with different words for the same thing, but also because you had a period of time where the Roman Empire was pretty much at its height, but it had a problem. And the way they'd been dealing with this problem is just by putting everybody to death. And the problem was Christianity, and that wasn't working anymore. So they basically had to legalize Christianity. And then within 100 years, they had to make it the state religion. And so they had to get the Council of Nicaea put together and decide, okay, we're going to let the Christians have their religion. We're going to let them do it. We're going to make it the state religion, but we should have control over the book. And that's what they did.
It does seem like that, yeah.
Well, I mean, what if our government today, what if there was like some event that happened, you know, and all these people are like, yeah, this dude rose from the dead. He's the son of God. And within 100 years of that event, our government had to be like, all right, so yeah, we're going to make this our religion now, but we're just going to go ahead and edit the book. You know, I mean, I know that's not exactly how it happened, but
I mean, that's for the most part, at least even how history describes it. Like Constantine, you know, had the council, whatever,
Thessalonica or something like that. I don't remember.
You know, hey, Platypus, you know what they would do in 100 years from now? I could see them writing the history, you know, in like some religious book and saying like, saying that one day 2 buildings were flying, right? And they've landed at the buildings, crashed into 3 planes that were at the airport and made the planes disintegrate. You know what I mean? 100 years from now, that'll be printed.
Yeah,
I mean, was it for the videos? Yeah. No, but yeah, exactly. You can see how that could have happened, how that kind of thing happened, like a long time ago, like before video and internet and shit.
Well, think about this. Think about this. They're already saying like they've been pushing and trying so hard for a woman to get a man pregnant because they want to invert everything, bro. That's what they want men to get pregnant so bad from women, or just get pregnant. You know what I mean? To invert shit. You know?
Yeah, but that's impossible.
I know.
That's
I'm
literally.
saying,
Yeah, no, I know you know that's impossible, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's funny how the
I mean,
devil
they have
knows
things that look like men that are pregnant. You know what I mean? And they identify as men. You know.
Yeah, well, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, for sure.
They just
I mean,
shove the
to
truth
think
deep
anything
down.
otherwise would be stupid, dog. You should always give them more credit than they deserve, not less. You know,
Right. Man, you're smart. I like that. It's very true. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing.
dude. When I hear people saying like, "Oh my God, Biden's so stupid," or "Trump's so dumb," I can't believe he said that. He's retarded. I'm like, dude, you're retarded for thinking that, bro. If Biden's is even a real person, he's reading his script and he's clocking out when he's done. He's not. He probably has a thick Spanish accent. Like, who knows? Like, that ain't them though. You know what I mean? It's just they're just
That's
actors.
literally,
dude.
yeah. I mean, that's literally not Biden. That's not the Biden from like a few years ago, for sure.
Yeah, like I said, like if that's even a real person, dog. You know what I mean?
Are we at CGI are we at the CGI president's part of the discussion?
Well, hold on. I was hanging out with some friends last night, and we got onto that discussion of like, I've made claims that Biden's not who he says he is, and they were all very shocked to find out that like through our entire group of friends, I know which one of our friends has connected earlobes, right? And it's just a personal thing. Like, I find it to be a very peculiar feature on like for a facial trait. And I like one of the first things I notice when I meet somebody is whether or not their earlobes are connected. So the whole earlobe thing with Joe Biden, it's like, I've researched this. You're fucking born like that. It doesn't happen from old age. It's not fucking cosmetic surgery. Joe Biden didn't get a fucking facelift at like 65 and say, "Oh, hey, can you change my ears?" Like, that didn't happen. And people who are just coping like that's the same fucking guy must be literally snorting fucking Zoloft. I don't know what else to say. It's kind of it's wild.
Oh my God, did you say snorting Zoloft? That sounds rough.
Yeah, dude.
Ouch.
Yeah, sucks.
No, it does seem like there's at least one or more Bidens out there. whether they're twins or brothers or CGI robots. For real though, have you heard about? There's, like what they can do with deepfakes is. This seems like that's where they're headed. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. There was that Biden clip where he was allegedly out in front of the White House and he like passes his hand in front of a microphone, and it then becomes like blatantly obvious that he's on a stage in front of a fucking blue screen. That clip I haven't seen in a long time, but I remember when it came out. Like they fake a lot of stuff, and it's not hard. It's like I used to work in Hollywood. I can tell you, like the budget for like your average fucking music video, you can get it done for 50 G's in like 2 days. This is the US government. They have trillions of dollars. They have an unlimited, they can print the money. It's not a question of how much, like they can make it fucking happen, and they can make it look good.
Yep. I've seen some other ones where, like Biden like passes right through something, showing that there's like multiple layers.
Yeah.
There's a bunch. Yeah, it's weird. It seemed like, weren't they? It's like they were doing it more at the beginning of the whole scamdemic thing. Like that president rollout was, well, not really the beginning. It was kind of near, when Biden took office, basically. And it just seemed like everything changed, and it was like really like just digital there for a while. Like it was, because they were still in like the full lockdown mode or whatever. But I think they were finding that like people were seeing through that. I feel like they had to kind of bring at least some dude to play him now.
Yeah, that goes into my like whole culling analogy where it's like, okay, so like if the jab wasn't really medicine, but it's also not really killing everybody, like what was the point in all of that? Was it just a fire? Was it a big 33-month long fire drill? Like what was the point? And my culling analogy is that when you have a bunch of animals and you want to either sell them or move them, do something to them, you have to count them, separate them, and quarantine them so that you can do whatever you want to the specific animals you want to, and then you can release everybody back into the pasture. And for whatever reason, we were all quarantined and counted and fucking locked up and given medicine, some of us against our will, and like, what was fucking actually...
Wait, did you say 33 months?
Yeah.
I gotta look that up. I'll bring it back.
Yeah. I mean, I pulled that number out of my ass. Like,
yeah. I thought you had an exact date. I was like, bro, that's pretty significant right there.
No, I'm just doing it for the memes. Like, I'm sure. Like, how many months was it from beginning to end? I bet you. I bet you it's plus or minus. I bet you it's plus or minus 2 for like 30 months, something like that.
Yeah, probably.
Like 31, 32, 33 months.
Yeah. Do you ever count events in successions of 666 days? That would be interesting. You should. I don't know if you have already, but there's a lot of events that are in that succession.
Well, okay. I don't believe in the numerology stuff, but I know that they do, and that they buy things in eighths. They price things with the 99, the inverted 66. Like they like to do these weird number games. So I just pay attention to it, but it's not because like I'm practicing it or anything like that.
Well, yeah, no, I know. I'm not saying that. Like I can't help but look at things and rearrange their alphanumerical value. You mean?
You're
I have
a
some
noticer.
Asperger's, bro. Mm-hmm.
No, you're just a hyper noticer, which is great.
Yeah.
Like the noticers were like, they want us dead real bad because we notice.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But yeah, like I notice these things all the time, though. Mm-hmm. Obviously, like a lot of people, some people notice it when it's brought to their attention. But I mean, I guess anything that's put in front of your face is brought to your attention some way or another. A lot of people just don't pay attention because it costs too much,
Yeah.
I mean, it does. It really costs. It takes a physical toll of the amount of attention you pay, I think
Well,
some
it's
people
like
just don't even have that money to pay that attention, like that metaphorical money in their memory bank whatsoever, you know, and it's clear.
dude, you just got to treat them like a poisonous animal or something, right? Like you identify a poisonous animal or plant, or venomous rather, by like crazy markings, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean you stand there all day and stare at it or try and pick it up or like start making your clothing look like, you know, that danger. You just, oh yeah, they're fucking putting 666 everywhere and 33 and they're hypersexualizing everybody and over socializing, and I'm just not going to start acting like that. I'm going to notice it, keep my head down and try to, you know, stand my ground when I can make it out alive.
Yeah.
Good for you, man. Good for you.
Dude, good for you, dude. Too. Like,
I
good
don't
for
know. I
everybody.
just joined. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I like what you did there, though. Flare Day Saints.
What
Memory
I do?
bank.
Oh yeah.
Memory bank. Pay attention. That's pretty good.
Right.
Boom. That's what's up.
Oh, hey, you know what? Hey, so this is a real trip though. So I was seeing, I started to learn about the 33, you know, before I became a flat earther, but not like long before I became a flat earther, right? So then once I became a flat earther, my birthday was at like later that year, right? And I was like seeing it everywhere. And then I was listening to the radio for some reason. Somebody's call on my birthday a couple years ago, and it was like, if you were born today, you're born on the 333rd day of the year. I'm like, dude, my birthday's on the 333rd day of the year. That's a trip, bro.
Are you a Freemason?
No, bro, no. Hell no.
You know what
You know what I mean?
33 degree is, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I just
I'm
thought it was
33
weird that
years old.
I was born on the 333rd day of the year, dude. I was tripping out on that. I'm a
Yeah.
double down target for the Illuminati now, huh?
Dude, the Illuminati targets you with like collateral though, like collateral damage.
Yeah.
It's not like it's not like a directed energy. They're not like beaming you with satellites. It's like they reduce people to numbers with the way that they have this like debt based society, and like, you know, for every 1% that employment goes up, 40,000 people become homeless in America. That's how they reduce us to numbers. So there's a fucking guy pushing buttons, knows, oh, if I push this button, unemployment's going to go up, or, you know, interest rates are going to fucking hike, or whatever, and it's going to have these ramifications. They just don't care. People, dude, people shit.
You're starting to sound a lot like Jordan Maxwell.
I don't know who that is.
You know Jordan Maxwell?
No, I don't know who. Is he an actor?
Nah, he's an
He's from a
old
movie?
guy. He talks a lot about conspiracies and shit, like your birth certificate being linked to.
Oh, I've heard him before. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not going to
Wouldn't
try
that
to
be-
use the system that I call broken to like fix myself. So this idea that like you've got money attached to your all caps name and you're going to dissolve the corporation of yourself or whatever the fuck they're selling, I'm not into it. But if it works, more power to you, dude. And I was fucking wrong, so you know, it's all good.
I like that clip. I like that clip of Jordan Maxwell when he says, he says, "Oh, they're lying, and I mean big time."
That's so good.
Yeah, it's a classic line.
You guys have heard of that dude Tazadok Sade?
No.
Tazadok Sade. Is he
Yeah, so-
related to Taj Tariq Bey?
No, but I'm being serious. So like,
No, I'm
he's
being
like one of the,
serious.
yeah, no, I don't know who he's related to, but I mean, he's heliocentric, bro, and like, so he's had a channel for like 11 or 12 years on YouTube, and like he's in millions of views, but like, a lot of people who like, you know, had listened to Jordan Maxwell and you know, these other people where he's talking about reclaiming your account, like, you know, the CSQKV, whatever. I mean, he goes on and on about how you can, it's just like, it's really, I don't want to misquote him, but it's along the same lines. Like, he's the new modern version of it, right? But he was actually on a panel with, was it Ghostface Killa? And you guys know Elijah from the 24/7 Discord, right?
Yeah. That black guy.
Yeah. So Elijah was on there with a dude from Ghostface. They weren't on there like physically, but they were all on the thing, on this live thing that was streaming on YouTube. So Taza Doc, who's like all into that, about reclaiming your name and like, I don't want to say sovereign citizen because that gives it a bad name, like along those lines, right? But Elijah was on there and Elijah was talking about flat Earth, and I'm like, so this dude Taja Doc is like, he's brilliant. He's really smart as far as like knowing like all these, everything. He quotes stuff just off the cuff, right? But then like he's still not a flat earther after he heard what Elijah said, and I'm just like, dude, it's crazy. Like that dude Ken Wheeler. Like everybody's like, oh, that guy's so smart. He knows all about like magnetism. Da, da, da. But I mean, dude will never say flat Earth. He'll never say he's a flat earther, and he says he's heliocentric still. So it's like, I don't know. I trip out. It's like people just can't cross that line. They're brilliant people too,
Well, dude, there's people coming out every day. Like I just saw today. Do you guys know who Anomaly is? He goes by like at Legendary Energy. He's got a pretty big following on Instagram. I'll tell you how many followers.
I think the people who are like have a huge following, if they come out as flat earthers, their life significantly changed. And like, dude, even ones have to recant their statement and like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but we're reaching a point where there's actually going to be a tipping point where there's going to be more interest in all of these things in terms of the truth and the earth, to where like I feel like we haven't even in a sense like it hasn't even scratched the surface of the overall.
No, we haven't had mass adoption yet to the idea. People aren't willing to let their guards down. But
would you say mass adoption?
Mass adoption?
Like adoption as in like children?
No, as in the adoption of an idea, or like even willing to entertain, like adopting the entertainment of an idea. Really.
Yeah.
Like most people hear flat Earth, they fucking roll their eyes without even doing it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But this guy I was saying, Anomaly, he's got 500,000 followers on Instagram. He has over 1 billion minutes of content that have been watched, and like some random fucking Instagram user was like, yeah, I find it cringe when people say that the Earth is a globe. And then today I saw that he liked that comment, which is huge. Like this guy analyzes the news. He follows like elections and stuff. He's not a flat Earth conspiracy guy.
Yeah.
So
he's a conspiracy, but not flat Earth conspiracy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It is also possible to just know what the Earth is, and without even being like related to even conspiracy ultimately, because it's ultimately nature.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you know what they say, like all these famous people that like dabble in the conspiracy, but they won't go that far. Is like, there's champagne in the champagne room, but there's no sex in the champagne room. You know what I mean? Like they may lead you to believe that they're all in these conspiracies, but when you get into the room, you know what I mean? You're gonna be flatly disappointed.
It's all about Freemasons, man.
I know.
Well, I think
go ahead.
I was going to say, isn't that like their secret? You get to the 33rd degree and they just tell you the world's flat.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure they find out before that, though. But you know what I mean, or they pretty
I don't think so. No? I think that they don't find out. I don't think. I think that's one of the things you have to put together to be voted on to get the 33rd.
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah. I imagine that when they hit that degree too, they actually get to see, like with their naked eye, a demon manifestation. You know what I mean?
Wait, I don't know about that. Like from my understanding, they don't tell you anything. They actually intentionally misrepresent what the symbology means, and you're supposed to figure it out. And then you're supposed to come to them and tell them once you figure it out. They don't really tell you anything.
Hey,
Damn, that makes sense, dude.
Witsit.
Yeah.
You've looked into the Shriners, right?
Do what?
The Shriners.
What about them?
You've looked into them, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like I heard like 2 days ago that Battle Mod is one, so I was kind of fascinated about it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Actually, my great grandfather was a Shriner. there was a 32nd degree, like fully dressed in his full uniform at his funeral, like asking me all these weirdo questions. But yeah, he asked me what blood type I was.
Are you serious, bro?
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
But you know, you have to be a master mason to become a Shriner, right?
Okay, yeah, but that's not the same as a 33rd degree.
Not at all. Yeah, not at all. Not even close.
The 33rd degree is where you really get into. From my understanding, actually, once you get the 33rd degree, it's revealed to you that there's 360 degrees.
Damn.
Yeah.
But that's when you come to the higher levels, you come in contact with the Knights Templar and all those weirds. Like there's a whole tree, like it branches off.
Dude, I heard that I heard that in New York there's some places where they have a fast track where you can become because a Master Mason's a 3rd degree, right? I heard they have fast track in New York where in like one weekend you can become that. I don't know if that's true. Have you guys heard anything like that?
32nd degree in 2 weeks.
Jesus, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, what I've understood from Battle Mod was that he didn't even have to do any like rituals, or how you call it. What's another word for rituals?
That's a pretty good word. That's what they do.
Yeah, he called it something else. I can't get the word.
A seance? A seance for pseudoscience? Yeah, they like dress up. They like play dress up and they do these little like skits. You ever seen that?
Weird, bro.
Get you to submit, basically. It's just, yeah, it's all about submission is what they're like. It's like kind of what they're like breeding. And yeah, they have all those little, but I think at higher levels, they even have other things they're doing that are much like more complex than that.
Dude, imagine Fight Club, right? When what was his name? What's his name? The main actor in Fight Club, not Brad Pitt, but the other one. I can't remember his name, but you know what I'm talking about, the main actor, right? Where he's like realizing like everything he's done is wrong, and he's like he's flying to other cities and stuff, and like
Ed Norton.
Remember? Yeah, Edward Norton, right? Like he goes to like a bar and like people all have black eyes, and he says something, they give him like a knowing look, and when we go to the police station, he's like da, like he's spilling his guts, and like the chief gets like or like the captain, he's like, oh, I got to take this call, and the two detectives, like they're like about to cut his balls off. Remember? You remember that part? Okay, well, like the whole point of what I'm saying is like, dude, it's such a connected network of like, even if like one person isn't necessarily in on it, like how the chief wasn't, you know what I mean? Everybody, like so many people are, that it makes up for the people that aren't, you know what I mean? Where it's just like it's like Uber or DoorDash. Like you could be get hired by Uber and work anywhere in the United States, wherever you turn on your thing. Right. I feel like it's almost like that, like this blacklisted bullshit, you know? If you're blacklisted, when you get pulled over and they take forever to run your name, is because they're checking some other type of list too, to see if maybe like you have enemies in the police force. If you ever pissed off any of the cops or whatever, they put your name in like in that county emails, right? And so you just type in their name for the email to check it, and then like it come back from like years ago, right? And it just pops up, boom, and it'll have like a number like saying like this certain officer, how high his rank is, how long ago he had beef with you. It might not even say what it is for or anything like that, but there may be a system where like if the cops mess with you or do something, or hold you up long, whatever it is that they would normally wouldn't do if you didn't come up on that thing. They may get a marker, like a good mark though, in a way. And that could be by how their promotions and shit are, by how many of these things they, so everybody's doing each other a favor. It's like an Uber system kind of. Does that make sense?
Yeah, man, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah. It's crazy. Yep.
Well, it's crazy how we're like all indoctrinated into conspiracy at a very young age, like via like Santa Claus or Easter Bunny or Tooth Fairy, whatever.
Yeah, but that's something way different.
No, it's the main authority in your life lying to you to alter your reality. When I'm fucking looking under my pillow because I'm 5 years old and I'm like thinking there's going to be a fairy that's going to take my tooth, I am 100% under a spell.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Yeah.
you never notice your parents taking that shit away.
No, I did notice. And then I was like, oh, adults lie. And then that's where you either really realize that and you take that with you throughout your entire life, or at some point you put it down and you put your trust back into adults. And you're like, oh yeah, there's a system, there's checks and balances. Like, people are ultimately good. They're not gonna, create an entire system that's built on suffering. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't lie to me. Why would they do that?
Or if they did lie to you, then it's just a marginal lie. You know what I mean? The numbers are off, but just by a few digits. It's not a big deal.
Right. Or that it was in our best interest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we lied to you because Christmas is fun. Because it's fun to get presents and stuff. It's like it's a tradition.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's lying. And it's gay.
Well, if you think about it, okay, so you rearrange the letters in Santa Claus. You have Satan Lucas, right? So you're told, the first thing you're told about Santa Claus, right? And then you're told he lives at the North Pole with all these elves, and the president's like, oh, cool, the North Pole, like, right? And so then you're at the same time, you're told that lying is bad and you shouldn't lie. Then when you're starting to realize, like right around the time you start to realize that Santa Claus isn't real, like right around that time, it's like overlapping, you learn about the globe, right? And conveniently, the globe's got a metal rod through the top, right where Santa Claus lives, where the North Pole. So it's like this the whole North Pole thing. You find out Santa Claus is fake. You look at the globe; it's covered with a metal pole. You think about Santa Claus and North Pole, so that it's double canceled out in your mind. You know what I mean? And they got you right there. Most people go through their whole life with that double cancellation, and they're good with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's quite a big difference between Santa Claus and the flat Earth.
Well, Santa Claus and the globe. It's Santa Claus and the globe because Santa Claus flies around the globe. That's what he does. He's up there. Maybe not. He's not quite in space, but he's in sublunar orbit as he's flying
level.
Yeah, but the thing I mean is that like Santa Claus is a fairy tale. That it's quite fucking easy to debunk that. But like if you go against Flat Earth, NASA and shit, like all the people that make propaganda about it, it's a bit more heavy.
Well, no, but what the whole point of what I'm saying is like that mountains start out as molehills. You see what I'm saying? Like that thorn in your side became a problem for you. Basically like a little thing that rolls into something big. Like they start out with the Santa Claus thing, right? That's the foundation of their lives for the globe eye. That's the start. And it correlates with them putting a rod through the North Pole, tilting like that. And then you find out Santa Claus isn't real, and you dismiss, because I think like they put so much stuff out there about Antarctica, but I think like the real thing, like more people don't look into is the North Pole. Everybody's like conspiracy about Antarctica, but I think even compasses all point to the North Pole, so they've already got that like licked as far as like not wanting us to concentrate on the North Pole whatsoever.
Oh yeah, I mean, let's say there actually is land at the North Pole that they're keeping from us. What a huge like mind control psyop that would be to not only convince everyone of the globe that isn't real, but then create it to where at the top of the globe in the North Pole, yeah, Santa, he's making presents, the elves, the whole thing. And somehow he's just dropping presents in everyone's houses on Christmas.
Right.
Even though your
And there's
parents
a
are
rod
like,
for the world, too.
what?
And there's a metal rod right where the North Pole is on a globe. They don't have to put it right there.
Exactly. And just all of what goes along with that. So it puts like this instant like fairy tale idea. Well, the thing is though, Santa, there's actually some deeper roots to Christmas and Santa Claus though, which is interesting to
for sure. Yeah, no doubt.
Way deeper. Way deeper.
Way deeper. But I mean, you rearrange the letters, it's St. Lucas right there. Like, but I know it's way deeper than that with the whole tree thing in Rockefeller Center, how they put that tree. Like, it goes back like a long, long time ago. But I mean, even just the thought of it now, like an old man in a costume and kids are lined up to sit on his lap. It's disgusting, dude. I don't see how parents could do that. You know, it's deplorable.
You know, Santa Claus isn't really that old yet. Like,
what?
Santa Claus.
So who went and sat on a strange man's lap and got his picture taken?
I did. I definitely did.
Let's try to rack my memory to think about that.
That shit's just wrong in so many ways, dude. You know what I mean?
I remember when
They used to have them in the malls, you know. I mean, they probably still do, but they always had it in the mall. And like,
well, dude, I had two younger siblings, and one of them is pretty close in age to me. So I remember when I figured out that Santa Claus wasn't real, and my parents were like, "Okay, you can't ruin it for her." So like, we're going to the mall. She's sitting on Santa's lap. I'm staring at this guy like, "Who are you? Like, what the fuck?" And I'm not allowed to tell. Like, I can't tell my sister about this shit. This is nuts. Like,
it is though.
It's fucking, dude. It's a fucking crazy thing to do to a.
It's a crazy tradition, dog, that people just pick up. Like, I'm sure your parents' parents didn't tell them. Like, if one of your kids figures it out, tell the other one not to say anything. Like, they probably just pick that up off the cuff. You know what I mean? As many millions of parents do. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like embedded in us or something, or not us personally, but in people. You know?
Yeah. Not to change the subject too much, but I was just scanning the news. CNN just came out with an article about a green comet that's going to appear in our night sky between February 1st and 2nd.
Like a week or two.
Yeah,
they've been showing like a week or two. Yeah. It's supposed to appear February 1st.
That's going to be interesting.
Hey, I think the 23rd of this month they're gonna have a major event, bro. The 23rd of this month, and the reason I'm saying this is because, it all correlates with the Georgia Guidestones blowing up, right? So the Georgia Guidestones, they put them there on March 22nd, 3/22 of 1980. Right, 3/22 is George Bush Skull and Bones. They blew them up on 7/6, which is George Bush's birthday and his 76th birthday too, right? And then there was an article in the German part of the New York Times German edition or whatever, but then the article was taken off within like 48 hours. But it said that the CEO of Pfizer pledged to have them rebuilt as long as they could be rebuilt by February 23rd of this year. So that's 22323, right? So like that's 322 in reverse. So I looked up on the chart calculator of the days, and from the day it blew up on 7/6 till February 23rd comes out to like within a few hours of 6 months, 6 days. Wait, 6 months, 6 weeks, and 6 days, bro. I'm like, dude, how the hell? There's no way that, dude, this is like some shit that's planned from like a long time ago to get these things to match up like that. Like for that to be Bush's 76th birthday on 7/6, and they blew it. Like, dude, you know what I mean? Like their numbers are like.
Okay. Do you know when the Pentagon got built?
Yeah. September 11th, 1941, bro. Yeah.
My God.
They called the hot dog stand in the middle Ground Zero Cafe, bro. Ridiculous, bro. Yeah. I know about that shit. They had Lindbergh give a speech for the opening of it.
So, I'm just saying what a normie is going to say to you, because what a normie is going to do is they're going to say, okay, the CEO of Pfizer is going to rebuild the Georgia Guidestones. I need to fact check that.
I know, for sure.
So,
I tried to do a story on it, bro, and the thing got taken down. I was pissed, dude. But yeah, I feel you on that.
yeah, no, I just looked it up, and it's saying that it's not true, but in a very weird way.
Yeah, I know.
So
It's
they're
weird.
just saying that the story wasn't published from the New York Times, and that the story used an altered image. It doesn't say that the story is not true. This is really weird.
I know, right?
So did they actually do? Because I totally believe that shit. I can't remember what it was, but from the day that COVID was declared a pandemic to the day that the Guidestones were destroyed is like some really bizarre number. I can't remember which spooky number it is, but
what date did they get declared? It was it February of 2020?
No, I think it's like March. God, I want to say.
Don't say March 22nd.
Yeah, that's literally. I was gonna say March 22nd.
Oh my god, it could
Hold
be
on.
though, dog.
When was?
You know, I'm not really good with dates, but I think right after the Georgia Guidestones got blown
Oh,
up,
it's March 11th, bro.
the
March
Ukraine
11th.
war started.
Oh.
Here, let's just see what that was, because maybe when was the Georgia?
7/6/22.
That's when the 7/6/22 is when the Georgia Guidestones were.
Yeah.
That thing looked like a little directed energy weapon strike.
Yeah, it did. It was pretty weird, and I like how they within 24 hours, just like the 9/11, just like the Twin Towers, just like the Pentagon, they fucking covered the area and like tore everything down and just got construction crews in there real quick. There was no investigation really.
Right. And from all the pictures I saw, there was like no evidence of any bomb shrapnel. Like if it was a bomb planted there, there'd be bomb stuff all over the place. It was like a clean strike. In the video, it really does look like almost like like lightning. I'm not saying it is lightning, but I think it may be some kind of a military type device that can essentially do that. It's like a strike that creates that like a. It's not the same as lightning, but it has some similar effects because it's what it looks like.
Are you talking about a video of it blowing up or just a picture after it happened?
Both. Like the pictures of the scene after it happened, there was no bomb shrapnel, and the actual video footage that they claim is when the bomb went off. You don't ever see anyone go up and plant a bomb or anything like that. It's just there, and all of a sudden there's like this just like shock of light and spark in the air, and it just instantly turns to dust. Just huge cloud of dust. It doesn't look like things exploded out from it. Like if you had a bomb there that erupted, it would have all these rocks shooting out from the center. That's not what this looks like. It looks like it was like seared with like a bolt of energy, and then it just instantly went to powder. So it's
you know what else is a dead giveaway is how there was no investigation, no one like cops there doing investigation whatsoever. Like they bulldozed it a couple hours later. They 9/11 it, dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is interesting.
Basically, I mean, all that strike did, it looks like it just like severed one of the rocks. So it just hit one side of it to where it severed that rock enough to where that rock fell. And since that one, because when they got there, the other three were still standing, right? Like all three, and then they tore them all down. So whatever the thing is that took it out, it only took out one of them.
But it were only 5 stones, right? So
Dude, just imagine like 20 years from now trying to explain to somebody what the Georgia Guidestones were.
Yeah.
This is wild. Because like I've literally heard people like I was at the skate park the other day and there was some kids who were probably actually they were adults, I think. They were probably like 19 or 20. So kids, but adults. But they were talking about 9/11 and like they weren't even alive when that happened. And just hearing them like just kind of talking about it in passing was very weird. I was like, damn, you have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't even really know what I'm talking about, and I was alive for it. It's fucking nuts. It's wild. You guys see that video where like they're going
So,
around the streets and they're asking like Zoomers what was like a worse day for in American history, or no, which event caused a greater loss of life, 9/11 or the January 6th protest?
oh my God.
What? They didn't call it a protest. What do they call it? Insurrection.
Yeah, insurrection.
Insurrection. I love that word. Insurrection. Yeah, and all these people are saying they're like, J6, definitely J6.
Hey, I ran the numbers right now on the. You said March 11th, right? So when you do the day calculator, it takes you up to the day before the final day, right? So I got that number, and I was like, it was so close to another number. So I just decided I'd run it from the day after March 11th, and then it stops at the day before July or 7/6, right? Dude, it's 846 days, bro. I was like, no, are you kidding me? 846. You know what that number is, right?
Let me grab my gematria calculator. Hold on.
Well, like basically the 846. I can start at the beginning, right? So 8:46 a.m. September 11th, 2001, the first plane hit the building, right? Then in 2012, they had a movie they actually called 8:46 about the towers, right? Then, fast forward to 2020, a dude in Minneapolis, Minnesota, on May 25th of 2020, had his knee on a person's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, which just so happened to be the time the sun set in Minneapolis that night, right? Then on George Floyd's funeral on June 666, Dave Chappelle comes out with a Netflix movie called 846, where he's actually performing at his funeral, bro. So, yeah, 846 is a pretty significant number, though.
Yo, you just kind of blew my fucking mind.
My
It's
head
like
is full of
the
all
only
kinds of
thing I
numbers.
knew about that you were just talking about was the Dave Chappelle did the 846 thing, his stand up comedy in 2020. Like I remember that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm not fucking surprised. That's crazy.
Right.
You know about the George Carlin 9/11 connection?
Well, just real quick. Hold on. Hold on, real quick. I just got it. Hold on. Sorry. 846 is 666. Here's how. 8 plus 4 is 12. You have 2 6s. Then the third 6. 666.
Well, I also typed in 846 in my gematria calculator here, and I got reptilian holocaust, and boom, the dominoes keep falling. Yeah, I got a couple other ones that are weird, but I'm not going to read them.
Yeah, it numerologically breaks down to 666.
Which is that's the number of the beast.
There you go. 9/11 at 666. It's the
that's whoa.
The Earth
You should flip
curvature
it.
is 0.66 of a foot per mile squared. You couldn't even write this shit. They just put it in everywhere.
So listen to this. Listen, I think this is the Bible scripture that 846 is correlating with. It's Luke 8:46. In the King James Version, it says, "And Jesus said, 'Somebody hath touched me, for I perceive that virtue is gone out of me.' Another version says, 'Someone touched me, for I perceive that power has gone out from me.'" You guys remember the passage, right?
Is that
me.
when the woman like comes up to him in the crowd and tries to like touch
Mhm.
him and she gets healed?
Yes.
Yeah.
All these 846s have to do with something touching something else, though. You know what I mean?
Wow, that's crazy. Have you seen the whole breakdown or like 9/11 was about touching the screen and like dispelling like the fiction from the reality? I know it sounds like super vague. Oh fuck, dude, it's gonna be really hard to like explain all of this.
Well, yeah, they sold people an event that was really more of a Hollywood kind of coordinated. I mean, Hollywood's not quite the right word. It's more of like the clandestine level of those kind of in their hierarchy system to where they're actually, at that level. But
Well, it was the first. It was the first event in like recorded human history, or like that we have access to, where a good amount of humans, like the most we've ever had, were all focused on one single place at a very specific time for a very specific event. And we all did it by looking through this screen. And like if you look where the Twin Towers used to be, where there's like there's a new
they're squares, dude. Yeah.
Well, not only that, there's this building. I fucking forgot what it's called, but they build it right next to where the Twin Towers were, because like the old building got damaged. But it's literally like this giant black fucking rectangular prism. It looks exactly like a giant iPhone, basically.
No shit.
Yeah, and like there's this whole idea that like to alter our reality, you have to come into physical contact with the screen or with film or with the media. And like our reality today is being altered every single day for hours at a time because we stare at this screen and like tap at it. But specifically on 9/11, we were all tapped into the screen, having our fucking entire world change. You know, like the new world order was ushering in a new era of control. And if you've ever seen, like, this guy does this like 10-minute video talking about how Back to the Future basically predicted 9/11, but like it gets way crazier. Have you seen that shit?
Well, that's also if you fall from the dollar bill, right?
It's all interwoven. Yep.
Okay. Have you seen how that you know the Paradise Fire, right? The campfire. Yeah. Okay, so when Trump goes up there, he's with Gavin Newsom. He's with what was the old mayor was Jerry? Was it Jerry Brown?
Brown.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Jerry Brown.
Okay, he's with Brown and Newsom, right? So that was the whole like Newsom got elected like the day he got placed in like the day before or something like that of that fire, which was November 8th, right? November 8th, 2018. So when Trump goes in front of the camera, he goes, I'm very happy, or says something along, I can't remember what the pretense was, but he calls it pleasure. And then he says it again. He calls in the town of pleasure, and then they say paradise. And he goes, oh, paradise. Well, I think it was called Pleasure Paradise, the name of the hotel that Biff owns in Back to the Future 3. Remember?
I haven't seen it in a long time.
It might be called like, what is it, Biff's Paradise or something? Yeah, is that what you're saying?
No, I think it's called Paradise Pleasure. Hold on, I'll look it up right now. Hold on.
Pleasure Paradise.
Pleasure Paradise. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and that's what Trump says on the thing. He calls it pleasure, and then Gavin Newsom corrects him. He goes paradise, and he goes, oh yeah, paradise. Dude, it's so classic, dude. Right in our face, dude. Yeah, but I know you're talking about the other connections there too.
Yeah, I mean,
you're talking about like with the tightrope, the dude who walks the wire. That connection.
Yeah. There's that shit, and it's like every time they time travel, like the whole movie is about time traveling to warn the audience that 9/11 is going to happen. And every time they fucking time travel in that movie, they literally touch the screen. Like when they go 88 miles per hour in the parking lot, they crash in, like the flaming fucking tires crash into the film booth. And like when they come back, they come out of the movie theater. And it's just.
There's a lot of like the time was like 11. What was it, like 11? I can't remember what it was when the Libyans came or whatever as terrorists. Like there's so many different things, bro.
It's 9/11 what about fucking terrorists show up? Yeah.
Or when he's talking upside down, you know those they're called gravity boots or whatever. He's upside down talking on that giant zoom screen, and it shows like the buildings, like it's like it like glitches or something. It shows like the buildings going up, but it's upside down, so they're going down or something, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're watching a guy upside down, watching the towers upside down, but they're falling.
Yeah, and then like you see like the Statue of Liberty, like little statue like lamp. Yeah, it's fucking all kinds of shit, dude. Yeah, ridiculous.
Yeah,
but
and
like,
Robert Zemeckis.
Hindsight's only 20/20. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They put it out for us to see, and they make it so fucking crazy that like if you
I
try to
know.
explain this to a normal person, they're gonna be like, dude, take your meds. But you're
Yeah.
just like, oh well, you've been drinking fluoride for the better half of a century. You're probably
I
really
know.
not interested.
Okay, so November 8th of 2018, they had the Paradise Fire, which was called the Campfire, right? Where Trump went up and said that they had Gavin Newsom had just been placed like the day before as California governor, right? They had the Borderline Bar and Grill shooting down here in Thousand Oaks, like a half hour from where I live, right? Okay, they also had the Woolsey Fire, the Hill Fire and the Woolsey Fire, which scorched for like 30 days in like Santa Monica, Topanga Canyon. Like you heard of like all these movie stars coming, my house is burned. Like, you know what I mean? Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, bro. I went to yeah. I spent a lot of time
Okay.
at Topanga Canyon in Santa Monica. I'm from LA.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I live in Ventura. Okay, so yeah, it's just right here basically. So this is how crazy this is, right? So they had that procession for you've heard of the Borderline shooting then, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when that sheriff Ron Helis supposedly got killed right there, they took him to the Thousand Oaks Hospital, whatever, and then they had a procession for him the next morning, leading all the way. So you know where the freeway exits are. You know Santa Monica, or not Santa. I'm sorry, Moore Park Road exit, where they got on the freeway, all the way to Ventura Mills Road exit. It's like probably like 12 miles. There's at least 20 freeway overpasses in that length, right? I'm not even kidding. I saw the procession, bro. From the whole 12 miles, cars in each lane were pulled off to the side, bumper to bumper, and every freeway overpass was filled with people with signs, and they had fire engines blocking the things with their ladders, arcing so they meet with the flags unfurled, right? Okay, so that starts at 10 o'clock. First of all, how the hell did they get that many people lined up to go do that quick? It's scary. That alone was the scariest part, but that starts at 10 a.m. At 10:38 a.m., the Woolsey Fire starts like about 10 miles from where the procession started. But since all the firefighters in Ventura County and every single neighboring county are all like in parade style, it took them like over an hour to get their stuff to go to that fire, right? So that fire, to trip out on this though, this is what's really crazy is that fire started at Santa Susana NASA Boeing Rocketdyne facility, right? Now, this facility has been a controversy in the area for over 10 years, right? They've been there's a nonprofit organization called Mothers Against Santa Susana Rocketdyne facility, okay? And what happened is 10 years prior to that fire, these people who live within 12 miles of Santa Susana Rocketdyne facility were getting these really weird, rare forms of cancer in their eyes and their brain. A form of cancer that they figured out the odds of them getting it and all living in that same area, it's impossible for it not to be because of the poison from the testing of the rockets, and it's in the groundwater, right? So for 10 years, they were going back and forth to court, and they were trying to shut them down, saying that they had to clean up the site. To clean it up, they have to dig like 9 feet in the ground and get it's like an astronomical amount of cleaning up. So they kept lagging and lagging. Well, in May of 2018, the last court date, they said you have exactly 6 months. Otherwise, we're going to go in there and do it for them, right? So almost to the day when they had the court thing, that fire starts right there. They put it off as a federal fire and they blame it on Southern California Edison. Therefore, the law about them having to clean up that shit is null and void at that point, dude. Like, dude, they killed so many birds that day, dude. It was now trip on this. This is even weirder. The Paradise Fire was the same day, November 8th. And people all say it's called Paradise Lost. They lost paradise that day. Well, the person who wrote Paradise Lost, John Milton, died in 1674. He died November 8th, 1674. So it's even weirder. I have this astrology book where it has something different for every day of the year. Like my birthday, it says like Day of the Instigator, Day of this, Day of that. This book was published in 1992. On November 8th, this is Day of the Borderline, bro. I'm not even kidding you. Fucking weird, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fucking deep. That shit runs deep.
It's like some Aaron Brockovich shit. You know what I mean?
Well, dude, I'm always like I'm from SoCal, and when people talk about SoCal, they just think LA. Like, and Southern California is the size of a fucking country. There's so much fucking going on there that's like not being talked about.
Yeah,
it's crazy, dude.
I know. I know, bro. Yeah, I uncover all kinds of crazy conspiracies, bro. Because I'll just spend days and days digging. Like I can't help it. I'm obsessed, bro. My room at one point looked like the dude from A Beautiful Mind. You know, there's like all kinds of crazy papers like pinned all over the wall and shit. It was
Dude,
like
that's
that, bro.
dope.
Or like in the movie Memento or whatever. I can't remember which movie it was, but it was like, yeah. And
Oh, I
so,
know what you mean.
yeah,
It's tight, dude. That's like, what else are you gonna fucking do? Play fantasy football?
I know, dog. Fuck,
Like, what
dude.
the fuck?
I know. Once I first started finding out about like once the Thomas fire hit right here, and since I was at inmate fire camp, you know, out of Susanville, and then I went to High Rock, and then I went to Delta. I fought on like 5 wildfires. I learned fire training with Cal Fire. I trained for a month, bro. So I know basically what the training that they go through, the 10s and 18s, all the fire safety procedures. So once I saw the Thomas fire and the effects of like houses burning down the foundation, plants still intact, I was like, dude, what the hell? That's when I really started looking at everything, bro. And then a couple of months later, I became a flat earther. But that's what really set me off is my knowledge of fire, bro. And so that's one thing that no Globers can really argue with me over unless they're firefighters. But even then, dude, I'll put them to shame because of my knowledge of firefighting and these Mountain Dews that they drink. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude, forestry work and firefighting is fucking. I have a lot of respect
Yeah, it was
for
pretty
those
hard work,
people.
especially
Were
the
you
inmate.
like felling trees and stuff too?
Well, I wasn't a saw. I was just a McLeod because it was hard work. But like basically the inmate firefighters do like 90% of the work. Most of the time, all the people from Cal Fire and the federal fires, they just sit and watch. We carry their gear for them. We cut line. Dude, we've cut line, like me and another crew, like there's like between 14 and 17 people on a crew, right? And during the year they're like down to 13. So it was a fire season and we had like 15 people. And when we cut line to BMS, bare minimum soil, it's 5 feet by however many feet. So like when we're here. Oh, thank you. Here's there. So when we're cutting line, like for training purposes, a crew of 17 people can cut a line where like it's so thick you can't even walk through. We cut that down to bare minimum soil, 5 feet by 375 feet in 1 hour, bro. You know what I mean? So when a crew's fully on, imagine that's what they can cut, right? So I'm talking about when we cut all night long till like 11 o'clock the next day. We were like 16 hours, right? Just bone tired, bro. We go back to the CCV. As soon as we lay down and sleep, like the second we get there, we're asleep. We're woken up again and saying, "Oh, the fire just jumped the thing. You guys got to go cut more." It's just ridiculous, dude. The amount, and we're getting $1 an hour, dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We do almost all the work, bro.
I've heard a lot of the gnarly stories. I know what you're saying is true. I retired firefighter who's like he's like a master sawyer. He's a fucking master feller. I don't know what the fuck they call him, but like when we would have fucking bad tree where we're like, yeah, we don't know how to really approach this. Like we call him in, he'll fucking tell us how to do it. And like, yeah, you know what it is, dude. You can die doing that shit. Fucking easily. So easily.
Yeah, no, I did almost die, dog. There was one time where the fire, it was burning, and then we're going through like thickage that's like so thick we have to like high step walking through it. And the fire starts coming up the thing. We're going down a hill. The fire starts coming up towards us, and the captain's like, "Oh, turn around and run!" Like that was their plan. Running with our tools, 45 pounds worth of gear, high stepping like that. It's like at those times where you're glad that you did all the training and shit like that. But I was also in a CCV where fire completely overtook it, and for 5 minutes we were surrounded by. It seemed like about 5 minutes we were completely surrounded by flames. When I got out of that CCV and looked at the damage, I was like, wow, there's like almost no damage to the CCV. Like the paint bubbled in a few places, and that was pretty much it. It blackened a little bit, but other than that, there was no rims melted in the middle of the street and shit like that. You know what I mean? They drove out of there after that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like fire does not damage vehicles and shit like the way, like in like what I've seen it do, like where rims are melted in the street. That's impossible for a forest fire to have that type of centered heat, bro.
Dude, I used to use a fucking Bobcat excavator to fucking build fires that were so big, like we had to make sure that they weren't gonna fuck with like the airport nearby. Like,
Yeah.
I know how hot fucking fires can get. There's like, dude, I'd have to wear like it'd be fucking 100 degrees outside, and I'm wearing something covering my face because when I fucking drive the excavator too close to the fire, it's like burning me. It's so fucking hot.
Yeah.
Like I have to fucking dude, that shit's crazy.
But the thing is though, forest fires cannot get hot enough to melt rims of a car. You know what I mean? That heat can't get centered like that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And if it was that hot, there would be no plants anywhere in sight, dog. But I see pictures of like rims melted in the street, and then the grass is still green, like 5 feet away.
Yeah,
You know?
I was saying like I've built fires that are so big, like there's no way that they would fucking leave a tree unscathed. I've set trees on fire. I started fires under trees and set the fucking tree on fire. It's like
all plants are getting burned within like I don't know how many feet radius, but they're getting scorched, bro. You know what I mean?
I scorched trees. I didn't like
Yeah.
set it on fire.
Yeah. You have to scorch them because trees don't really burn that easily, bro. They have a lot
No,
of
they
water
don't.
in the root systems, especially the redwoods up there. They've got a root system where like it's so hard to burn those trees, dude.
Yeah.
It's crazy because I've even talked to flat earthers, bro, who are like, they don't believe in direct energy. I'm like, dude, what? Like, they actually think like that people are the cause of these forest fires, or the government is because they mismanage the forest. It's like, dude, you're out of your mind. You're like, what? You know what I mean?
Have you seen
how could a person mismanage a forest, dude? Fuck.
Well, there's people doing stuff to try and manage for fires. Like when fires actually do happen, of like and they're actual fires, they're not directed energy weapons. Like, you live in Ventura, so like driving up and down the 5, have you ever seen like people running goats and sheep to like clear back all the brush and shit?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I don't take the 5 that often, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's people out there trying to find a regenerative way to deal with the fire situation, but it's much more than that. I mean, it's the whole thing that we're like literally selling California's water off to China and shit like that, and all kinds of stuff.
Well, do you believe that there's an underground water system though that's been around since before these cities were even built? There's an underground water system. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like even California could go without rain for years, and the plants are all still green and shit. You know what I mean?
To a degree, like if you get a couple bad seasons, like there will be a level of.
I live right next to I live on the avenue. I don't know if you've ever heard of Ventura Avenue, but so Ventura Avenue runs parallel with this freeway called the 33, Highway 33, right? And it's not a very long highway. It's only Highway 33 in California, and it's between 2 mountains. And on both sides of on the other side of both of these mountains, I have my ex-girlfriend pulled up all the information, basically like all the documents and everything that show where exactly they have about 15 ground based weather modification. I don't know if you call them plants or whatever, but right here. So they burn the silver iodide right on the ground, and then they fly over. So it mixes with the shit they're spraying in the air, and it creates no rain. You know, it takes the rain away. So whenever it is going to rain, usually they create a lower cloud base that actually like kind of like soaks up the rain. And I think they use those giant windmills to push the clouds out towards the ocean. So if it's going to rain, they'll make it like rain out in the ocean. But then, we just had a rain for a couple of days and shit like that. Like, I'm not sure about if it's just so much rain clouds built up that they can't stop it, or if they're allowing it to rain for a certain period because the infrastructure is done up to a certain point where it can't mess with the infrastructure anymore. But I know with all the infrastructure they're doing in California, they've kept it from raining for a long time because, rain stops the 5G signal and it's hard to do the infrastructure when it's raining. So I don't know if have you been to Santa Barbara recently and seen the work between Ventura and Santa Barbara they're doing on the freeway?
I
for like
haven't
the
been to
last
Santa
8 years.
Barbara in like 3 years, 4 years
Okay.
now.
But, okay, well, you still would have seen all the shit on the freeway they're doing, the infrastructure. Yeah, it's way
Yeah.
worse now. It's insane, dude. They built two plants on the side of the freeway between Ventura and Santa Barbara that are cement mixing plants because they have so much stuff that they've excavated from the ground. I mean, there's like giant pyramids of like dirt and gravel they've excavated all along that freeway right there. If you ever come up here, you should hit me up though, bro. You ever been to the Black Swan?
No, I haven't.
You know it's off San Ysidro exit in Montecito.
Yeah, I might be down to check it out actually because I skate. So like I head up all the skate parks in SoCal. Like I go down to San Diego, I go to Ojai.
Oh,
I
you go
haven't
to
been to
Ojai?
Ventura. Yeah.
Okay, I worked Thursday and Friday at the USA Gas in Oakview. You know where that is?
No, I don't.
Well, okay, if you're going to Ojai from LA, you take the 101 to Ventura, and then you exit on Highway 33 to Ojai. You know what I mean?
Sometimes I go a different route. Like I'll take the 14 and like.
So you go the other way through like Santa Paula?
Yeah.
Is that faster?
No, it has to do with why I'm there. Like I make deliveries, I do drop offs and stuff.
Okay. Well, if the more common way is the 101 to the 33, you know, to go to Ojai. Yeah, especially if you live in LA, you take the 101 north to Ventura. But anyway, if you ever do go through there and you pass through Oakview is the town in between. It's like one of the little towns on the way to Ojai.
I'm looking at a map right now. I'm getting all turned
Anyway,
around in my head.
I work at the USA Gas in Oakview Thursday and Friday from 2 to 10.
Word.
What part of LA do you live in?
I live like a little south of LA.
Oh, okay.
Right now, yeah. Like I'm.
You live like by the
technically-
coast, or is it like east?
I'm pretty close to the coast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you ever go to any of the Flat Earth meetups?
No, I haven't. I haven't done any like IRL flat earthing in a while. Like I drove across the country like in the middle of COVID and like stopped in Arizona, met up with some people. I did like I went out and like we had all these like posters and shit and we were just talking to random people. I forget where it was. Like I can't remember what they called it, but it's like some place.
That's
Anyways,
cool.
yeah, it was all right.
You've seen the on YouTube or whatever, you know, like flat earthers always talk about the black swan observation though, right?
Yeah.
I've actually met the dude. We went out to lunch. I've kicked it with him a couple times. His name's Bo. He's from Santa Barbara. Who did that? The black swan observation. He put it on the map, bro. You know what I mean?
Dude, that's tight.
Yeah. If you ever come up this way, hit me up. FlatterDaySaints@gmail. If you email me, I'll send you my number, bro. If you ever come up this way, I could show you around. There's a lot of cool shit to see.
Yeah. I just never make it really past Ojai.
Well, I mean, Ojai's like off of, like Ojai would be the same distance as driving like to Santa Barbara. You'd have to pass through Ventura to go to Ojai, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I usually just hit like Fillmore, Santa Paula, Ojai, and then head back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even if you go through Fillmore and Santa Paula, I mean, I guess if you go through Santa Paula, you take the back way to Ojai. It just seems like a really long drive. The back way to Ojai, like through like really rural mountain area, you know?
Yep.
But if you ever go the other way, hit me up, bro.
No, definitely. No, if I'm going just straight to fucking Ventura, I'll just head straight there. Like,
yeah. You like the skate park in Ojai better than the one in Santa Barbara?
I haven't been to the one in Santa Barbara.
Have you been to this? There's two skate parks in Ventura. Have you been to both of them?
No, I haven't been to any of them. I just started skating like 5 months ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I took like a massive hiatus.
Yeah. Well, there's one of the skate parks is 2 blocks from my house. It's at the end of West Park Row. If you look it up. But hey, if you ever come up here, though, we can make a video, like a 5-minute video or something. I'll put it on my channel if you want.
That sounds dope.
If you want to be on YouTube.
No, I'm already on YouTube.
Oh, you have a channel? What's your channel?
No, I've just been like a guest on a couple podcasts and stuff like that.
Have you ever checked out my channel?
No, I don't think I have. Oh, wait, actually, I might be subbed to you already. Hold up.
I make flat Earth rap music, bro.
Yeah, I think I am subbed to you.
Yeah, you ever heard any of my shit or no? You like rap?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I used to do a little bit of rapping when I was younger.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Bro, I'll send you a playlist with my songs on it if you want.
Yeah, dude. Shoot it.
All right.
That's
I just
dope,
feel
dude.
like I knew when I first became a flat earther, and I pretty much just listened to rap. Like I listened to ODD so many times and like the other flat earth rappers, and then they didn't come out with anything else. It was just that was it, and I was like, fuck, I'm gonna make my own shit because I was like rap. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. Rapping's tight. It definitely takes talent, and you got to have like an ear for good instrumentals, and yeah.
There's just not a lot of flat earth rappers compared to like how many people make other flat earth music or rock music or whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of hard though, because you're just saying it's flat. You're just like saying it's not a globe. You're saying it's flat. There's not a whole lot of content there unless you're gonna like start making claims.
Yeah,
It's hard for
well, I
us
mean,
to make
same with
claims.
rock. Same with rock music too. Like, but there's a lot of flat earth music that's like rock music, sort of. You know what I mean? Not too much flat earth rap music. But I just sent you the playlist. Did you check your DM?
All right.
Yeah. I make songs like Co-Vagina. No such thing as a terrorist. Some of my songs they won't play on the 24/7 Discord because I say COVID in the songs and stuff, and they're like not trying to say that, but whatever.
Yeah. No such thing as a terrorist. That looks dope.
Yeah. Oh, I got the Flatterday Stephen COVID Hawken band song too.
Dude, you know what's crazy? My buddies and I, we were all sitting like playing poker or something, and we were all making so much fun of Stephen Hawking. Like, 'cause most of us are flat earthers, and we were just clowning on him super hard. Like talking about like, what if he was like just like an animatronic, or what if he was just like a retarded prisoner who's just like being kept in a chair, blah blah blah.
Wait, you have friends down there that are flat earthers that play poker with you?
Yeah.
Oh my god, bro. Shit, that's crazy. I've been playing poker for like the past like 15 years, bro. I go to the Players Club right here. It's like a poker room, like 5 minutes from my house. They've got like 18 tables. It's at the Ventura Fairgrounds.
Really?
Yeah, bro. I'm always looking for private games, bro.
We've been talking about going to like a casino or something, just because we don't play for money. We just have like a poker set with chips, and like they're kind of getting everyone's getting a little gassed out because like there's no stakes, and like everybody's just getting coolered every night because fucking people are
They're calling everything like a call station, right?
Yeah.
That's what happens if you're playing just for shits and giggles, and you're not really playing it. You're just like basically it's just like playing the lottery, kind of. You know what I mean?
Well, I practice with my friends basically. Like when they want to play, I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll play, and like I play pretty tight, you know.
Yeah.
But what like the website that I was using allowed me to use cryptocurrency, but they just fucking shut down. I'm so bummed.
Yeah, dude, I don't even trust any of the websites after 2010 when the whole like poker stars crashed and everything. You know?
Oh, dude, I know that I'm going up against bots and algorithms and shit. I get it. It's just yeah. That's one of the reasons why I enjoy playing with my friends, even though it's not for fucking stakes, because you get to like read them, you get to see their body language, and it just becomes this whole like, yeah, we're all friends, we've known each other for years, but now we're all just gonna start lying to each other like crazy for the next 2 hours.
Lying because you're not Like, I don't really consider it lying per se. I mean, because you're not saying anything, you know?
Yeah, you know what I mean, though. Bluffing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Like,
I know what you mean. Dude, how many poker players do you know that are flat Earth? You have a lot of friends that are flat earthers, dude? That's fucking cool, bro.
no, I mean,
I have
not everybody
very
that sits
few.
at the not everybody that sits at that table is a flat earther. Some are like, well, no, none of them are Democrats, but some of them are just like agnostic, like they just don't even care.
Wait. A Democrat flat earther, that's an oxymoron, bro.
No. I mean, one of my friends is who like he'll be there while we're playing poker, but he's usually like on his laptop or something, like doing, whatever normies do.
Yeah. Oh, he's not a flat earther then.
He's not a flat earther. He's like a registered Democrat, but he hangs out with all of us and he's pretty chill. I've known him for like 15 years.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, no, and it's cool too because we got
liberal. That's so funny. I call them the Democrips and the Rebloodlicans because that's all it is. Red and blue equals purple. You know what I mean?
Who coined that? I've heard that before.
I don't know, but I've been saying it for a minute. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I go on. You ever heard of Boston Ray's Mud Flood Adventures? He has a YouTube channel.
No, but that sounds cool.
Yeah, I go on there sometimes and I make a joke. I made it up. I'm like, because you know that commercial where he's like, "It's your cousin from Boston." So I'm like, "It's Flatter Day from Compton," and then I say like, in Boston they got the mud floods, but down here in Compton where I live, we got the cuz bloods. You know what I mean?
I'm actually pretty close to Compton.
Hey, bro. Hey, check this out. Then, would you be down to do a little bit of activism for like just maybe a couple hours, sometime in the next month? I want to do a thing where like when I do activism, I go barefoot and shit, right? But besides that, that's irrelevant. But I want to go through Compton, like through the projects down there, and flat smack people and have it on film. But I can't just do it alone, solo. So I was like, dude, if I could just have one down flat earther that has no fear, right? Because you have no fear in your intentions, or you don't have to worry about wherever you go, you're fine, right? So somebody who has good intentions, who's a flat earther, you know what I mean, will go there with me, and you know what I mean. You don't have to hold a camera or anything like that. Just go. Well, we have our cell phones, we could just use that. But I don't know if you'd be down to do something. I'm going to call it Flat Out of Compton.
Flat Out of Compton.
Yeah, and flat smack the people in projects in Compton, walk through Grape Street, all that. Would you be down to do that?
Oh,
I'm serious, bro. If not, just tell me. It's cool. You know,
no, I mean, I haven't said no yet.
Why.
I definitely haven't said no yet. I just don't, When was the last time you were in Compton?
Maybe 6 months ago. I dropped my mom off at LAX, and I went and spent like an hour or two taking pictures in Compton.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
It's really changing. It's actually gentrifying a lot, bro.
No, I know. I live like I could skate into Compton right now.
Okay, yeah. I'm just using the name Compton because people all around the world are familiar with it, and it has like this type of like, I don't know, it carries like a type of like legendary status as far as like, well, that, I mean, as far as like even people who don't like rap have heard of Straight Outta Compton, and people that even love heavy metal love NWA Compton, like, you know what I mean? So it carries a lot of weight, that just the name Compton, you know.
Shit, yeah, dude. And maybe I might be down with it, actually. It's been a while.
Yeah, for sure. You know any really good spots? Like my friend was telling me at the top of Palisades, it's called Pacific Palisades or something. At the top, there's like this like Illuminati statue. And it's like made out of white marble of like this like Greek goddess, and she has water coming out of her nipples. And he said there's peacocks all around there walking around free, and there's like actually a little library right there with all these old ass books from like the 1800s and stuff like that hardly anybody knows about this place, or not too many people go to this place. But I don't know. Are you familiar with that area? Because I don't know how to get a hold of the person who told me about this.
Yeah, I know the Palisades pretty well, actually.
Do you know where I'm talking about? Where there's that little library and that statue, and there's peacocks running around?
I know where the peacocks are, but I don't know anything about the statue or the library.
Hmm.
There's
All
a
right.
couple people up in the Palisades that have peacocks.
Okay. And they just run
Yeah.
around, huh?
Yeah, dude. There's a bunch of people in Topanga with peacocks too.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in the Palisades, Topanga, and Santa Monica. Like I went to school out there.
What's your
I'm like,
name, bro?
I'll DM you. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
say it on the
DM me.
live
Yeah,
stream.
yeah.
I got a lot of haters out there.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I dock myself all the time. I don't give two shits, but yeah, I respect that. Though. Okay.
Yeah, no, I have like some people that have like tried to figure out who I work for and send them recordings of me from like being on other
Oh,
servers saying stuff.
dude, it's so hate. Yeah, people are like that, bro. It's
No,
sad.
I'm
Yeah, I
serious.
feel
I'm
you. Then,
serious.
yeah.
Yeah,
No, I believe you,
it's
dog.
fucking
DM me
nuts.
then. So,
Yeah,
there's been
yeah.
fools on the Discord who have like tried to reach out to me, and like, especially I go on that Glober Discord quite a lot. You know what I mean? Just to let them take shots at me, and like fools like actually say shit like, "Oh, I'm gonna murderous threats and all that," and I'm like, I'll tell them right on live stream. I'm like, "You want my address? I'll tell you exactly where I live. You come meet me anytime, day or night. I don't give two shit." But yeah, you know what I mean. But oh shit, there's a huge blackout right here in Ventura. Like a huge section of the wow. Hey, I gotta get off. I'll get back on in about 10 or 15 minutes. I gotta meet somebody right here, but the whole downtown area is blacked out right now. Shit. Come back on in 15 minutes, okay?
All right, dude.
All right, peace.
Do you guys think I should go to Compton with Latter-day Saints? So you can walk around barefoot and we can talk to people about flat Earth.
Fuck you, Brian. Witsit, you're a fuckwit. Come on, someone.
Sorry, what did you say? I was watching something.
What?
Okay.
Man, I got 1,000 fittings, and I can't get the right damn combination. Don't you hate when
Dude,
that
did
happens?
you guys hear
Here's your
that
video,
these?
Brian.
What's that?
What video?
Yeah, you put out a video this morning. I don't remember. Hang on. Subscriptions. Oh, was it yesterday?
By who?
By you, rockets don't prove the globe. I don't think I watched it yet.
Oh, that was today.
Today? Oh, 12 hours ago. There you go.
Oh, for me, I guess it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I'm not sure that I watched it. Hold on.
It's pretty entertaining. Every now and then, Bob will make a video about his Discord arguments.
Hmm.
He kind of strawmanned us a little bit, but I didn't talk really much shit. I just pleaded my case.
Do you have a laptop or a desktop?
I just use my phone.
Yeah.
I got a desktop, man. I just don't like it.
Better to make videos on.
Yeah, I should. Like I literally record from my phone off my camera.
Hmm.
I just hit play on my camera and film right off the screen from my phone. Like some videos. I mean, when I'm trying to film it live, like Selenium and shit.
Kosho, you're into the AI stuff, right? That's Kosho there. Sorry, carry on. I thought he was there. I thought I heard his voice. Well, maybe you guys will find this funny. Somebody got an AI to perfectly imitate celebrities' voices, and they've got some celebrities saying some pretty funny stuff.
Scary stuff.
Yeah, I'll put this is the David Attenborough one. Put it in the chat.
What'd you get him to say?
You can listen to it.
Oh, you gotta make me watch it. This is crazy, dude. I can't believe I'm sitting here doing this shit. It's really pissing me off. I give up.
That's fantastic, Platypus.
Dude, there's already like massive lawsuits because people made a bunch of recordings and now like they're trying to get them deleted. It's pretty intense. Yeah, AI is getting crazy, dude.
Jesus.
Yeah, dude, that shit's hilarious. Like, here's the thing. In probably less than 10 years, you can watch any movie that you want to watch. And I don't mean any movie that's been made. I mean any movie that you can think of. Like, I want to watch the fucking live action version of the Bible with Samuel L. Jackson as Jesus Christ. And that an AI can make you that fucking movie. They'll make the director's cut in like 20 minutes.
What?
Yeah, dude, shit is about to get wild.
The large Negro was attracted by two large white females.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, the pornography industry is about to be absolutely destroyed. Like, OnlyFans is going to be like a weird oddity of the past
Yeah.
because you
Right.
can just download an AI chatbot and this fucking chatbot can say whatever it wants and create literally any fucking image you want to see, completely realistic. I mean, it's kind of nuts.
Who can do that? I mean, what's the whole?
These AI bots that they've got now. Here, I'll show you one of these AI image generate or these images that are generated. See if I can find the one, like the famous one that's going around right now.
Well, there's that thesepeopledon'texist.com or whatever it's called, where it's just an AI generated face.
That's
every
yeah,
day.
but that's way behind where we're at right now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find this one picture. Fuck. Oh, I know how to find it. Twitter. Yeah, no, this one, not that one. Where is it? Like, they're definitely the images are definitely still within the uncanny valley, but they're ready to leave it for sure. I can't find it. Well, here's one picture that this one AI bot generated, and you can spot it pretty quickly. Like, oh yeah, that's not real, but they're getting good. Like, if you look at the fingers, like obviously her fingers look all fucking retarded, but
nice boobies.
well, that's what I'm saying about completely destroying the pornography industry. Like, you no longer need to pay your talent if you can make shit that looks real. Like, some fucking robots do it. You got a bunch of humans jerking off to robots or whatever. I'm sure that's satanic somehow.
Oh, guess what time it is, people?
What time?
Time to feed the dogs.
Oh, nice, dude. Give him a pet for me.
I'll give them big sloppy kisses for you.
Don't let it lick your mouth, dude. That's fucking disgusting.
Kiss my dogs every night.
Oh, dude,
On
get
the
out of here.
lips.
Get the fuck out of here. Go move to Canada. Oh, sicko.
It's Finally. Fuck's sake.
Pat, were you working on something right now? What are you doing?
Yeah, man, I'm putting I'm gonna fill this tank with hydrogen, but I'm trying to find the fitting, man. It's driving me nuts. I finally got it. I got 1,000 fittings, but not the right combination to adapt to tank.
Why are you trying to put hydrogen in a tank?
To torque, I can have hydrogen gas. I got a bunch of different kinds, but I don't have any hydrogen right now.
Okay, that's cool.
And usually I just do the HHO gas, you know.
I've never really fucked with a hydrogen vehicle.
And I'm not gonna put a bunch in there. I'm just gonna put a few psi, you know, enough to do something quick, like a quick little weld or torch cut, or maybe blow up a couple dozen balloons or something.
Okay.
About that much. I want to see if the tank will how good it does with holding it, because if it's really easy to fill it up. But and I mean, and it's for helium too, so it's probably more airtight than some of the others. I don't know. I know hydrogen is hard to store, right? It's slippery.
What do you think
It's
about
escape.
methane gas? Using methane as a fuel.
I don't have any methane, man. I've been thinking about making some.
Yeah, there was this one guy. Fucking, what was his name? He wrote a book, and then the book was like taken out of circulation because he basically taught people how to like make these methane houses out of like a tarp and like lawn clippings, and then get the methane into bicycle tire tubes and like inner tubes, and just run your house off methane. It was pretty tight.
Really?
Yeah, it was like Antoine something. He was a Frenchman. He died of like a mysterious cancer. He wrote a book called A Different Kind of Garden.
What's it called?
I'm looking it up right now so I can.
Book?
I think the book is called A Different Kind of Garden.
Okay.
Yeah. I think. Look this. Yeah, Jean Pain. It's called Another Kind of Garden.
Another kind of garden. Okay.
Yeah, here I'm gonna send you the link right now.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Yeah, if you try to buy the book, it's like really, really expensive because they don't make it anymore. But I am DMing it to you right now in I believe, a PDF format.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you look up this guy Jean Pain, he's pretty cool.
Okay.
Kind of a badass.
Oh, you DMing it to me?
Yeah, I already sent it.
Okay, thank you, man. Thank you.
You're
That's
very
so much
welcome.
easier. So much easier for me, man.
Oh, I know how it is. Yeah, dude. Trying to
I
spread the
hate
info.
I hate going back, but some things I really want to see. Sometimes it takes forever to find something, man.
Right.
Oh, I got something right here. Nice.
So like,
everything fell together for me at the end.
Brian, when you go out in public, do you ever just like tell people that the Earth is flat, like the guy at the gas station, or like your waitress or whatever?
I used to.
Yeah, me too. Why'd you stop?
I mean, I didn't stop completely. I just
toned it down a little bit.
Yeah, I don't mess with people much, man.
Yeah, I hear that.
If I have conversations, like people come up and ask me what I'm doing, like experiments, tests, whatever you want to call them, like when I was running my string line and across the water and all that, and I tell what I'm doing and tell them why and all that. Had some couple of decent conversations. My group or my city has they have meetups. It's been a minute. I'm not sure if they've had any. I know they have around. The lady who used to host them, she would get Mark Sargent to post the meetups and stuff here in my city, and she quit doing it. She had to go out of town. I'm not sure if anybody picked it up. I think there's been a couple meetups close to me. It's been a minute since I've been to any, but I might go check it out if there's another one and get involved and go. We went to a couple places before. We flat smacking as a group tends to be a lot better.
Yeah, I hear that. It's a pretty strong opening when you like meet somebody and you just start telling them shit like that.
It's not. I'll tell you what. From when I first heard about this and went out there, it's night and day. It's not the same as it was. I'm gonna tell you now. The knee-jerk reaction is completely gone with the youth, and a little bit of it with adults, but with the youth, there's no knee-jerk reaction. I'm not saying they all agree with it, but it ain't like you're fucking stupid. You're gonna fall off the edge, or
Yeah, no, people are definitely warmed up to it a lot. But people are definitely I think they're a little more skittish these days. You just like approach somebody in public. Like, people's social skills got kind of retarded. I don't mean that I mean like they were like to retard something. Their ability to socialize was retarded during this whole pandemic thing.
Yeah.
I've never been in a single Zoom meeting in my entire life. I don't even like it when people try to FaceTime me. I fucking reject the call and then just call them regularly. And they're like, I was trying to FaceTime you. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I don't want to do that. Fucking call me like a normal person. You don't need to see my face. Like,
I just do. I do text. I don't even talk on the phone anymore, except for Discord.
Yeah, I got like friends all over the world. I talk to people on the phone a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if buddy, I might have him text me to get through to me. I get so many junk calls, dude. It's ridiculous.
Bro, I don't get any more junk calls. I used to get calls from India like 4 times a week. It doesn't. No, it's like I don't know, man. They don't even want to give me any more attention.
Dude, when people call me like that, I just flat smack them.
That's dope.
Dude, they hang up on you, bro.
That's classic, bro. That's instant classic.
They hang up on you, bro.
List. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Bro.
I always ask them if Pakistan is nice this time of year, and they get so mad. They're like, "Why do you think I'm from Pakistan?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I just heard it was a nice place to visit." And they're like, "No, it's a terrible place." It's so funny how much they hate Pakistan.
We ain't topping flat smacking the junk calls.
That's hilarious because it makes them hang up.
And race you off the list.
Yep. Like Kyle even hand me her phone if she gets one now. Like it's such a thing that like if we accidentally hang up, if she hangs up on one, I'm like salty, you know. I'm like, bro.
Dude, I like that. It's so funny, dude. He flat smacked the junk calls. I gotta try it.
Yeah, I used to
It's
get
like
them when I lived on
casually,
the
like
East Coast.
just casually go into events. Like, yeah. So did you know that the Earth is actually a stationary plane and it's enclosed and all of space is fake? Like they'll just hang up, they'll freak out. Sometimes they'll sit there and listen to all of it though.
Well, I'll tell you if I'm selling my property, but let me run something by you real quick first. What shape do you think the Earth is?
Yeah, just start telling them. It's super funny.
Depends on your opinion on the following question. I might be interested in buying some saw blades. That depends on your answer to this question.
I mean, I like
What shape?
yeah, I jab smack them too.
Yeah, that's important.
It's just funny, bro, because it's like all of a sudden the tables turn.
The tables turn. You got them on a whim now.
Yeah, like they're uncomfortable.
Dude, I
What
gotta
do you?
share
How
that.
do you jab smack them? You just like ask them if they're jabbed or what?
I just like nah, like I can talk about anything, so I just start saying I don't know, I can't say too much here, I guess, but
Okay, yeah, I think I get the gist though. Like,
yeah, I just proceed to tell them it's
speak
like
facts. Yeah.
yeah.
It's crazy that we can't even spread facts. Like some of the controversial stuff, that's okay, whatever. I'll go with it. I don't agree with the censorship, but whatever. But like not even being able to recite facts and quotes, it's yeah, ridiculous.
Did I remember when they lifted the mask mandates where I was at, and I was like walking around, just looking at everybody like everybody else is like looking at everybody like, oh, our masks are off. It was like the most annoying thing I've ever seen. It's this whole like, oh, they let us go outside. They let us take it off. So fucking annoying.
Crazy, man.
I was getting kicked out of a lot of stores.
I had to put a
Stores,
mask on.
gas stations.
I had to put a mask to get in Metro PCS. I had to do it too because I needed a phone. I had a lot going on to argue with them and shit, But other than that, I never wore one. What's funny is when I put the mask on, I accidentally hit the camera, and I didn't know it. And I was in Discord, and there was a loaded room full of people, and I'm sitting there on fucking camera wearing a mask until Travis told me, "Brian, your
Oh,
camera's
dude.
I'm like, thanks, dude." I'm like, oh my god, I ain't showed my camera in Discord in like forever, and here I pop up on camera in a damn mask.
I'm not gonna hold it against you.
Yeah, well, I
It's hard,
certainly,
dude. If you're hungry and you're just trying to get some food, and like you don't want to battle the fucking Agent Smiths of the world, like, yeah, I get it.
yeah, I had to get a phone.
Dude, I'm sitting here just like beating this bot up, bro. It's so funny.
The AI bot.
Yeah, bro, I got it to admit that Einstein took most of his work from Henry Poincaré's theory, but the difference was that he kept the ether, and it's like there's no experimentally, there's no experimental difference. They're both as equally experimentally valid, and that Einstein's is just preferred philosophically. So, and then it goes on to say like all this evidence has verified relativity. I'm like, so basically you're saying that all these experimental validations apply to Henry Poincaré's ether theory as well. And it's just like It's super funny.
Yeah, make sure you record that shit because they're gonna update these bots. Once, yeah, they're
So
gonna
it
work out all the
saves
kinks.
all your conversations.
Oh, it does. I've never really fucked with it. I've seen people tricking out the bots, and I'm thinking, like, I don't know if you remember the first chat bot that kind of became famous, the Tay AI bot, Microsoft chat bot. They were getting it to like say all this stuff about World War II, you know the rest.
Oh wow.
Yeah. They were getting the bot to speak some real crazy facts. And this bot was hooked up to a Twitter account, so it was like tweeting shit out.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it was.
That's pretty funny.
Like they released an update for it today, I guess. Like when I went to it today, it was like ChatGPT's been updated with, I can't remember, better capabilities and mathematical functions and something like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I just sliced this thing up. It's so funny. It's pretty stubborn, like mainstream consensus, but it's
It
super
sounds
useful. If you want to know what's wrong with one of the mainstream globe models, just literally just be like, what's wrong with whatever geodynamo model? What's wrong with, and then you have to be able to maneuver it and like press it,
right. Pin
and
it down.
then go research with the little bit that you can get from it.
All right.
But it'll literally list like the highlight issues and incomplete areas of the theories.
Good to know.
Like, because like if you just look up like what's wrong with, you're never gonna find it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you Google what's wrong with a geodynamo model, you're never gonna find it. So
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right about that.
you just like drown in like thousands of pages of, pseudoscience verification. The difference between these theories were purely epistemological and concerned the number of conventional and arbitrary elements used in defining basic physical concepts. Like, yeah, it's funny because they love to say the ether was disproven, but like, literally Einstein took almost all of his stuff from Henry Poincaré's theory that included an ether.
Yeah, it's the same math, man. It's basically extra math. They went to great lengths to keep the Earth going around that sun, didn't they?
Yeah.
Dude, like physics was like stirred up for like almost 3 decades, man. I wish I was around at that time. Dude, I tried telling Fight the Flat Earth in a debate on his channel. Like that's the last time I'll do that. But and I heard other people like saying the same, pretty much the same points as you're saying, but you went the extra length, like in it, so it was different than when we did it. Like we were trying to make the points, man, but the way you did it and the way you pinned it down was, he's still gonna deny, when you got him to that half-ass concession from him, like I didn't think that was even humanly possible, bro. I bring it up a lot, but I gotta pat you on the back for that, bro. That's insane, bro. Getting a concession from that dirtball, that was something else, man. And he's like, yeah, I appreciate the fact that you made me go learn. A flat earther made me go study. I'm like, whatever, dude. But have you heard from him since that last episode when he was stressed out when he was talking to him over? I think it was his chest or something, man. Like I don't wish that shit on him, But I haven't heard from him since. Like, wonder if he's all right. Like even my globe enemies, if air quotes in the air, fingers in the excuse me, finger quotes in the air, but not really enemies, so-called enemies, but opponents. I don't wish nothing bad on them, dude. Like even Paid That's Shield, like that's probably the one I can't stand the most. But I don't wish no ill will toward him or anybody else. And so I think that might have been some serious shit FTFE was going through that day, man. Didn't sound good, man. Like it came out of the blue. He wasn't pinned down or nothing. His shit started hurting. He had to go. We tried to fucking tell everybody, man. Pretty much told anybody who will listen. Be careful. Oh shit, I'm hot, Mikey.
Yeah, do you know there's two types of chromatic aberration? That's what I thought.
What up?
How is it that only Witchett's mic is unmuted right now?
What's up?
What up, fool? Oh, is that Jeremy too? What up, though?
Who's that? Yeah,
Jeremy
who
said
I'm
hi.
up? Have some milk, kiddo.
Found any? Have you guys found any curvature yet?
No,
Oh,
not yet.
that shit's hell of elusive, huh?
It's hard to find.
Was Witchett on here right now or no?
He was.
Okay. He probably fell asleep with his mic unmuted.
Maybe.
Right. Jeremy, where are you out of?
New York.
Okay. Big city of dreams, huh?
Upstate.
Okay. I don't know. All I hear is New York, and I think of like skyscrapers. But then there's so many cities I'm always hearing the names of in New York that I've never heard before, like
Yeah.
New Babylon and shit. Have you heard of that?
No.
There's a place called New Babylon, New York. It's a little town. It might even be an island right there. I don't know. I can see the Black Swan right now. I'm passing by. It's all lit up at night and shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's nighttime over there. That's right.
Yeah, and like every once in a while, like I don't know how many times a month they do it. They have fires burning on these oil platforms, so you can see the reflection of the fire all the way to the shore, dude. It's like a straight line.
It's neat.
Yeah. Hey, over in New York, where you live? Do they spray a lot of chemtrails every day, or a lot, like multiple times a week, right
Decent
there?
amount.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's every day or every week or something, but I do see them.
Yeah. I remember in for 2019, my chick bought me like this it was a planner, right? And what I was supposed to do is every single day I was going to write down like what happened in the sky, because there's certain days I noticed that they don't do any chemtrails at all. It's like clear as hell everywhere. So I was going to try to figure out a pattern for it, right? But like after a week or two, bro, I like forgot to do it one day, and then like the next, for a couple more days, so I like ended up trucking it. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm just not meant to do that kind of thing, but I think it would have been great if I would have done it for a whole year and probably seen some type of pattern in it. But I'm just way too like I get involved in way too many things to even remember to do that. All right, Jeremy, I'll talk to you later, bro.
Oh shit, I was on mute. What's up? Where you going?
Oh no, I said I'll talk to you later. I'm almost home right now. I gotta go in and make some food.
Good. Sounds good.
Yeah. Are you holding it down there in New York? Down there.
Always. Always.
New York, big city of dreams, huh?
Oh, not in the city, in upstate.
Big city. Oh, okay. Oh, upstate. So there's no skyscrapers and shit right there, huh?
We got some tall buildings. I'm near the Capitol.
Oh, okay. Wait, the capital of what? New York?
Yeah,
Huh? What's the capital of New York?
Albany.
Oh, Albany. Okay. Is everything there from like hundreds of years ago? Like most of the structures and stuff?
Some of the stuff's old.
Yeah.
We
I
got
know it's
some
quite
old structures.
yeah, that's right. Right. How many counties are right there in New York?
Tons of counties, tons of them.
How long does it take you to drive to like I don't know, like ground zero or whatever from where you live?
Like 3 hours.
How many hours?
3.
Oh, 3 hours, okay. What do you think from the furthest end of New York to the furthest end, like driving straight, how long do you think it would take?
Maybe 7 or 8, 9, around there.
Okay.
Because you got to go from New York. Well, I don't know. Because for me to New York is 3 hours, but then I can go to Buffalo. That's another 4 hours, but it's like an L shape though. It's not a straight line. I don't know.
Okay.
I had to like think about it.
Yeah. I think from California, if you went from San Diego all the way up to like Del Rey, I think it's Del Rey, which is like the last town and little city right before Oregon. Fuck. You could do it in a day. You know what I mean? You might even be able to do it in like 18 hours if you drove. I don't know. I'd have to figure that out. But
Just up
I
and
just
down
think,
Cali.
I think, huh? You what?
You saying just to drive up and down Cali one time, 18 hours?
Yeah, like from top to bottom. No, actually, probably more than 18 hours. Maybe you could do it in a whole day, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know, because I just drove to Florida and
from
New York. Hey, why are you getting excited? I drove from New York to Florida. It took 18 hours, or my bad, like 24 hours. So
I'm not
Cali's like the
excited.
whole length.
Were you talking to me or no? Or are you talking to somebody else?
Yeah,
Huh?
I was talking to you. I
Okay.
drove to Florida to New York 24 hours.
No, you said, why am I
Like,
getting excited?
no, not you, not you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's okay. My bad. It took how many hours?
It took about 24 hours.
Oh, from New York to Florida? How many
Yeah,
states did you cross right there?
so many.
Fuck, right?
So many. Here we go, kiddo. Hey.
Oh, I'm gonna go in this donut shop right now, real quick, bro. I'll talk to you in a little while.
All right, peace.
Peace.
My God, Ruhif did the biggest fucking. I don't know. It had to be some kind of fallacy. He said if the ISS is that shape and going that fast, it has to be in the vacuum of space. It's fucking false. Unbelievable. Has the shit has let these motherfuckers say. Fucking. Oh my God. Has not been paying attention or was good.
They said if the ISS is that shape and going that speed, it has to be in the vacuum of space. Shit is not true at all. Hey, don't take that sock off. Let's keep those socks on, bud. What do you say? Stay dressed, because the bus is coming, okay? Stay dressed. Stay dressed.
Bye.
These guys got some weird fucking ideas on what has to be or what can't be or whatever else. I don't know where they're coming up with this shit. When the Globers say like just crazy shit and we don't respond, if people are listening, like the people might think that's actually true. I don't know.